Chapter 817 Suffocatingly Explosive Power. What is he trying to do? Sindhart and the others were confused as they watched Feng charge towards a skeleton general. No swordsman could solo a great lord. Even a berserker, a class famed for its strength, would fly through the air if they tried to block a great lord's attack with their weapons. Feng used Killing Ray to block one of the skeleton general's descending battle axes. Sure enough, my attributes aren't high enough to deal with this great lord. The resulting impact had forced Feng to retreat by 3 steps, his hand numbing slightly. Meanwhile, a damage of over -700 points appeared above his head. However, to Feng, who had close to 50,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, such a small amount of damage was nothing. His battle recovery regenerated nearly 500 HP every 5 seconds. Violet Cloud waved her staff, and immediately, a faint golden film blanketed Feng's body. Bluish-green life force flowed into the swordsman. Suddenly, a recovering status appeared over Feng's status bar, recovering over 1,600 HP every 5 seconds for 15 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Feng's HP was full. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the skeleton general swung its other battle axe at Feng violently. Having predicted the skeleton general's attacks, Feng sidestepped abruptly, using the abyssal blade to receive the descending battle axe while thrusting Killing Ray towards the skeleton general's armor. A streak of blue light flashed. Although Killing Ray could not compare to the fragmented legendary rank 1000 transformations after equipping a magic device, its sharpness was only slightly weaker than the 1000 transformations. As a result, it easily pierced the skeleton general's robust armor. A critical damage of -15,824 points appeared above the skeleton general's head. The Great Lord bellowed, angry with the damage it had received. Suddenly, its battle axes released a strange, smoldering green flame as it swung the weapons at the ground. The ground instantly shattered, flames surging into the sky and covering a radius of 15 yards. Feng had long since prepared for this moment. He jumped up and passed the skeleton general's head. He then used one of Killing Ray's skills, summon lightning arcs of blue lightning descended and struck the skeleton general's battle axes. The collision's impact was massive. Feng then utilized the force of the impact to avoid the smoldering flames. He then activated silent steps and appeared behind the skeleton general, the sacred sword in his hand, releasing a dazzling flaming glow. Flame burst. 15 brilliant explosions discharged behind the skeleton general, one after another. 48, 167-117, 954-49, 715. 15 damages appeared above the general's head, one after another. Killing Ray had a 50% critical rate. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton general lost over 1 million HP. For a time, Autumn Goose, Sindhart, and the others were speechless. They sucked in a breath of cold air, not believing their eyes. Feng's damage was insane. He had dealt over 1 million HP. Even a level 40 chieftain only had so much HP. Feng had the power to instant kill a level 40 chieftain. This power was no longer that of a player. This was the power of a humanoid great lord. However, Feng did not think much of his attack. After all, his strength attribute was almost on par with a chieftain of the same level. After Heavenly Dragon's power doubled his strength, he surpassed ordinary lords of the same level. He had also used his sure kill skill, Flame Burst. Being capable of instant killing a chieftain of the same level was expected. Flame Burst was not called a sure kill skill for no reason. Feng's Flame Burst had heavily wounded the skeleton general. The swordsman had destroyed nearly half of its armor. Several bones beneath the armor had even cracked. Focus on killing my skeleton general. Feng shouted to his team. Not only had the general lost some of its combat power after receiving the several injuries, but its defense had also dropped significantly. Hence, dealing with the skeleton general would be much easier than dealing with the other two. Sure enough, in less than 1 minute, the skeleton general's HP fell below 500,000. Just before the general died, Feng shouted once more, commanding, "Everyone switch to the Banshee. Turtledove, tank this skeleton general." "What is Big Brother Feng trying to do?" Blue Bamboo asked, confused. If they finished off the skeleton general, it would become much easier to deal with the agonizing Banshee. Yet Feng decided not to kill the skeleton general. No matter how she looked at it, the decision was unwise. Blue Bamboo wasn't the only one who was confused. Experts like Thoughtful Rain and Autumn Goose didn't understand either. However, None of Zero Wing's members doubted Feng's command. Immediately, they shifted their focus towards the agonizing Banshee. Turtledove swapped targets with Feng, however. The agonizing Banshee couldn't care less about the sudden change, as it continued to attack Turtledove with black fog spears. I am your opponent. Feng appeared behind Turtledove, the killing ray transforming into numerous streaks of blue light. Pung. 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 Players usually suffered heavy injuries if the black fog spear struck them, yet Feng easily shattered each one. Is this an expert of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild? Sind Hart was astounded. He felt his chest tighten. Struggling to breathe. Zero Wing was far more frightening than the rumors make the guild out to bite. Was no wonder why even Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom, feared Zero Wing, choosing to give up in Star Moon Kingdom entirely after Feng shattered the black fog spears. He vanished, abruptly reappearing before the agonizing Banshee. Arcs of blue electricity circled his body. Tier 2 Taboo skill. Instant strike. For 3 seconds, Feng's attack speed increased by 500%, and his damage increased by 400% before the agonizing Banshee could react. Over a dozen streaks of blue light wrapped around her body. 21, 046-43, 248-42, 987. In the blink of an eye, the agonizing Banshee's aggro shifted to Feng. However, even though Feng now held the Great Lord's aggro, the situation had not changed. The agonizing Banshee was a magical class monster. Even as a Great Lord, her strength could not compare to Feng's while he had a berserk skill active. As the Banshee began to cast another spell, Feng struck, interrupting her casting for 3 whole seconds. The agonizing Banshee could not use a single spell. Instead, she lost more than 1,000,000 HP. Suddenly, Fire Dance appeared behind the agonizing Banshee, launching a sneak attack at the back of the Great Lord's head and forcing her into a fainted state for 2 seconds. She then used the Tier 1 skill, 5-star burst. 16, 718-34, 297. 5 numbers appeared above the agonizing Banshee's head in quick succession, only slightly lower than the damage of Feng's normal attacks while in a berserk state, following which, the agonizing Banshee received a one-sided beating, her HP draining like flowing water. When her HP reached 30%, the Great Lord was thoroughly enraged. As the agonizing Banshee released a piercing scream, a massive black magic array appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately felt their strength leave their bodies. Crap. This spell absorbs players' stamina. Fire Dance immediately noticed the abnormality of players ran out of stamina. Even with godlike combat power, they were helpless at this rate. They'd run out of stamina in 30 seconds. After that, they would be sheep for the slaughter. Not today. Feng, who had long since prepared for such a situation, switched to the Aura of Time and activated Absolute Time, freezing the mana fluctuations in the surrounding area. Although Absolute Time's duration on a Great Lord was less than 10 seconds, interrupting the agonizing Banshee's mana channeling was enough. After losing its supply of mana, the gigantic magic array in the sky gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the members of Immortal Light finally understood how presumptuous they had been. Thinking that they could raid South Lake City's Great Lord, seconds flew by. Finally, both the agonizing Banshee and Skeleton General's HPs were below 100. 000. Feng activated Divine Providence, significantly increasing his luck attribute. He then used Thundering Flash to finish off the agonizing Banshee, before following up with a Thunder Flame explosion on the Skeleton General. After a momentary struggle, the agonizing Banshee and the Skeleton General fell to the ground, one after the other, dropping several items around their bodies. Chapter 818 Abyss Set. Chapter 818 Abyss Set. It's over. Autumn Goose wondered if she were dreaming as she stared at the 2 fallen Great Lords before her in the current God's domain. Great Lords struck fear into every player's heart. Even a 100-man elite team, led by an expert, would find it extremely difficult to defeat one. They might even be annihilated. Yet, now this team of 20 players had defeated 2 Great Lords simultaneously. Moreover, a few of the team members had held back. No matter how she looked at this situation, it simply could not be real. Looking at it now, Autumn Goose found that the Wind God's spear simply could not compare to Zero Wing in terms of strength. They lived in entirely different worlds. If not for Thoughtful Rain, they probably would never have met Feng and the other core members of Zero Wing. When she thought back to how they had tried to persuade Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to leave Zero Wing and join the Wind God's spear, she could not help her embarrassment. Rain, hurry up and collect their life force. If you do not collect them within 5 minutes after the Great Lords die, you will lose your chance. Feng hurriedly reminded his companion. Thoughtful Rain finally woke from her daze as she retrieved the giant, pitch-black egg and collected the life force of the 2 Great Lords, while Thoughtful Rain collected the dissipating life force. Feng gathered the loot the 2 bosses had dropped. The 2 Great Lords had dropped a total of 7 pieces of equipment. Although this did not seem much in the Abyss battlefield, this was a considerable harvest. It was easier to find high-ranking monsters in the Abyss battlefield than it was elsewhere. Hence, the drop rate of the top-ranking monsters had been reduced. With the increase in levels, monsters' drop rate for weapons and equipment also decreased. The drops this time are fairly nice. Joy surfaced on Feng's face after he finished appraising the items with his omniscient eyes. Among the 7 pieces of equipment, 5 were level 40 fine gold equipment. They had even obtained a piece of level 40 dark gold weaponized spirit staff. Staff, dark gold rank. Level 40. Attack power plus 1045. Strength plus 51. Agility plus 47. Intelligence plus 92. Vitality plus 87. Endurance plus 66. Casting speed increased by 15%. Magic damage increased by 20%. Casting range plus 5. When casting, 20% chance to obtain the power of frost, causing 220% frost damage, and reducing target's movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Additional passive skill dash. Frost Blessing. Increases ice-type spell effects by 30%. Additional active skill dash. Waterfall. Causes 300% frost damage every second in a radius of 20 yards for 8 seconds, freezing everyone within range for 10 seconds. Effective radius increases by 10 yards every second. Cooldown 3 hours. Once Feng shared the Ice Spirit Staff's information in the team chat, everyone fell speechless. Although the staff's basic attributes are average at best, it increases all of them. Moreover, its active skill is insane. This is the first time I've seen a skill that can cover a radius of 100 yards. Even Stars of Light can't compare to this waterfall. If one uses waterfall on a battlefield, it will devastate the enemy forces. It's a pity though. It would be amazing if it were an epic ranked staff. Large-scale destruction spells were priceless treasures to every guild in God's domain, not to mention waterfall, a spell with so much OE range. On a battlefield, this spell could easily wipe out several thousands of players in a battle of 10 or 20,000 players. This spell could decide the victor on its own. The active skill was worth more than an epic item. Feng chuckled as he watched everyone admire the Ice Spirit Staff's active skill. Among the 7 pieces of equipment and weapons, the Ice Spirit Staff's active skill was astonishing. However, rather than the Ice Spirit Staff, what surprised Feng was the dark gray breastplate. A faint bloody glow surrounded the armor, giving the equipment a creepy feeling. Sure enough, Divine Providence is a godly skill. Feng could not help but sigh. He then shared the statistics of this item through the team chat. Upon seeing the breastplate's attributes, even the excellently geared core members gasped. Abyss Armor Breastplate. Level 40, Level 60. Equipment requirement. Strength 700. Defense plus 1240. Level 40. Magic resistance plus 10. Strength plus 42. Endurance plus 40. Agility plus 35. Abyss Set Equipment. Level 40, Level 60. Equipment requirement Berserker. Set consists of 8 parts. Head, shoulders, chest, hands, wrists, waist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect. Increases all attributes by 10%. 4-piece effect. All skill damage increased by 20%, attack speed increased by 20%, and movement speed increased by 15%. 6-piece effect. Obtain Abyss Rampage skill. Increases all attributes by 100% and gain immunity to all control effects for 1 minute. Cooldown 5 hours. 8-piece effect. Obtain Blade of Abyss skill. Transforms equipped weapon into the Blade of Abyss, increasing strength attribute by 300%, attack speed by 100%, and attack range by 10 yards for 15 seconds. Cooldown 3 hours. What a powerful set. Blackie nearly drooled when he saw read the Abyss set equipment's information. The breastplate's basic attributes were only the equivalent of a dark gold item. However, as one obtained more pieces of the set, their combat power would grow exponentially. If one gathered all 8 pieces, although the set's basic attributes might not compare to epic items, The boost it granted would only be slightly weaker than a set of epic equipment. Of course, it is strong. This set equipment is purely intended to increase violence. Even the Tier 1 set equipment for Berserkers cannot compare to the Abyss set. After reaching Tier 2 at level 50, no Tier 1 set equipment will be able to compete with the Abyss set. Feng explained the Abyss set equipment was the battlefield's representative equipment. Moreover, it was not exclusively for Berserkers. All classes had their own Abyss sets, and their attributes were all specialized for violence. These sets were extremely well suited for PvP. However, the Abyss set's drop rates were extremely low. It was practically impossible to collect all 8 set pieces for a single class. If one could collect 6 pieces of a set, they could increase their prowess in combat far more than with a Tier 1 set equipment. After all, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. If one gathered all 8 pieces of an Abyss set, they would be practically invincible in PvP fights. I wonder if we'll gather a complete set. Aqua Rose was eager to find out if they gathered all 8 pieces and let either Rampant Blade or Shadow Sword equip the set, the Berserker's abilities would soar, becoming one of the guild's top fighters. Most likely, aside from Feng and Fire Dance, nobody in the guild would be able to match them. Alright, rest up. We're going to look for the next Great Lord soon, Feng commanded as he stored the equipment. Meanwhile, Immortal Lights members who had watched from a distance had not recovered from their shock after watching Zero Wing easily defeat the 2 Great Lords. Their team of 100 had failed to defeat even one Great Lord, yet Zero Wing had taken 2 down at once with a team of 20. The difference between their guilds was like the difference between heaven and earth. Sin Heart suddenly said, "Follow me." Chapter 819 City Deed. Chapter 819 City Deed. Huh. Why are they heading our way? Aqua Rose asked when she saw the members of Immortal Light approach their team. Jokingly, she said, "Are they going to try to plunder our loot? If they try to rob us, I won't mind giving them a final send-off." Fire Dance laughed as she unsheathed her 1,000 transformations that hung from her waist. Although the Immortal Light players were relatively strong, she was more than enough to annihilate their team. Moreover, she looked forward to the day someone tried to rob them. Previously, she had found plenty of inspiration during her time in the Dark Arena. This was the perfect opportunity to test some of her ideas. They shouldn't be that stupid. They should be able to tell the difference between our strength and theirs. Feng laughed as he watched his teammates prepare for a fight. Sin Heart would be one of the 12 sacred elementalists of God's domain in the future. If he lacked the necessary insight to tell the difference in strength between their teams, he would never have been able to make Immortal Light a famous, first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Thank you for your help. If not for you guys holding off those 2 Great Lords, none of us would be alive right now. Sin Heart immediately expressed his gratitude upon arriving before Zero Wing's team, his tone containing a hint of respect. Sin Heart's expert companions also stared at Zero Wing's members with reverence. The heavy pressure Fire Dance emitted, in particular, made them breathless. If these teams fought each other, they would most likely die in an instant. It's nothing. Feng shrugged. If you guys are looking for Great Lords, we can help, Sin Heart offered. On our way here, we encountered quite a number of Great Lords. Only, these Great Lords resided in concentrated areas. It's highly likely that you'll attract a second Great Lord while dealing with the first. Saying so, Sin Heart sent Feng the coordinates of those several Great Lords. Thanks. Feng rejoiced when he received the coordinates. Sin Heart had given him the coordinates for 7 Great Lords. This would save them a lot of time searching for these bosses. Glad to be of help. Sin Heart smiled. I don't believe that you came over here just to give me these Great Lords' locations. What's on your mind? Feng asked. He could not help but laugh when he saw Sin Heart's hesitation in the past. Even he had looked up to Sin Heart. Countless small guilds had tried to gain Immortal Light's favor. Yet now, watching this man struggle with his desire to ask for help, Feng could not help but sigh. Hearing Feng saying so, Sin Heart released his tension with a sigh of his own and said, "In truth, aside from thanking you for the help, I wanted to ask something of Zero Wing. Although this may be sudden, I don't have any better options right now." Guild leader, are you really going to ask? One of the guild's upper echelons asked with surprise. If they refuse and news of this leaks, we'll be in big trouble. Do you think we have any other choice? Sin Heart grumbled, a deep sense of powerlessness touching his expression. He did not want to do this either. However, he could not think of a better plan. Only after encountering Zero Wing and seeing how powerful the guild was, did he find hope. This might very well be their last opportunity to escape their dire situation. The other upper echelons fell silent. Although they wanted to argue their guild leader's decision, they could not bring themselves to do so, however. This had certainly captured Feng's interest. He could understand if Heart simply wanted to form a connection with Zero Wing. However, for a prideful person like Heart to place all his hopes in a stranger, the situation must be severe. Moreover, Feng was familiar with Heart's personality. He was not someone who would simply bow out of a challenge. Even when Immortal Light had fought a first-rate guild, Heart had refused to lower his head. He prioritized bonds and friendship over personal benefits. Otherwise, he would not have risked Immortal Light's extinction just to help an allied guild resist a first-rate guild. God's domain was only a game. Feng could not imagine what could cause someone like Heart to despair. I wish to sell several plots of land in the Twin Towers Kingdom. I will sell these lands at 90% market price. I'd like to offer them to Zero Wing in exchange for coins or top-tier equipment of the same value. Heart finally said after a long moment of silence. Sell land? Feng was curious. Since when had Heart become a land broker? If they're rubbish lands, Zero Wing is not interested. Please rest assured, the lands are in Snowfield City and have a lot of potential, Heart said as he took out several Snowfield City deeds. These are close to the underground arena, the Adventurers Association, the auction house, and the War God's Temple. Have you lost your minds? You're actually selling these? Blackie could not help his shock after seeing the deeds. Currently, most of the lands in major NPC cities with potential had been purchased already. It was extremely difficult to buy these lands even if one could afford them. With God's Domain's blazing popularity, more people would join the game in the future. The value of these lands would soar in less than half a year. These lands would be worth several times their current value. It was especially true for the lands in Twin Towers Kingdom's third-ranking city, Snowfield City. Yet, Immortal Light wanted to sell away these lands, at 90% market price no less. This was simply inconceivable. They are indeed good plots of land. However, why are you trying to sell them to Zero Wing? Feng asked. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom shared many aspects. Both were medium-sized kingdoms. Although Snowfield City was no match for White River City in terms of status, it was its kingdom's third-ranking city. Many organizations would offer a high price for these lands. This. Heart fell silent for a moment. Shortly after, he sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to sell them, but nobody is willing to buy them." Why? The value of these lands will only increase in the future. Why doesn't anyone want to purchase them? Aqua Rose asked, slightly surprised. Even the lands in the 20th ranking city in the Twin Towers Kingdom would be highly sought after, much less the valuable lands in the third ranking city. Aqua Rose had personally ventured to other kingdoms to purchase several plots of land for the Candlelight trading firm, so she understood how popular these lands were because none of them wished to earn the ire of the Super Guild King's return. Heart said helplessly. When Zero Wing's members heard Heart's words, they were dumbfounded. King's Return was a veteran super guild. Even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was nothing in comparison. Moreover, the King's Return's headquarters was in the Glory Empire, an empire located only a short distance away from Star Moon Kingdom, and the Twin Towers Kingdom. Feng was similarly shocked by this revelation. A small guild like Immortal Light had actually provoked a super guild like King's Return. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. Moreover, it would be child's play for King's Return to wipe Immortal Light out of existence. Immortal Light was no threat to the Super Guild at all. Gnashing his teeth, Heart stated, "I don't want much for these 5 plots of lands. I only ask for 13,000 gold. Chapter 820. A group of lunatics. Guild leader. Heart's asking price shocked the several upper echelons he had with him. These were 5 high-potential golden lands. I know what I'm doing. Heart barked, having made up his mind originally. He had intended to raid Great Lords for some level 40 top-tier equipment and sell the items. However, they were not strong enough to take down level 40+ Great Lords. The only option they had left to earn a large sum of coins quickly was to sell these 5 plots of land. However, they could not sell the land to anyone in the Twin Towers Kingdom. King's Return had already declared their stance in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and nobody was willing to provoke the Super Guild. However, with Zero Wing strength, even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to back down. Hence, Zero Wing should not fear King's return at all. Moreover, only a large guild like Zero Wing had the financial strength to spend 13,000 gold. Zero Wing occupied a treasured land like the Stone Forest town. The magic crystals and coins the town generated could tempt even first-rate guilds. Although there were guilds in their kingdom that did not fear King's return, these guilds would need a relatively long time to gather the required money. Unfortunately, Sindhart could not afford to wait 13,000 gold. Feng had never expected Sindhart to sell these lands for so little based on the current market. These lands were roughly worth 20,000 gold. Even at that price, many people would fight over them. Now, however, Sindhart wanted to sell them for 13,000 gold. Feng could profit greatly if he bought them, not to mention Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom were neighbors. These lands could benefit Zero Wing when it expanded towards the Twin Towers Kingdom. It seems that Sindhart has been backed into a corner. Feng could more or less understand Sindhart's current predicament after seeing the man's anxiety in Feng's previous life. However, immortal light had never ceased to exist. This showed that King's return had not wiped out immortal light in the past. Moreover, he had never heard of King's return attacking immortal light. Immortal light had most likely relied on itself to solve this problem. All right. We'll buy these 5 plots of land. Feng nodded. Only we'll need some time to prepare such a large sum. Why don't we conduct the trade in 3 days? 3 days. Sindhart pondered for a moment. Quickly, his tense expression relaxed as he responded, "Thank you. I'll visit Zero Wing personally." Following which, Sindhart led his guild members away from South Lake City Guild leader. "Are we really going to oppose King's return?" Aqua Rose asked Feng through a private message. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could not compare to King's return. Moreover, Glory Empire was not far from Star Moon Kingdom. Once mounts were available in God's domain, the Super Guild's threat to Zero Wing would not be a laughing matter. Don't worry. We're just conducting business. If we stop doing business just because a Super Guild demanded it, we might as well give up competing for dominance over God's domain, Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, this isn't a major issue. If King's return were truly angry, it would have annihilated immortal light already. If the Super Guild struck, immortal light would have no power to resist. Sindhart had helped him in the past. Now, he was only returning the favor. Moreover, he could make a huge profit with this trade and secure Sindhart's gratitude. If Sindhart owed him a debt, he might be able to poach Sindhart into Zero Wing in the future. Why wouldn't he accept such an offer? Indeed. If we can obtain those 5 plots of land, the Candlelight Trading Firm can start its development in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose agreed with Feng's reason. Zero Wing was no longer the weak little guild it had been. If they cowered from such a small issue, developing the guild in the future would be a problem. If King's return truly wanted to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to consider its options carefully. The Super Guild was not powerful enough to annihilate Zero Wing, and Star Moon Kingdom Zero Wing really is amazing. They're not even afraid of King's return? Deathwind had never imagined that Feng would agree to Sindhart's offer so decisively. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The Wind God's Spear was already impressive for standing up against the first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. However, Zero Wing was far more amazing. The guild was not even afraid of the titans of the virtual gaming world. I wonder when the Wind God's Spear will conduct itself like Zero Wing? Deathwind's mind wandered. Maybe joining a guild like Zero Wing isn't a bad idea. At this moment, Autumn Goose envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. After immortal light departed, Feng led the team on a hunt for more Great Lords with the coordinates Sindhart had provided. The team quickly cleared a path towards these Great Lords. The Great Lords behind city walls were no challenge for Zero Wing's core members. The only issue they encountered was their Berserk skills cooldowns. Fortunately, however, not every Great Lord required their Berserk skills for 2 days. Feng and the others spent their time either killing Great Lords or clearing a path through random monsters towards Great Lords. Time passed leisurely as they learned more about each other over these 2 days. Their experience bars had risen rapidly due to the large mobs of monsters they killed. Not only had Feng reached level 40, but Aqua Rose and the others had also hit level 40. This is the last one. Thoughtful Rain looked at the fallen Great Lord as she collected her 20th Great Lord's life force. So, not bad. We actually got another Abyss set piece, Feng said after appraising the 3 pieces of equipment he had picked up. Smiling, he said, Now we only need 2 more to complete the Abyss set for Berserkers. Although he had used Divine Providence for every Great Lord they had killed during the past 2 days, the Abyss set equipment's drop rate was simply too low. Even with his boosted luck attribute, a limited number of pieces had dropped. Fortunately, the Great Lords in South Lake City only seemed to drop the Abyss set for Berserkers. Otherwise, they would not have gathered 6 pieces. Our job is finally done here. Autumn Goose released a sigh of relief after watching Thoughtful Rain collect the final life force. If not for Zero Wing's help, they would never have killed 20 level 40 Great Lords in 3 days. In the end, the level 100 Tier 3 NPC would have hunted them down until they quit God's domain. However, after realizing that they had completed their quest, Autumn Goose was slightly disappointed. While grinding monsters and raiding bosses with Feng and his team, not only had they enjoyed chatting with each other, but she had also learned several techniques from Zero Wing's core members. Now that their quest was complete, they would have to go their separate ways, and she could not help her slight reluctance. Leader, since we have completed the quest, it's time to deal with the other issue, right? Fire Dance asked as she turned to the gigantic bone dragon in the sky, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. The rest of the team laughed at Fire Dance's jubilance. It was definitely not their style to leave a Grand Lord alone. To avoid any unnecessary risks, they had avoided challenging the Frostbone Dragon. Now that they had finished their main objective, however, they had to kill the Grand Lord. That's a level 45 Grand Lord you're talking about. Autumn Goose could not believe that these members from Zero Wing actually considered raiding the dragon. They were insane. How can we possibly win against that with so few people? It might have been impossible before, but it is definitely possible now, Feng said, laughing. He then retrieved a dark gold flute from his bag. Complex runes decorated the flute, and it emitted a faint pressure. Chapter 821 Demonic Flame Tiger. Is it really possible? Autumn Goose muttered doubtfully. Chills crawled down her spine despite the Frostbone Dragon being so far away, her instincts constantly warning her of the danger. Every time the bone dragon flapped its massive wings, the sounds of explosions rang through the air. Even a fool could see the difference between the Grand Lord and a mere Great Lord. The two were on entirely different levels. Feng understood this fact as well. The Frostbone Dragon was South Lake City's final boss. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy opponent. Fortunately, however, he had 2 powerful trump cards. They still had a chance of victory. Moreover, it wouldn't be a major issue if they died. At worst, they would be teleported out of the Abyss battlefield. They would not suffer the usual death penalties, following which, Feng played the dark gold flute, the sweet sound echoing throughout South Lake City. Roar. With a roar, a golden magic array appeared before Feng. Suddenly, a massive black tiger leaped out of the array. The massive tiger stood over 4 meters tall. Black flames covered its razor-sharp claws. Exquisite black armor wrapped around its body. Just by standing there, the tiger's flames increased the surrounding temperature significantly. The ground beneath its feet melted under the scorching heat. The tiger was too hot to approach. What's that? Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the black flaming beast. Its amount, of course. Feng walked up to the giant tiger and rubbed the soft fur on its head. He was quite satisfied with his mount. Demonic Flame Tiger. Dark Gold Mount. Level 40. HP 1020000/1020000. In the past, the best mount Feng had ridden was only fine gold rank. In this life, however, he had obtained a dark gold mount after killing Noya, a guardian boss in the Dark Den. Mounts were extremely useful to players in field battles, especially a dark gold mount. Even a bronze mount already possessed certain combat capabilities, assisting players in battle. After reaching dark gold rank, the mount was the equivalent of a chieftain of the same level. Although a chieftain might not be anything to a top-tier expert, a dark gold mount's true power did not lie in its damage-dealing abilities. Such a thing was only useful to ordinary players. The true value of a dark gold mount lay in its support skills. Having a dark gold mount was the equivalent of having a player with support skills by one's side. Sure enough, a dark gold mount's skills are very powerful. Feng was slightly surprised after he examined the Demonic Flame Tiger's skill menu. A level 40 fine gold mount only had 2 support skills. One was single target skill, while the other was an AoE skill. However, a level 40 dark gold mount had 3 support skills, with one being a single target skill and the other 2 being AoE skills synergy, passive skill. While within 100 yards of the Demonic Flame Tiger, All attributes of owner increase by 10%. Battle roar. The demonic flame tiger releases a deafening roar. All allies within 20 yards experience a 20% damage increase, movement speed increased by 20%, and attack speed increased by 30% for 10 minutes cooldown, 30 minutes. Dark blessing. All allies within 20 yards gain 100 points of magic resistance, 20% damage reduction, and all attributes increased by 10% for 30 minutes cooldown, 10 hours. These 3 skills alone could raise the strength of the entire team by a huge margin. This was the value of Dark Gold mounts. A mount? Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Feng's explanation. This can't be true, right? The demonic flame tiger before them looked absolutely stunning. Moreover, they felt a heavy pressure from it. Based on its HP, it should be at least as powerful as a chieftain. A monster like the demonic flame tiger could even serve as the boss in a party dungeon. Yet such a powerful monster was actually a mount. This shattered any knowledge they had about mounts. What rank is this mount? Secret silver. Fine gold. Everyone nearly drooled as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. With its imposing might and its majestic appearance, the demonic tiger would be the center of attention regardless of where it was. It's just dark gold rank, Feng said as he tapped the demonic flame tiger's front paw. The demonic tiger obediently bent down before Feng. Its dignified behavior vanishing. Feng's team members shot him a disdainful glare. It's just dark gold rank? Even though they had already reached level 40, none of them even had a common mount. They just hoped to obtain a bronze or mysterious iron mount. They wouldn't even dare dream of owning a secret silver mount, let alone a fine gold mount. They had never even expected to see a dark gold mount. After we leave the battlefield, I must find my own dark gold mount to show off, Blackie declared as he drooled over the demonic flame tiger that was the size of a small house. He could not help but fantasize about riding his own demonic tiger down White River City's streets. He would be the object of everyone's envy. Just the thought gave him chills. The other team members nodded in agreement. The horses one could buy in cities were garbage compared to the demonic flame tiger. Only a mount like the demonic flame tiger could be considered a real mount. This is not the time for this. Everyone, head to your appointed locations. Aqua, cast Song of Sprites on me. Feng commanded. The epic rank staff Song of Beatrice he had previously given Aqua Rose had a very powerful skill, the Song of Sprites. It could amplify the effects of a specific spell. When used on large-scale destruction spells and summoning skills, this skill was incredibly powerful. Feng had long since used up his magic amplification scroll. The Song of Sprites was the perfect skill to replace it, following which, Feng summoned the Demon Gate. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites on Feng, instantly buffing the demon summoning by 300%. In the next moment, a Tier 3 battle demon wielding a two-handed sword in one hand emerged from the Demon Gate. Battle demon. Demon. Level 55. HP 14,000/14,000,000. It was a success. Seeing the Tier 3 battle demon step away from the Demon Gate, Feng used the Bible of Darkness's ability to rob the battle demon of its will, turning it into a puppet. Is this Feng and these core members' true strength? The instant the battle demon appeared, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others were stunned. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord-ranked monster. It was also level 55. That monster could kill them instantly. Just how powerful is Zero Wing? Autumn Goose and the others struggled with their shock. Only now did they finally understand why Zero Wing's members had been so calm against all of those great lords. They even wanted to take on the Frostbone Dragon with such a powerful summon monster. Even with so few members, it was not entirely impossible to defeat the level 45 Grand Lord. Chapter 822 Adjudicator. Glory Empire. Imperial Capital Light City. As the main headquarters of the Super Guild Kings return, Light City's prosperity surpassed even that of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The player population alone exceeded the capital's by 15 million. The player population wasn't the only indicator of Light City's prosperity. Players' levels also displayed the city's success. Currently, God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 32, while some of the more powerful elite players had reached level 35. However, if one wandered the streets of Light City, they would easily spot level 35 elite players. From time to time, one would also notice level 36 or level 37 independent players. The capital cities of various kingdoms and ordinary empires could not hold a candle to Light City. The reason behind the high levels of Light City's players was none other than the Super Guild King's Return. Super Guilds had very long histories in the virtual gaming world. Normally, these super guilds had their own means of nurturing experts, and they had no need to recruit powerful players from elsewhere. Moreover, the experts who enjoyed super guilds' nurturing would always rank as the top rookies of the year in the virtual gaming world, instantly becoming well-known experts. Their personal value would soar by several times. Countless players held this long-cherished dream of gaining overnight fame and riches. Hence, every year, swarms of young players would take part in the internal exam of super guilds, fighting to gain membership and participate in the guild's expert training programs. Aside from nurturing its own experts from scratch, King's Return, a super guild that had already existed for a long time, did recruit some experts from elsewhere as well. These experts would become internal members and receive a multitude of resources. If any of these experts became one of the year's top newcomers, they might even earn the privilege of becoming one of the guild's upper echelons. If that happened, they would not have to worry about a lack of money for the rest of their lives. Aqua Rose and Purple Eye were both such players. However, they had chosen their own paths. Hence, after finishing their training and paying a certain price, they left their super guild. Meanwhile, King's Return was once again recruiting experts. Hence, many players throughout God's domain had come to Light City, hoping to join King's Return. There was no lack of expert players among the crowd. Currently, many players were lined up inside King's Return's guild residence, giving the place a lively atmosphere. However, when two men entered the guild residence's main hall, the room fell silent, every gaze shifting towards these two people. Of these two, one was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He also carried a greatsword with inscribed runes, a chill radiating from the weapon. This man was a level 38 berserker. A handsome, younger man stood beside the berserker with an unruly temperament. The young man carried a staff made of sapphire crystal and wore a set of gray mage robes. Faint arcs of gray electricity surrounded his body. This man was a level 38 elementalist. Even in the entire Glory Empire, these people's level could rank at the very top. A scent that the Thunder Sword, Broken City? I actually get to meet one of King's Return's upper echelons. I'm so lucky today. The person beside Broken City seems to be the newly promoted Adjudicator of King's Return, Fiend. I never thought that he would be so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Immediately, the various players in the main hall fell into heated discussions among themselves, reverence filling their eyes as they gazed at the two latest arrivals. Every one of these players dreamed of joining the ranks of King's Return's upper echelons or obtaining the title of the guild's Adjudicator one day. Fiend, in particular, had obtained the position of King's Return's Adjudicator at such a young age. This had been unheard of in the super guild's long history. Generally, experts could become an Adjudicator only after many years of arduous training. The title should be out of the reach of a rookie like Fiend. Yet the youth had managed to obtain it under the crowd's watchful eye. Broken City and Fiend walked into a small meeting room. A man in a black cloak had been waiting in the meeting room for quite some time. When this man noticed the two people enter the room, he immediately stood to welcome them. Hand me the files and items. Also, give me a summary of the situation, Broken City commanded gruffly. Understood. The cloaked man nodded. He then handed over a box and a folder before saying, originally, the plan had proceeded quite smoothly. However, Sind Heart encountered Zero Wing's upper echelons. Moreover, Zero Wing's people agreed to Sind Heart's offer, and they are willing to purchase the 5 plots of land. Sind Heart will be to Zero Wing to complete the trade today. Do those people from Zero Wing not know about our warning? Fiend asked coldly. Frowning, Sind Heart had taken the initiative to reveal the situation to them. However, Zero Wing agreed to the purchase on the spot as if King's Return means nothing to them. The cloaked man reported anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead as he felt the weight of Fiend's gaze. Zero Wing is taking us too lightly. Rage flashed in Fiend's eyes as he slammed his staff into the ground, cracking it. There is no reason to be anxious. They have yet to conduct the trade, so we still have time to do something about it. I'll have someone send Zero Wing's guild leader a light warning. I believe Zero Wing will make the right choice, Broken City said, chuckling. If Zero Wing truly refuses to listen, it won't be too late for us to act. I understand, Uncle Broken, Fiend said as he suppressed the rage in his heart to him. This matter was of utmost importance. If Zero Wing dared to interfere, he did not mind annihilating the upstart guild. Elsewhere, Feng directed his team's battle preparations fire. Flying Miner, lure the surrounding monsters to us. Rain, get ready to use Waterfall. Blackie, get ready to use Stars of Light. After Feng summoned the Tier 3 Battle Demon, he did not rush to take on the Frostbone Dragon. A level 45 Grandlord was simply too powerful for current players. Furthermore, the slightest mistake while the team fought inside a monster next could result in a team wipe. Clearing the surrounding monsters was a must, particularly when facing a Guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. All Guardian bosses possessed a similar ability, Life Devour. If a team did not respond to this passive skill appropriately, it would not matter how many players charged at a Guardian boss. Everyone would simply charge towards their graves. Life Devour allowed Guardian bosses to absorb all life force within a radius of 1,000 yards. Be they players or monsters, all those in range would lose 1% of their HPs every 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the Guardian boss would absorb this HP. Hence, when going up against a Guardian boss, too many people was not always a good thing. Guardian bosses usually had very high HP. Chances were high that players could not even deal enough damage to these bosses to overcome their innate battle recovery. Moreover, when fighting a Grand Lord like the Frostbone Dragon, players' stamina consumption rate would be very high. They could not afford to fight a battle of attrition against such bosses. In the end, players would die from exhaustion. Finally, after over an hour, Feng's team managed to clear all of the monsters within the Frostbone Dragon's range of activity. Move out. Following which, Feng directed the Battle Demon to charge at the Frostbone Dragon. He also activated the Demonic Flame Tiger's Battle Roar and Dark Blessing immediately. The entire team's attributes and magic resistance rose by a large margin. Chapter 823 Monster Level Battle. Roar. When the Battle Demon was within 200 yards of the boss, the Frostbone Dragon sensed the demon's presence. As it released a furious roar, the Grand Lord flapped its massive bone wings. The generated gust prevented the Battle Demon from approaching. Before the wind came to an end, the Frostbone Dragon stretched open its jaws. Suddenly, a storm broke out, covering a 200-yard radius, and a seemingly endless amount of mana gathered in the Bone Dragon's mouth. Damn it, it's using dragon breath. Realizing what he was seeing, Feng hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, get away from the Bone Dragon's front." Feng's command confused Aqua Rose and the others. They were currently over 300 yards away from the Grand Lord. At such a distance, the Bone Dragon's attack should not be a threat. However, seeing at Feng's anxious expression, the Zero Wing team did not dare to be careless as they rushed to the sides. Due to Battle Roar and Dark Blessing, everyone's attributes had received a significant boost. Their movement speeds had also increased massively. In the end, they managed to move just as the mana in the Grand Lord's mouth reached a critical level. Before the team could relax, however, they suddenly felt a chill from behind them, and they could not help their shivers. Instantly, a beam of white light devoured the buildings behind them. How is this possible? Aqua Rose could not believe her eyes. The 600-yard stretch before the Frostbone Dragon had transformed into a frozen tundra. Had they not dodged the breath attack in time, they would have lost their lives. How can a Grand Lord be so powerful? The crowd gasped collectively. With such a wide and long-ranged AoE attack, even an army of 10,000 players would die instantly. Alright. Snap out of it. Let the Battle Demon pin the Frostbone Dragon down. Everyone else attack from the dragon's sides. Absolutely do not stand in front of it, Feng immediately commanded. Not finding the Grand Lord's powerful attack one bit surprising, the Frostbone Dragon ruled over a city. Zerg tactics would never be enough for players to kill it. If not for his ability to summon a Tier 3 demon, he would not risk everyone's lives by provoking such a boss. Although the Frostbone Dragon was more powerful than their team, it was only a level 45 Grand Lord. However, the Tier 3 demon he had summoned was level 55. The difference of 10 levels could mostly make up for the difference in rank. Even if he could not exert the Tier 3 demon's full strength, he could use it to pin the boss down as the breath attack ended. The Battle Demon, which Feng had previously moved out of the breath attack's range, arrived before the Grand Lord and used a Tier 3 skill round flash. Countless flashes of light appeared around the Bone Dragon's skull until the monster's head was hidden behind a dazzling silver glow. 592-018. The Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as its body fell to the ground abruptly, flattening the buildings beneath it. The impact caused South Lake City to tremble as for Autumn Goose and the others, who had begun their charge towards the Frost Bone Dragon, they were momentarily stunned with a single hit. The Tier 3 demon demolished a small, but visible, chunk of the Frost Bone Dragon's HP. This one attack was most likely more powerful than the combined attacks of a player army of thousands. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever seen Tier 3 beings fight against each other. Usually, she only saw players tackle monsters. The shock of watching two monsters face each other was intense. This scene allowed them to realize just how weak players were compared to this great battle. Their previous battles were practically child's play before the Frost Bone Dragon, which towered over 100 meters tall. Any player would seem insignificant. The mental pressure the Grand Lord exerted stole their breath. Don't stop. We've entered its frost domain. As long as we remain inside this domain, our stamina will decrease rapidly. Even if we don't move, our stamina will decrease. We need to hurry and get rid of the bone dragon before our stamina runs out. Feng reminded his team as he glanced at Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others who had stopped moving due to shock. Notify me immediately if any of you run out of stamina during the battle. Yes. Everyone nodded as they regained their focus against such a boss. Aqua Rose and the other core members of Zero Wing fared relatively well. After all, they had raided a Grand Lord before. Only the Frost Bone Dragon was significantly more powerful than that Grand Lord, however. This was the first time Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo had faced a Grand Lord. Fighting against such an oppressive pressure and bathing in such frigid killing intent, even moving became a struggle for them. It would be a miracle if they could even exert 50% or 60% of their usual strength. How can a Grand Lord be so terrifying? Autumn Goose's heart pounded as she watched the bone dragon's mountain-like body. She then looked at Fire Dance and the others, who appeared almost unfazed and were still charging towards the Grand Lord. And she smiled bitterly back in the Wind God's spear. She had always pursued adventure and excitement. However, compared to the Frost Bone Dragon, those adventures had been a walk in the park. This Grand Lord's might was overpowering enough that she felt incredibly powerless in contrast. Despite such an oppressive pressure, Zero Wing's members did not show any signs of slowing. With this, one could easily tell that Zero Wing's members had long since become accustomed to such battles. For some reason, a random thought invoked a strange feeling within Autumn Goose. This was what she has searched for all this time. While Autumn Goose was caught up in her daze, the Frost Bone Dragon slammed its massive claws down onto the battle demon. Unable to dodge the attack in time, Feng could only direct the battle demon to defend itself with its weapon boom. 95. 164. The ground beneath the battle demon's feet shattered as the demon became embedded into the ground. The surrounding land shook from the impact, a deep fissure forming and spreading towards Autumn Goose. Autumn Goose was momentarily taken aback compared to the Frost Bone Dragon's destructive power. The great lords they had defeated earlier were nothing more than harmless kittens. However, Autumn Goose still reacted. Although her movements were sluggish due to the Guardian boss's pressure, she had managed to pull her weapon up before her Peng. The incoming shockwave struck and through Autumn Goose. A damage of -867 appearing above her head. A gasp tore through the watching players. Despite standing so far away, Autumn Goose still received nearly -900 damage after defending herself successfully. If she had failed to lift her weapon in time, she probably would have lost over 4,000 HP in an instant. As for the Frost Bone Dragon's claws, even Kola might die instantly if he received a direct hit. Even after activating his Berserk skill and all of his life-saving skills, he would only survive one attack at most. Fortunately, however, they had a Tier 3 demon to take the Bone Dragon's hits for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving against the Grand Lord. Feng simply smiled at everyone's reaction. Ordinary bosses could not compare to a Guardian boss. Furthermore, the Frost Bone Dragon was a member of the dragon race. It was much stronger than ordinary bosses. Even if Kola reached level 45, he could not tank this boss by himself. At the very least, they needed 3 MTs of equal caliber to handle the Frost Bone Dragon. This should be far enough. Feng arrived beside the Bone Dragon and raised the Abyssal Blade. He swung the magic weapon down on the Grand Lord. Abyssal Curse. Chapter 824. Super Large-Scale Destruction Spell. Seal. Feng shouted low. Suddenly, a massive black magic array appeared beneath the Frost Bone Dragon's feet. Even with its gigantic body, the magic array enveloped the Grand Lord. and an endless stream of black fog penetrated the bone dragon's body, slowly corroding it. Roar. The frost bone dragon struggled, trying to break free from the array's bindings, but no matter how hard it fought, it could not expel the black fog from its body. Everyone on the team immediately used their most powerful skills against the frost bone dragon. Lifting his spear, Gunfire leaped into the air and used Beheaded Pung. Although the frost bone dragon had received the attack without any resistance, when Gunfire's attack struck the Grand Lord's white bone, it felt as if he had just hit a solid wall. Not only did the attack fail to cause any external damage, but the resulting vibration also inflicted pain to his own hand. His attack had only caused slightly over -700 damage. What kind of defense is this? Horror filled Autumn Goose as she stared at the damage. No matter what was said or done, Gunfire was one of the top-ranking experts in the Wind God's spear. He was very well equipped. Even against all those great lords prior to this fight, his beheaded skill always dealt around -2000 damage. Now, however, even after receiving a significant boost to his attributes, his beheaded had only caused around -700 damage. The Frostbone Dragon's defense had to be more than double that of the previous Great Lords. Meanwhile, the Frostbone Dragon had 64 million HP. With its battle recovery alone, it could regenerate 640,000 HP every second. Not to mention, since the battle had begun, the Grand Lord had been absorbing 1% of their HP every 3 seconds. With such a powerful recovery, even 100 continuously attacking Gunfires would barely scratch the Frostbone Dragon. They would be no threat to the Grand Lord at all. Fire Dance then jumped up from the Frostbone Dragon's right, landing on the Grand Lord's spine, instantly executing Absolute Strike. However, 1000 transformations, which was even sharper than the Sacred Sword Killing Ray, cut at the pearly white bone. The short sword only dug 3 centimeters deep into the bone before coming to a halt. 14. For 89, why is there such a huge difference in defense? Fire Dance frowned. Absolute Strike was her most powerful burst skill. Yet even after a critical hit, the skill only dealt over -10,000 damage. At this rate, they would die from exhaustion before they could kill the Frostbone Dragon. If this was already the case for Fire Dance, there was no need to mention how little the others could do against the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone's most powerful skills had only managed to deal around -4000 damage to the Grand Lord. Only after including Feng's damage did the team barely deal enough to overcome the Frostbone Dragon's recovery. At this rate, they would need to fight for 5 or 6 hours to kill the Grand Lord. Unfortunately, it would be a miracle if everyone's stamina lasted for 10 minutes. As for the Battle Demon, although it was very strong, the Frostbone Dragon easily blocked the majority of its attacks. It had barely any opportunities to damage the Grand Lord. 2 seconds after Feng activated Abyssal Curse, the Frostbone Dragon's wings shuddered as it broke free from the magic array. Immediately, it swiped its tail at the Battle Demon, launching a more violent attack than before. In the next moment, an afterimage briefly appeared. Before the Battle Demon under Feng's control could react, the Bone Dragon had sent it flying. Everyone had expected the Battle Demon to suffer an intense amount of damage. However, the Battle Demon only lost around 70,000 HP. That was even less than the damage it had received before. The Bone Dragon's attributes have decreased, Aqua Rose stated as she looked at the Frostbone Dragon's HP. Currently, the Grand Lord only had a maximum HP of 57,600,000. Its attributes had been decreased by 10%. The players felt joy bloom in their chests. Their will to fight soared even to ordinary players. A 10% attribute drop would significantly affect their combat power, much less for a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone, activate your berserk skills. Use this opportunity to slay this boss. Feng hurriedly reminded Abyssal Curse could reduce the Frostbone Dragon's attributes for 10 minutes. So if they could not finish the Grand Lord off in these 10 minutes, it would become much harder to defeat later. They needed to exert all of their strength now. Following Feng's command, everyone activated their berserk skills at full strength. As for Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's Power. Among the several berserk skills Feng had, Dragon's Power increased his strength attribute the most, with the Tier 3 Battle Demon acting as a meat shield. Feng used Silent Steps and appeared directly behind the Frostbone Dragon. Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Feng and his doppelganger released a series of 30 dazzling explosions on the Bone Dragon's weakened ribcage. 20, 484-28, 497-41, 054-57, 149. 30 consecutive hits struck the Frostbone Dragon, instantly stealing a small chunk of the Grand Lord's HP. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites and cast the Tier 1 spell Soul Cloud. In the next moment, several dozen damages appeared above the Frostbone Dragon's head, each one devouring over 1000 HP. In addition, Aqua Rose summoned 3 Blue Fire Crows and 3 Forest Sprites. Although each summoned creature could only deal around -1000 damage, with the 6 attacking together, they instantly destroyed over 6000 of the Grand Lord's HP. In terms of damage output, Aqua Rose was only inferior to Feng and Fire Dance. Besides, the Blue Fire Crows were slightly different from the Forest Sprites. The Blue Fire Crows possessed the growth skill. As time passed, they would increase in rank from elite monsters. The Blue Fire Crow could grow to become lords. At that point, Aqua Rose's damage could even surpass Fire Dance's. Seconds and minutes passed quickly. Under Feng and his team's all-out assault, the Frostbone Dragon's HP quickly fell to 30%. Finally, the Tier 3 Battle Demon was in an extremely miserable state. It currently had less than 20% of its HP remaining. Foolish humans, feel the wrath of the abyss. The Frostbone Dragon bellowed as it suddenly flapped its wings. Shio. The Frostbone Dragon instantly appeared above South Lake City. In the next moment, an endless amount of elemental mana surged towards the Frostbone Dragon's body from all directions. At the same time, a deep blue twofold magic array appeared above South Lake City as well, enveloping the entire space above the city. The violent power radiating from the magic array threw everyone to the ground, as if the end of the world had arrived. It's over. How does the Bone Dragon know such a spell? Shock filled Aqua Rose's eyes as she stared at the magic array above South Lake City. With her understanding of magic arrays, she knew that they had absolutely no chance of defending against the Frostbone Dragon's spell. They could only wait for death to claim their lives. With spells like this, how can anybody defeat the Frostbone Dragon? The other team members felt similarly powerless as they watched. It was technically not impossible to deal with a super large-scale destruction spell like this. However, with the magic array covering the entire South Lake City, how could they escape the spell's range in time? Ha ha ha. Go on. Flee. Let's see if you can escape the wrath of the abyss. The Frostbone Dragon laughed. I've been waiting for this. Feng's lips curled into a smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately, he activated Wind Rider. He then switched the Aura of Wind to the Aura of Time before looking at Aqua Rose, saying, "Use Song of Sprites on me." It had already been 5 minutes since Aqua Rose last used Song of Sprites. The skill's cooldown should have ended. Although Aqua Rose did not understand what Feng intended to do, she cast Song of Sprites on him. Feng then flew towards the Frostbone Dragon, which was still in the process of gathering and condensing mana. Absolute Time. This was Feng's final trump card against the Frostbone Dragon. If he could not interrupt the Frostbone Dragon's abyssal wrath, a super large-scale destruction spell, trying to deal with the Grand Lord would be sheer lunacy. Immediately, with the Frostbone Dragon as the center, the space within a radius of 300 yards froze. All mana in the area scattered and vanished immediately. No. Due to the sudden loss of mana, the Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as it suffered a backlash from its spell. Its massive body, which had been over 100 meters in height, suddenly shrunk to only 60 meters or so. Its attributes also fell by 40% as it entered a weakened state for 3 minutes. The Frostbone Dragon's body then crashed to the ground with its combat power greatly reduced. How could the Frostbone Dragon be a challenge for the team from Zero Wing? Even without the Tier 3 Battle Demon, the Frostbone Dragon was no longer a threat at this time. Feng activated the power of darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then began a rampant assault on the Grand Lord. When the Frostbone Dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence before using Flame Burst on the Grand Lord, destroying the Grand Lord's final strand of HP. The instant the Frostbone Dragon died, everyone heard the sound of a system notification. Chapter 825 Loot of a Grand Lord. It's finally dead. They could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when they saw the Frostbone Dragon falling to the ground, the Grand Lord's HP thoroughly depleted. As the Frostbone Dragon fell to the ground, everyone's experience bars had also abruptly increased by a large margin. So much EXP. A golden glow covered Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo as all 5 of them leveled up from level 38 to level 39. expressions of shock appearing on their faces. Even the combined EXP they gained from killing the 20 Great Lords from before could not compete against the EXP provided by a single Frostbone Dragon. While everyone was celebrating over their success in killing the Frostbone Dragon, a system announcement suddenly surprised everyone. System announcement. Congratulations! You have killed the Guardian boss Frostbone Dragon. War God's Temple reputation plus 20 points. Rewarding 5 basic medals of honor. Wow. We've hit the jackpot this time. We got 5 basic medals of honor. Autumn Goose and the others were similarly stunned by this situation. They never imagined that there would be such great rewards for killing the Frostbone Dragon. They had heard that many large guilds had organized massive expeditions to conquer towns. Meanwhile, aside from earning a large amount of honor points, another important reason these guilds were organizing such expeditions was to increase their reputation with the War God's Temple, as well as obtain basic medals of honor. The higher one's War God's Temple reputation was, the more discounts one could obtain when exchanging for items using honor points. At the same time, after one's reputation with the temple reached a certain level, they could also exchange for higher-ranking items. The high-ranking items available for exchange would tempt even top-tier expert players, much less ordinary expert players. For example, battlefield mounts, rare skills, high-ranking rare potions, and many other items could not be found on the market. Although a battlefield mount was only useful in the Abyss battlefield, the quality of the mount itself was very high. Players could exchange for a bronze mount right from the onset. As one's War God's Temple reputation increased, one could even exchange for a dark gold mount. These mounts could increase a player's combat power in the Abyss battlefield significantly. Not to mention, there were also all sorts of rare skills. However, aside from needing a large amount of honor points, these high-ranking items also required one other thing for which to exchange, and that item was the basic medal of honor. Exchanging for a single bronze battlefield mount required 20 basic medals of honor and 30,000 honor points. Without basic medals of honor, even with all the honor points in the world, one would not be able to exchange for items that were truly useful to players. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a basic medal of honor. From the knowledge they gained through the research done over the past few days, for players who participated in capturing a town, there was only a single basic medal of honor awarded. Now each of them had obtained 5 medals. That was equivalent to capturing 5 towns. If one wanted to exchange for a bronze mount, they'd need to capture a total of 20 towns. Capturing a town was easier said than done. Unlike the outside world, once players died in the Abyss battlefield, they had to wait until the next day to enter the battlefield again. Hence, one's life was essential in the Abyss battlefield. To avoid death, players would usually act carefully and spend a long time raiding a single town. However, there were currently no bronze mounts being sold on the market at all. Only a single common mount was for sale, which cost 40 gold. Even if someone were selling a bronze mount, it would cost several hundred gold at the very least. How could ordinary players possibly afford to purchase one? Consequently, if one wanted to experience riding a bronze mount, this was the fastest method to do so in the Abyss battlefield. Battlefield mounts were slightly more powerful than normal mounts. Not only were they faster, but their combat power was also higher by a single rank. Just a fine gold battlefield mount could already rival a chieftain of the same level, while dark gold battlefield mounts could rival a lord of the same level. With such a mount, players could obtain honor points in the Abyss battlefield more easily in the future. While everyone was feeling ecstatic over their unexpected harvest, Feng had appraised all the items dropped by the Frostbone Dragon. Although the Frostbone Dragon had only dropped 5 items, every piece was either a top-tier weapon or equipment. Big brother Feng, looking at how happy you are. Just what kind of items did the boss drop? Hurry up and share them with us. Don't just keep them to yourself. Blue Bamboo became exceedingly curious when she saw the smile on Feng's face. This was the first time she had raided a Grand Lord. Moreover, there was also a rumor going around in the outside world saying that Grand Lords had a chance of dropping epic items. Nothing much. I'm just happy because we managed to complete the Abyss set. Aside from that, the boss has also dropped a level 40 Dark Gold ranked shield, a level 40 Dark Gold ranked ring, and a pair of growth-type gloves, Feng said, laughing. He then shared the details of the shield and ring through the team chat. Frostbone shield. Shield, Dark Gold rank. Level 40, level 45. Equipment requirement. Strength 500. Defense plus 2,720, level 40. Block rate, 37%. Strength plus 43. Endurance plus 51. Ice resistance plus 10. Evasion plus 10. Weakens damage received from the front by 20% every time shield is struck. 10% of damage will be converted into user's defense. Up to a maximum of 2000 defense can be converted. Maximum HP increased by 10%. Additional skill dash. Frost Body. Becomes immune to all damage coming from the front for 4 seconds cooldown. 5 minutes. The defense on this shield is especially high. Just the defense on this shield alone is already a match for my total defense. Aqua Rose was dumbstruck after seeing the attributes of the Frostbone shield. The Divine Blue Fire Shield Cola was currently using only had 1950 defense. However, the total defense the Frostbone shield could provide was 4720 points. Not to mention the shield itself also had a passive damage reduction skill, and an active skill that provided pseudo-invulnerability. With this shield, they would be able to take on even the super powerful skills of bosses in the future. Particularly, when the healers could not keep up with the damage the MT wielding the Frostbone shield was taking, said MT could use Frostbody to alleviate the burden on the healer's Ice Spirit Ring. Dark Gold rank. Level 40, Level 45. Equipment requirement. Intelligence 400. Strength plus 15, Agility plus 18, Endurance plus 24, Intelligence plus 55, Vitality plus 37. Casting range plus 2. Casting speed increased by 10%. Magic damage increased by 10%. Attacks have a certain probability to trigger freeze effect. Freezing target for 3 seconds. Additional skill dash. Rapid cooldown. Resets cooldown of all skills learned by user. At the same time, removes all control effects and increases casting speed and movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds cooldown. 10 minutes. After everyone saw the statistics of the Ice Spirit Ring, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. With this ring, a magical class's damage output would increase by at least 20%. Blue Bamboo said as she greatly admired the Ice Spirit Ring. This was the first time she had seen a ring with such amazing attributes. Ornaments were very rare in God's domain. Their value was much higher than even weapons. Despite being fully geared in top-tier equipment, the ring she currently wore was only a level 20 mysterious iron ring. However, she was very well off already. Many players were still wearing level 10 bronze-ranked rings. However, compared to the Ice Spirit Ring, her level 20 ring was practically trash. Don't get too excited. Whether it is the shield or the ring, the value of these two items most likely cannot be compared to this pair of gloves. Feng then shared the stats for the gloves with everyone. Chapter 826 Background of the Number 1 Guild. Growth Type Equipment. Everyone looked at the image that was releasing a faint white glow. There were many divine runes carved on the pair of gloves. There was also a small dark blue magic array etched on the back of the gloves, with a light blue bead embedded in the middle of the magic array. Frost gloves. Gloves, cloth armor, bronze rank. Level 40, Level 90. Defense plus 348, Level 40. Intelligence plus 26. Vitality plus 22. Endurance plus 21. Additional passive skill dash. Force Chant. While casting, there is a 5% chance to cast Tier 1 or below spells instantly. Additional active skill dash. Frost Breath. Deals 500% magic damage in a cone to enemies within 30 yards and freezes all targets hit for 5 seconds, and then reduces their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 15 seconds cooldown. 1 hour. Gloves that had once been worn by the Frost King with frost beads embedded on the gloves, which were sealed by the Frost King, and are unable to display their full power. To lift the Frost King's 5-layered seal, a large amount of EXP is needed to be absorbed. Removing the first seal requires 300 million EXP. The upgrade requirement of this equipment sure is rough. Just the first seal requires 300 million EXP. Blackie raised his brows. This much EXP was enough to allow current ordinary players to level up once. Moreover, this was only the first seal. There would still be 4 more seals after this one. Needless to say, the following seals would surely have higher requirements, but the skills of this piece of equipment are amazing. It is capable of instant casting Tier 1 spells. Only the chances are a little too low. The AoE control skill, on the other hand, is quite good. With these two skills together, this pair of gloves would not lose out to any dark gold equipment. Aqua Rose commented when Feng heard everyone's unbiased evaluations. He could not help but shake his head and laugh, saying, Do you guys think that removing the seals will only improve the equipment's basic attributes? This is growth-type equipment. It can be upgraded into epic rank if you remove all of the seals. Whether it is the basic attributes of the gloves or its skills, both will gradually improve along with the undoing of the seals. Dark gold equipment definitely cannot compare to something like this. This is epic equipment? Everyone was surprised Zero Wing's core members had a profound understanding of just how powerful epic items were compared to epic equipment. Dark gold equipment was practically garbage. The two were on entirely different levels. Even just equipping a single epic weapon or equipment could instantly increase a player's combat power by a large margin, unlike dark gold equipment, where multiple pieces were required to display their advantages. So this is epic equipment. Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily at a loss for words when they looked at the frost gloves while they were still at the stage of being joyful over getting a piece of dark gold equipment after defeating a great lord. Zero Wing had already set its sights on epic equipment. Over time, the gap between them and Thoughtful Rain would unquestionably grow increasingly larger following which, Feng held an internal auction between the members of Zero Wing. This scene caused Autumn Goose, Deathwind, and Gunfire to grow exceedingly envious. They never imagined that, even for such powerful equipment, Zero Wing was willing to distribute them through an internal auction. In other guilds, such equipment was usually distributed based on the team leader's designation. In the end, the Frost Bone Shield was won by Yi Wumian, while Thoughtful Rain obtained the Frost Ring. This outcome greatly surprised Thoughtful Rain. Of course, part of the reason for such a result was because the other magical class members of the team had all set their sights on the Frost Gloves. Unfortunately, the gloves were still won by Aqua Rose in the end. After completing the equipment distribution, everyone teleported out of the Abyss battlefield together. As soon as the team appeared at the teleportation array inside the War God's temple, a wide array of noises immediately entered their ears. Players recruiting for team members filled the War God's temple. After just being away for a few days, the War God's temple had undergone tremendous changes. Currently, players crowded the main hall of the War God's temple. The levels of the players here as well had undergone significant changes. Originally, level 30 players were considered mainstream. Now, however, the majority of the players present in the main hall were around level 32. Among them, there was no lack of level 34 or 35 independent players. Also, these players were all relatively well-equipped. However, shortly after Feng and the others appeared, the entire main hall went silent. Practically everyone within the building had shifted their gazes towards Feng's group. Aren't they Zero Wing's upper echelons? Damn, they're the real deal. As expected of the top-tier experts of Star Moon Kingdom, even though I am standing so far away from them, I still can't help but shiver at the pressure they give off. Who are those three independent players beside them? All three of them are level 39. What? Level 39? The number 1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list just reached level 38 not long ago. Did they hide their levels on the ranking list? Just how did they manage to level up so quickly? It would be great if I can mooch off of them. Pros, carry me please. No one could believe their eyes when their gazes landed on Autumn Goose and the others. Feng and the other members of Zero Wing were wearing black cloaks, so no one could identify their levels. Autumn Goose and the others, however, were not wearing black cloaks, so everyone could see their current levels clearly. At this situation, Autumn Goose and the others could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. If not for Feng bringing them along to kill so many great lords, it would be impossible for them to reach level 39 so quickly. At most, they would have reached level 37 by now. After they returned to the Dark Knight Empire, the other members of the Wind God's Spear would also be shocked upon seeing their levels. Feng, are you not coming with us to turn in the quest? Thoughtful Rain asked as she looked at Feng. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going together with you, Feng said as he shook his head. He had just received a message from Melancholic Smile saying that representatives from King's Return wanted to meet him to discuss an important matter. After considering the situation for a long moment, the only conclusion Feng could come up with for this sudden visit was due to the matter relating to Sind Heart. After all, Zero Wing did not possess any actual connections with King's Return. However, he also felt that the possibility of such a thing happening was low. A super guild like King's Return could easily annihilate an upstart guild like Immortal Light. Just like Nine Dragons Emperor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, King's Return could simply take direct action against Immortal Light. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble to deal with a single upstart guild, however, since people from King's Return had come personally to visit him. No matter what was said and done, it was necessary for him to pay back their sincerity. As for the Silver Legend quest, even if he turned in the quest together with Thoughtful Rain and the others, the most he would get in return was a little EXP. That meager amount of EXP was practically negligible to him. Now that the final arc of the Silver Legend quest was complete, there was no need for him to tag along with the group anymore. Hearing Feng saying so, a hint of disappointment appeared on Thoughtful Rain's face. Zero Wings Guild residence. Inside the large guild hall, Zero Wings members could be seen moving about busily. All this was due to the appearance of the guild stable to purchase their own guild mount. Once they reached level 40, everyone began frantically taking on quests one after another, earning as much money as possible. This situation caused the entire guild to buzz with activity. However, inside the busy hall, two people were currently seated inside the reception room of the second floor. Leisurely observing the situation inside the guild, they've managed to run the guild quite well. It's no wonder why Zero Wing is known as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Unfortunately, the guild's background is poor, and it doesn't have any expert nurturing capabilities. A robust man in silver heavy armor spoke disdainfully as he watched the situation downstairs. This man was a level 38 berserker. Although there were many elite players in Zero Wing, at the end of the day, they were only slightly better than the players of Star Moon Kingdom. They were no match for Empire players at all. It was especially true when comparing the levels of expert players currently. The highest leveled player in Star Moon Kingdom had only recently reached level 38. On the other hand, many of the players on Empire ranking lists had already reached level 39 at this moment. The doors to the reception room abruptly opened. Feng, who was currently using his appearance of black flame, then walked into the room. Level 40. How could this be? Chapter 827 Sword King Black Flame. As Feng entered the elegant reception room, he did not bother with disguising his current level. The robust man's gaze fixed on Feng, confusion filling his eyes. A guild in Star Moon Kingdom actually had someone higher leveled than the #1 player on the Glory Empire's ranking list. No matter how he thought about it, this was inconceivable. Their levels were already quite high, so they required a tremendous amount of EXP to level up. It was especially true for leveling from level 39 to 40. All those who held their rank on the ranking list practically grinded without rest. Moreover, ordinary experts could not compare to their efficiency. Usually, these rankers had groups to lure and damage monsters for them. When the monsters dropped to their final strand of HP, these rankers would strike the final blow, taking the majority of the monster's EXP. Either that or these rankers formed teams who possessed AoE attack spells, and had others lure hordes of monsters to these AoE teams. They would then rotate through each team, sharing the EXP as they killed the monsters. The basis of these systems was sacrificing other players' EXP. Only large guilds had the power to employ these methods with such a grinding efficiency. The EXP these rankers obtained was many times more than what ordinary expert teams could earn while grinding. Only with this technique could they exceed other players by so many levels. Even so, Feng had still surpassed them by such a large margin. I am Black Flame. What business do you have with me? When Feng examined the two representatives, he realized that he had met one of them before. The robust man was none other than the berserker Thunder Tiger, whom he had met when he sold equipment in Blackwing City. Aside from the unruly-looking Thunder Tiger, Feng also recognized the indifferent youth beside the berserker. The youth's name was Ordinary Stranger. In the past, he had been one of King's Return's top 10 summoner experts. These two people were extremely powerful. Both could rank with Star Moon Kingdom's top 10 experts. Even the top-tier experts in first-rate guilds could not hope to compete with either of these two. Their levels alone made this evident among the two. One was a level 38 berserker, while the other was a level 38 summoner. Most likely, they leveled far faster than even the #1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Their equipment was even more impressive. Both were fully geared with level 35 top-tier dark gold equipment. The staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand especially. One could not judge the staff's quality based on its appearance alone. However, Feng knew that the staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand was a magic weapon in God's domain. Although there were far fewer magic weapons than epic weapons, they were significantly less difficult to obtain. One did not need to kill some kind of super powerful boss to obtain a magic weapon. Players also did not need to complete an epic quest. Instead, a magic weapons procurement depended on luck. Players might unexpectedly obtain a magic weapon by completing a hidden quest. They might even find a magic weapon when they opened a high-ranking treasure chest. Although magic weapons had helped many players become experts, they had ruined far more. Ordinary Stranger was one of those people who had managed to control a magic weapon in the past. Hence, he had become one of King's Return's top-ranking experts. Otherwise, he would never have become one of the Super Guild's top 10 summoners. Hello. Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Ordinary Stranger of King's Return. My companion here is Thunder Tiger, Ordinary Stranger stated, a smile suddenly lighting his indifferent face. Although his smile contained no ill will, it looked horrifyingly forced. In truth, we have come to speak with you about a small matter. We hope that you can help us with this. Although he looked down on Zero Wing, he would show respect to a true expert. This was the 51st ranking expert on the God's Domain experts list. The Sword King, Black Flame. Ordinary experts might not realize what such a rank implied, but as an expert from a super guild, Ordinary Stranger understood what it meant. The fact that Feng had earned the 51st rank told him that the man had already reached the Void Realm. He was many times stronger than either of them. If a fight broke out, even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Feng. After meeting Feng personally, Ordinary Stranger felt that the man had grown a lot stronger. He was particularly convinced when he saw the exquisite mold and intricate runes of the weapons hanging from Feng's waist. Although their special effects were hidden, he was certain that dark gold weapons could not compare to those two blades. Based on the rumors floating around, these two weapons could very well be epic weapons. Epic weapons. Even experts like themselves only obtained weapons like those in their dreams. Currently, only the guild's monster-level characters possessed epic items. As to whether or not those items were weapons, that was one of the guild's absolute secrets. Even they had no clue. Even a super guild like King's Return had gone to great lengths to obtain these epic items. Hence, it was truly hard to imagine that the guild leader of an upstart guild actually wielded two epic weapons. You're looking for my help? Interesting. King's Return is a super guild. Is there truly anything your guild can't do in God's domain? Feng said, laughing. Guild leader Black Flame, you jest? Ordinary Stranger said hurriedly. We really need your help with this situation. Alright, tell me. What business do you have with me? Feng waved his hand dismissively. Recently, we've heard that Zero Wing plans to buy some of Snowfield City's lands. We would like to dissuade you. In return, King's Return will provide Zero Wing with a plot of Light City's land, allowing the Candlelight trading firm to develop there. Ordinary Stranger explained. Although Snowfield City was the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom, its player population could not compete with Light Cities. The difference between the two cities was simply too massive. Even an extremely ordinary plot of land in Light City was far more valuable than Snowfield City's golden lands. Can you tell me which plot of land you are offering? Feng was slightly surprised. He had never expected King's Return to be so generous. Only the extremely wealthy could afford land in imperial capitals. Moreover, even if one managed to purchase one or two plots, without the endorsement from the city's ruling guild, one's business would fail. The ruling guild would cause all sorts of trouble to chase away their customers, going so far as to kill the players who dared to spend gold at their shops. This was especially true for imperial capitals in which super guilds had set up their headquarters. In a few years, the players within these imperial capitals would either become members of the guild, guests who had business with these super guilds, or players who supported these super guilds. It would be practically impossible these guilds' foundations in their home cities. Hence, even if one could afford the land in an imperial capital, most guilds usually avoided them. After all, these lands would only become expensive paperweights. Of course, it was a different story if one obtained the permission of the ruling guild. This was why Feng wanted to cooperate with Phoenix Rain, since King's Return would willingly allow the Candlelight trading firm to develop at Light City. Once the trading firm set up a shop, that shop would most likely earn more money than 5 or 6 kingdom cities combined. After all, the player population in Light City was that massive. Here it is. Ordinary Stranger took out a drawing. This was none other than the map of Light City. A red dot had been marked on the map's top corner, representing the land for resale. The slums? Chapter 828 Chased Out. Feng thought he had interpreted the map wrong. When he examined the marked location, cities in God's domain generally had many districts. Among them, the most important was the trade area. Normally, when players tried to set up a shop, They purchased land in the trade district. Following the trade area would be the Nobles District. The Nobles District housed the city's library and the War God's Temple. Naturally, players frequently visited these locations. The Commoners District followed the Nobles District. The Commoners District contained the Adventurers Association and the Underground Arena. Hence, that district enjoyed quite a bit of player traffic as well. The district with the worst traffic was the slums. There were practically no establishments in the slums that could attract players to the area. Very few players were willing to visit. Hence, in every city in God's domain, the lands in the slums there were the cheapest. Opening a shop there was no different than throwing money into the furnace. This is your offer? Feng asked, laughing. After all that talk, King's Return wanted to trade a worthless location for 5 valuable plots of land. Guild leader Black Flame. Don't be in such a rush. Many of Light City's lands have already been distributed. We cannot procure good plots of land with so little time. These are the only ones left. However, our superiors have stated that King's Return will allow the Candlelight Trading Firm to enter Light City to conduct business. If you are in a hurry to develop the Candlelight Trading Firm in Light City, you can purchase land with potential from others, Ordinary Stranger explained. In Ordinary Stranger's opinion, this offer was a powerful show of faith towards Zero Wing. Light City was King's Return's main headquarters. The city was home to more than 10 million players. In the future, that number could definitely climb to 20 million, or even 30 million. It was not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land in Light City was worth its weight in gold. To obtain a share of this golden pie, all Zero Wing needed to do was to turn away from those 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. There were lots of guilds that hoped to set up a shop in Light City. The fact that King's Return had agreed to let the Candlelight Trading Firm set foot in Light City was an opportunity that many guilds dreamed of, but could not obtain. What if I refuse? Feng asked. Although Ordinary Stranger's offer sounded nice, what fool would actually sell the high-potential land they had only obtained after so much trouble? In the end, Zero Wing had nothing more than an empty promise at the loss of 5 very high-potential lands. Wasn't King's Return being a little too arrogant? This Ordinary Stranger was taken aback. He had never dreamed that Feng would actually consider turning his offer down. Coldly, he replied, I hope that guild leader Black Flame will rethink this carefully. King's Return is a super guild. Is it really worth offending us over a few plots of land? All right, enough. You two can leave now, Feng said as he gestured towards the door. Are you doing this because of Immortal Light? Ordinary Stranger suddenly said coldly. Guild leader Black Flame, think this over. I can tell you that Immortal Light is a sworn enemy of King's Return. We must annihilate this pest. If Zero Wing helps Immortal Light, you will incur King's Return's wrath as well. Now that is interesting, Feng said, his lips hooking up into a grin. He then continued saying, do you think that Zero Wing is afraid of King's Return? Hearing Feng's bold question, both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stupefied, had not expected Feng to brush the super guild off like that. Super guilds were different from other guilds. They were the true overlords of the virtual gaming world. In the virtual gaming world, aside from the few transcendent powers and other super guilds, nobody would dare disregard a super guild. However, when they thought back to how Zero Wing treated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was possible that the guild would ignore King's Return's threat. Both of you can get lost this instant. Oh, and go back and tell your superiors this. What Zero Wing does is of no concern of King's Return. I will buy those plots of land. You can be certain of that, Feng declared. A frosty glint flashing in his eyes. Sind's heart had helped him many times in his previous life. Moreover, since he had already promised Sind's heart to buy those lands, he would not go back on his word. He had only wasted so much time talking to these two representatives to gauge what King's Return stance was towards Immortal Light. Although Zero Wing could not defeat a super guild in Star Moon Kingdom, it had no reason to fear them either. As soon as Feng finished speaking, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger suddenly felt their bodies grow cold. Their instincts shouted warnings, reminding them that they were in an extremely dangerous situation, and that they could lose their lives at any moment. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger knew that they were not a match for Feng. Helpless, they could only leave Zero Wing's residence without accomplishing their objective. What are we supposed to do now? Thunder Tiger asked as he looked back towards the guild residence. Are we just going to return and report this? What else can we do? Ordinary Stranger had not expected Feng to be this insane. He was actually willing to offend King's return for a meager guild like Immortal Light. Let's find a quiet location and report to Elder Broken City. We'll let the Elder decide how we should proceed. The two experts immediately ran to a high-class restaurant and rented a VIP room. They intended to report Feng's reply, word for word, to Broken City. Meanwhile, Feng arrived at the candlelight trading firm Melancholic. How many strengthening devices has your team completed? Feng no longer carried a fortune. Although he had earned quite a bit through Stone Forest Town and the candlelight trading firm while he had been gone, after deducting the guild expenses and the magic crystals, which could not be sold, he only had roughly 4,000 gold on hand. Of course, to any first-rate guild in God's domain, having 4,000 gold of liquid funds after deducting guild expenses was practically a dream. However, if Feng wanted to purchase those 5 plots from Sind Heart, he did not have nearly enough money. He also had a city waiting for him to build. Inside a VIP room in a high-class restaurant. Is that all? Broken City asked with gravelly tone through the video chat. Yes, that is all. After that, Black Flame chased us out. Ordinary Stranger explained softly. Since Zero Wing is adamant about poking its nose into our business, we should teach the guild a small lesson. I'll have Hell Fiend lead the Falcon Legion over. Find out where Zero Wing's core members are right now. When the time comes, we won't let any of them survive. Broken City declared before disconnecting the call. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stunned, although they did not know why Broken City focused so heavily on a small guild like Immortal Light. Sending the Falcon Legion to deal with Zero Wing was no more than making a big fuss over a small issue. The Falcon Legion was King's Return's Ace Legion. The Legion was comprised of the young experts the guild had nurtured and had been specifically formed to deal with other super guilds' legions. Moreover, Broken City was actually sending the Adjudicator Hell Fiend. One could just imagine how furious the old man was. Chapter 829 5th Floor Master. Blackwing City. Many players hawked their wares on the wide flourishing streets of the city. Feng had already reverted to his original appearance and made his way towards the Blackwing auction house. Had only been a short time since Feng last visited the city. The street the Blackwing auction house resided on had become a player market. It was even more lively than an empire's imperial capital. However, unlike other cities, one only needed an entry pass to enter Blackwing City. As players' levels continued to increase, more entry passes dropped. Hence, Blackwing City's traffic had increased by several times. At this point, Blackwing City had become the largest trade hub in God's domain. Even the 4 great empires' imperial capitals could not compete with Blackwing City. The transactions between the various large guilds here were astronomical. If one wanted to point out God's domain's most profitable locations, Blackwing City would definitely be one of them. The auction house in Blackwing City was also where guilds and independent experts of various kingdoms and empires preferred to sell or purchase items. This was because those who could reach Blackwing City were either lucky individuals who had gotten their hands on an entry pass, independent experts with a certain degree of strength, or players from the various large guilds. As long as one had a valuable item, they did not need to worry about it not selling in Blackwing City. They also didn't need to worry that players could not afford their prices. Hence, many players preferred to sell their treasures at the Blackwing auction house. Upon entering the Blackwing auction house, Feng discovered even more players inside the establishment than those who camped on the street outside. It was especially true for the registration counters. Long lines of people had queued up in front of the dozen or so registration counters. Why are there so many people here? Feng swept a glance over the sea of players before him. At the very least, there should be over 1,000 players present. If not for the Blackwing auction house's extremely large size, it would be impossible to hold so many people. While Feng tried to figure out why there were so many players lining up to get into the Blackwing auction house, he suddenly heard a crisp, pleasant voice from behind him. Yifeng, so you've received the news as well. Turning to the source of the voice, Feng discovered none other than Gentle Snow, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Currently, Gentle Snow wore a set of silver sacred armor. On her back, she carried a silver greatsword engraved with golden divine runes. A hint of bloodlust radiated from the greatsword. This faint bloodlust wrapped around Gentle Snow's body, making the woman seem like a goddess of the battlefield walking through the building. Gentle Snow attracted the passionate, watchful gazes of many male players. However, nobody in the room dared to approach Gentle Snow casually. Though her status as Ouroboros's guild leader was part of the reason, the main deterrent was the group of players accompanying Gentle Snow. Among this group, the lowest player was level 37, while the highest was level 39. In a kingdom, these players would rank at the very top of the kingdom's ranking list. Furthermore, every one of these players had an extraordinary origin. This was particularly the case for Hidden Cloud. The level 39 assassin leading the group. Hidden Cloud was a famous character that belonged to the Super Guild 9 Heavens Pavilion. He had been one of the talented newcomers that had entered the virtual gaming world 10 years ago. He had risen to prominence like a comet when he had joined. Through a relatively popular virtual reality game, he had earned numerous achievements. Afterward, the 9 Heavens Pavilion had paid an astronomical price to recruit him. Back then, his appearance had shaken the virtual gaming world. Moreover, after joining the 9 Heavens Pavilion, he had become the 9th floor master in just 3 years. His growth had left other super guilds speechless. There were a total of 9 floor masters in the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Each of them enjoyed an even higher status than the guild elders. They were the guild's absolute core members. The first floor master was the 9 Heavens Pavilion's guild leader. Hidden Cloud had become the spearhead of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, leading the guild through one conquest after another. By the time he joined God's Domain, he had been promoted to the rank of 5th floor master with a super guild's high-profile individual present. Who would dare try to flirt with Gentle Snow? Only those who wished to quit God's Domain or wished to start a new account would be so bold. Not only was Hidden Cloud inhumanely strong, but he was also incomparably vicious. There was once the upper echelon of a large guild who had tried to compete with a good friend of Hidden Cloud's over a woman. In the end, Hidden Cloud had wiped his guild out of existence, removing the guild from the virtual gaming world permanently. From then on, nobody ever dared to offend anyone close to Hidden Cloud guild leader Snow. Feng could not help his confusion as he watched the woman approach. He had not come here due to any particular news. He had only come here to earn money. Is something going on here? You don't know? Today, Blackwing City will hold its monthly auction. Incredibly rare items will be available for bidding. I have heard that there is a possibility that epic items will make an appearance, Gentle Snow informed him. Somewhat surprised by Feng's reaction, the man before her was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Although news of the monthly auction had only been announced today with Zero Wing's capabilities, it should have received this information. So, that is what is going on. Realization dawned on Feng. The end of the month was indeed approaching. Near the end of every month, Blackwing City randomly held a large-scale auction. Not only would NPCs sell large numbers of rare items during this auction, but players could also put their items up for sale. However, the handling fees were slightly higher. If one sold ordinary rare items during this auction, they would not walk away with any profit. On the other hand, if one sold extremely rare items, they could make a fortune. Feng was ecstatic about this discovery. He never expected this coincidence. Before teleporting to Blackwing City, Feng had retrieved 5,000 strengthening devices from Melancholic Smile. These strengthening devices were the culmination of several days of Melancholic Smile and her team's hard work. The magic crystals the few of them had spent during this period would even astound a first-rate guild. The current market value for magic crystals was 24 silver each. However, that was only true if one purchased them in bulk. Purchased individually, one would have to spend at least 25 or 26 silver. Unfortunately, magic crystals were the main material needed to manufacture strengthening devices. The other materials were very cheap. Fortunately, magic crystals were not a problem for Zero Wing right now. The magic crystals Feng had won from the Glorious Lions battle team alone were enough to supply Zero Wing's needs for a relatively long time. They also had the magic crystals earned from Stone Forest Town Snow. Is this person your friend? Hidden Cloud asked, his expression darkening as he examined Feng. Let me introduce you. This is Feng from Zero Wing. Gentle Snow nodded. She then looked towards Feng and introduced Hidden Cloud, saying, This is Hidden Cloud from the 9 Heavens Pavilion. He is also a good friend of my elder brother. Before Feng could offer a greeting, he felt a very clear hint of killing intent from Hidden Cloud. Although Hidden Cloud had hidden it very well, once one reached Feng's standard, hiding killing intent was impossible unless one held absolutely no ill will. However, this killing intent vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. It was as if this killing intent had never existed. Was I mistaken? Feng could not help but turn to the smiling Hidden Cloud. Chapter 830 Beginning of Fame. So you're the rumored Feng. Hidden Cloud, with his tan skin, a robust body, and a slightly evil air about him, wore a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Feng. The majority of God's Domain's players were completely clueless about what had happened in the Dark Arena, not to mention, matches were held in the Dark Arena every day, making it even more difficult for people to follow a single battle team. To a super guild upper echelon like Hidden Cloud, however, there was no need to pay attention to the Dark Arena's ordinary experts. He was only interested in those who could leave an impression. Someone like Feng, in particular, who had defeated a famous old monster like Sirius, would catch his attention even if he wanted to avoid information on this expert. After all, his guild would remind him about such existences. Experts at Feng's standard could not be ignored. Even in super guilds, he would be a member of the top fighting force. He would be an apex expert the guild would use against its competition. They were just rumors. Feng shrugged. Chuckling, Hidden Cloud was an extremely powerful expert. His history was almost considered a legend. He had debuted into the virtual gaming world at the young age of 17. He was currently 27 years old, and already, he had become the Nine Heavens Pavilion's 5th floor master. He was the target of admiration for countless young players in the past. Hidden Cloud's achievements in God's Domain had even pushed him to his peak after spending 5 years in God's Domain. He had gained the position of 2nd floor master. In the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had been the most likely candidate to become the next 1st floor master. However, Hidden Cloud's position in the Nine Heavens Pavilion had been secondary. The man himself was far more impressive. In the past, he had been one of the 10 great God-ranked assassins in God's Domain. No one throughout God's Domain had been able to stop any of his assassination attempts. Hidden Cloud's most impressive assassination had the death of a powerful upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins, which he had completed without any assistance. This incident had struck fear into the assassin organization and boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's prestige. After all, even super guilds did not dare offend a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. Many of these super guilds had suffered multiple losses at the hand of the organization. Super guilds had always suffered the Flower of Seven Sins' wrath. Never once had the organization suffered a loss of its own. The fact that Hidden Cloud had managed to defeat one of the organization's upper echelons had significantly boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's reputation. This incident had shocked the upper echelons of the various large guilds in God's Domain. Feng had been no exception. I had never thought that Gentle Snow knew Hidden Cloud. It seems she has a few of her own secrets. Feng glanced at the 4 people behind Hidden Cloud. These 4 were Hidden Cloud's brothers-in-arms. Every one of them was extraordinary. Even in the Dark Arena, they would be considered first-class experts. It was also thanks to these 4 people that Hidden Cloud had reached his current position so quickly. However, one thing confused Feng. If Gentle Snow was acquainted with such a powerful existence, it should have been quite easy to secure the position of Ouroboros' guild leader during the previous mutiny. So much so that, if Hidden Cloud had made an appearance, Chao Changhua and the elders backing him would have surrendered. After all, it was well known that Hidden Cloud greatly valued his relationships. He had even extinguished a large guild just to help a brother earn a woman's affections. Judging by Gentle Snow's tone and expression when she spoke to Hidden Cloud, her brother should have a very close relationship with this man. Yet, in the past, Gentle Snow had still left the virtual gaming world eventually. This was truly a mystery. While Feng pondered this riddle, Gentle Snow turned Feng and smiled, saying, "Since you've only just learned about this, you most likely haven't purchased an entry ticket, right? If you line up now, the tickets will probably sell out before you get one. Why don't you join us? You will regret it if you miss out on the auction." The Blackwing auction house had organized the auction suddenly this time, and many guilds had rushed to purchase entry tickets the moment they heard the news. Now that the auction would begin soon, it was most likely be impossible for Feng to get his hands on a ticket. Feng had helped her earn a fortune in the Dark Arena. She had significantly increased Ouroboros' liquid assets because of it. Although Feng did not know that, Gentle Snow still thought that she should return the favor. After all, aside from helping her earn money, Feng had also helped her secure Ouroboros. As soon as Gentle Snow extended the offer, Hidden Cloud's expression darkened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Feng. "Thank you for your kind offer. However, I have another matter that I need to deal with first." so it is best if I don't disturb you. Feng did not wish to miss this rare opportunity. He needed to register his auction items quickly. As for whether or not he could enter the auction itself, that was not important. After all, his goal was to make money. How much time do you need? Gentle Snow prodded. Roughly half an hour, Feng said as he glanced at the long queue. Although there were a lot of people at the registration counters, the registration process was simple and did not take very long. He should be able to finish what he needed in half an hour. That won't be an issue. In any case, there is still some time before the auction officially begins. I can wait here for you in the meantime, Gentle Snow offered after a moment of consideration. All right, I'll try to finish as quickly as possible. Feng nodded. Since Gentle Snow was willing to accommodate him, it would be rude to continue rejecting her offer. There would certainly be many valuable items for sale at Blackwing City's monthly auction. He might be able to purchase something good if he participated. If an epic item were available, he would hit the jackpot. It sure is difficult to invite this man, Gentle Snow sighed as she watched Feng's departing figure. This was the first time inviting someone had been so difficult. However, shortly after Feng left, Hidden Cloud secretly messaged one of his brothers, whispering, "Blaster, research that man called Feng. Find out his origin. I want to know everything about him." "Boss, rest assured, I'll get it done quickly." The berserker named Blaster smiled confidently. He then began rapidly searching through the forums for all information relating to Feng. At the same time, he contacted a number of people to help him with the search. At the registration counter, after waiting for over 20 minutes, it was finally Feng's turn. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" the NPC female receptionist asked, smiling. "I wish to sell these items at this month's auction," Feng said as he revealed a strengthening device. "All right, please wait for a moment." The NPC receptionist received the strengthening device and began appraising it. Not all items were allowed in the auctions held in the Blackwing auction house. Items needed a certain value before being permitted. Hence, all items presented needed to undergo the system's appraisal. "I apologize for the long wait. Sir, the estimated minimum price for this item is 1 gold 40 silver. If you wish to sell this item at our auction house, we will charge you a 30% handling fee. Do you wish to put it up for auction?" The female receptionist handed the strengthening device back to Feng after she had finished. Only Blackwing City's auctions would charge a 30% handling fee. Other places charged 20% at most. Even so, Feng did not mind it. Feng took out 2,000 strengthening devices and divided them into hundreds of auction lots, with each lot having anywhere from 1 to 100 strengthening devices. If he sold too many at once, it would only cheapen the strengthening device. The various large guilds participating in this auction should be able to stomach 2,000 devices. After dealing with the strengthening devices, Feng ran to meet Gentle Snow. He then entered the auction venue with Gentle Snow and her companions, quietly waiting for the auction to start. At this time, Blaster sent Hidden Cloud a private message, reporting, "Boss, we've learned everything there is to know about that brat." Chapter 831 Great Disturbance. There sure are a lot of high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction this time, Feng commented as he swept a glance over the NPCs on the second floor, an amused smile appearing on his face. "High-ranking NPCs?" At Feng's comment, Gentle Snow turned to the second floor. Indeed, there were quite a number of NPCs present. But isn't it normal for high-ranking NPCs to participate in the Blackwing auction house? This was not her first time attending an auction in the Blackwing auction house. She had even attended high-ranking auctions before. Players were not the only ones to compete over items up for auction. NPCs similarly contested over the items. However, after some of her own research, Gentle Snow more or less understood these NPCs' function. These NPCs were here to make sure items were sold at an appropriate price. If the price players offered was too low, these NPCs would join the bidding. They would not let players take advantage of the system at such a large auction. It was natural that more NPCs would join. However, when players tried to purchase an item, as long as the price they offered was higher than the item's actual value, these NPCs would automatically relent and end their bidding. In response, Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "It is very normal. Only, I've never seen so many powerful NPCs attend at the same time, so I'm slightly surprised." "Tisich, what about these NPCs is surprising?" Blaster commented disdainfully. The others nodded in agreement, scorn flashing in their eyes as they looked at Feng. Initially, they had thought that Feng was one of God's domain's apex experts. Now, however, it would seem that he was just a country bumpkin that had never seen the world of the great. At the end of the day, he was simply the upper echelon of an upstart guild. There was no way he could measure up to their standard. Feng simply smiled at the group's reaction. Not bothering to explain, however, Gentle Snow's expression turned serious at Feng's statement as she secretly observed the NPCs on the second floor. She did not think that Feng would be surprised just because there were a lot of high-ranking NPCs present. What? How can this be? When Gentle Snow's eyes fell on a handsome youth in a suit of golden armor and an exquisite cape, she was shocked. Previously, she had never bothered to observe the NPCs. Now that she did, however, she discovered something astounding. When she examined the handsome youth, she could not uncover any information about him. She could not even see the most basic of information such as his name or level. Even after activating an advanced identification skill, she was still left empty-handed. More frighteningly, when her gaze fell upon the youth, he actually turned and returned it, observing her. However, this youth simply smiled before turning away. Although they had only exchanged glances for a brief instant, Gentle Snow felt as if she had been suffocating. In that instant, she had felt as if her life was no longer her own. She had never encountered such an NPC before. She had not even experienced this feeling when she met with a Tier 5 NPC in an imperial capital. Tier 5 NPCs were considered top-class individuals even in an empire. Players could not encounter them casually. She had only met one due to a special quest. Moreover, there were also over a dozen Tier 5 NPCs on the second floor. Even if one added together the Tier 5 NPCs in an empire, there would be fewer than those that were here now. It was no wonder why Feng was surprised. Feng, with so many high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction, will something happen? Gentle Snow sent Feng a private message. Wearing a nervous expression, events frequently occurred throughout God's domain. If players could resolve these events, they could earn decent rewards. However, the penalties for failure were equally heavy. When these events occurred, players' consent did not matter. As long as one was within the event's area, the system considered the players to have accepted the quest. Events in God's domain varied in terms of sizes. The larger an event was, the more horrific its punishment would be. She had met the Tier 5 NPC due to an event. In the end, said event had claimed the lives of 99% of the tens of thousands of players that had been present. A lot of equipment had dropped that day, and very few players had survived. She had been one of the lucky few. Unfortunately, because the event had not been completed, neither she nor the other survivors had received a reward. However, compared to the players that had died, she was considered very lucky with so many Tier 5 NPCs here. She could not imagine what would happen if an event occurred. It's nothing major. Based on what I have learned, one can determine the value of the items that will be up for auction by the number of high-ranking NPCs that participate. The more NPCs that attend an auction, the more valuable the items will be that appear in said auction. Ordinary items wouldn't attract these hidden dragons, Feng explained. He could tell what Gentle Snow was worried about, so that's the case. It's no wonder why you would check the second floor. Gentle Snow finally understood. Her tense mood began to vanish. However, Feng had hidden one truth from the snow goddess: more high-ranking NPCs joined an auction when there were more risks. It was especially true when an NPC like that mysterious young man attended. God's domain was not a game that let players have their way easily during the game's initial stages. Conflict was limited to players. However, as players reached higher levels, the game would gradually introduce a new type of conflict. The conflict between players and NPCs. In the past, a powerful NPC had even robbed Feng. Hence, money wasn't the only thing necessary to purchase an item from the Blackwing auction house. It was a simple matter if one purchased an item from another player. However, if one purchased an item sold by an NPC, they would have to stay on guard. One might win the bidding for an extremely precious item, but keeping the item would depend on their ability. While Gentle Snow and Feng conversed in secret, the auction had officially begun. Above the auction stage, a beautiful female NPC wearing a white evening gown approached the stage as the auction's hostess. However, as soon as everyone noticed this beautiful, curvaceous NPC, their jaws dropped in shock. This NPC beauty was a level 220, Tier 4 Great Wizard. In any city, she would be an Overlord level NPC. However, such an existence had actually been tasked to host this auction. Everyone marveled at Blackwing City's wealth and influence while the various players struggled with their days. The first auction item appeared before them after examining the item's information. These players were thrown back into their stupor. The item was a golden tablet, radiating a purple-gold glow. Complex runes and images had been carved into the metal. With a glance, it was obvious that this tablet was anything but ordinary, a secret technique. Damn! This can't be real, right? The system is so generous to sell something like this at the very beginning. Our guild must have that. We had been right to join the Blackwing auction this time. Notify the others and tell them to purchase coins immediately. Buy as many as you can. We cannot let other guilds obtain this. Oh. Ordinary large guilds were completely clueless about the excitement that tore through the crowd. However, various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were thrown into chaos. These representatives eyed the golden tablet like ravenous wolves. Blaster. Notify the guild elders immediately. Tell them to send as much money as they can as quickly as possible. Hidden Cloud shouted, excitement coloring his face. I understand. Not daring to delay, Blaster rushed out of the auction house and rapidly contacted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders. Chapter 832 Crazy Auction. Feng was similarly stunned for quite some time after seeing the auction window, a secret technique. This was a treasure that every expert dreamed of obtaining. He had never expected something so shocking to be the Blackwing auction house's first item. If he could obtain this golden tablet, he could help even more people from Zero Wing grasp a powerful combat technique. While Feng recovered from his shock, the bidding for the golden tablet had begun. Bidding for the golden tablet started at 100 gold. However, a few players present instantly bid on it like madmen. 110 gold. 120 gold. Oh, 700 gold. It only took a few short seconds to stun many of the players present. The golden tablet's starting bid had already been beyond many players. Yet for just a piece of a broken tablet, someone was actually willing to pay 700 gold. Even to a third-rate guild, this was an astronomical price. A single third-rate guild would have 400 or 500 gold at most. Only second-rate guilds and above could afford such a price. Second-rate guilds, however, unless they had lost their minds, would not spend all their liquid funds on an unknown tablet piece. Suddenly, Hidden Cloud shouted, 1,000 gold. This tablet belongs to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Once again, many players were dumbfounded. They had never expected a super guild like Nine Heavens Pavilion to be so insane as to willingly spend 1,000 gold on the golden tablet. Such big words. Do you think this item belongs to your family or something? A female elementalist with an exquisite body laughed pompously. 1,500 gold. Quiet Melody, what's the point of fighting it? Do you really think the Sacred Temple can compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Hidden Cloud laughed. He then raised the bid, saying, 1,600 gold. To develop the guild, the Sacred Temple had recently spent a lot of coins to purchase land and magic crystals. Hence, the temple should be running low. It could not compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion's financial strength right now, of course. He had two goals in mind with his comment. First, he wanted Quiet Melody to retreat, while his second goal was to buy time. Hidden Cloud had not intended to pay much attention to the auction. He was mainly here to accompany Gentle Snow. Hence, he had not brought a lot of money with him. After pooling the money he and his companions had brought, they only had around 2,000 gold or so. If this were a normal auction, that would be more than enough. They could even purchase a piece of epic equipment now. However, it was most likely not enough to win the golden tablet. After all, that tablet was far more valuable than any single epic item. Currently, God's Domain's various super guilds searched for these tablets frantically. Yet after investing so many resources and manpower, they had not found any clues leading to these items. There were no set patterns to acquiring these items. It was purely based on luck. Now that this tablet had appeared, he would spend more than 10,000 gold if he could purchase the golden tablet, much less several thousand. This item was like God's Domain's golden lands. Not only was it unique, but its value would also grow in the future. One could only encounter a treasure like this, not find one. However, his guild needed time to collect the required money. This made Hidden Cloud somewhat anxious. Ha ha ha. I never thought that the famous Hidden Cloud would be so arrogant. Quiet Melody covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. Her laughter mesmerized many of the male players in the auction venue. It seems you really don't have much money on hand right now. Well then, I'll gladly buy this golden tablet on your behalf. 3,000 gold. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. The various guild representatives and the many independent players could not believe what they had just heard. 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could buy an ordinary plot of land in an imperial capital. Even to super guilds this was a large sum of money, yet someone was willing to spend it on a piece of a broken tablet. This was insane. Just what kind of item is this? Gentle Snow was astounded when she heard Quiet Melody's bid. As expected of the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master, Feng, on the other hand, silently praised the beautiful Quiet Melody. He had not expected the woman to see through Hidden Cloud's troubles with just a glance and act on it. While bidding for an item in a Blackwing auction, the item would be sold to the highest bidder once a period of time passed without a competing bid. Moreover, if one did not have enough money on hand, they would not be able to bid. Hidden Cloud's expression instantly soured when he noticed that his ploy had backfired. 3,000 gold was already far beyond his limit. If he had not provoked Quiet Melody and had gradually increased the bid, he could have earned some time for his guild to send more money. Now, however, he had lost the opportunity. Snow, how much money do you have with you? Lend it all to me. I'll pay you back with 10%, no 20% interest later. How about it? Hidden Cloud asked anxiously. This. Gentle Snow hesitated. Although she did not know the golden tablet's function, she could not outbid a super guild. However, her goal in coming here was to buy some items that were useful to her guild. If she lent all of her money to Hidden Cloud, it would be difficult to purchase the items she needed. After all, such auctions did not happen very often. 30%. Hidden Cloud shouted after hearing the hostess reporting the bid a second time. All right, I have 1,700 gold with me, Gentle Snow said after considering her options. Gentle Snow immediately traded 1,700 gold to Hidden Cloud, boosting his finances to 3,700 gold. 3,100 gold. However, a few seconds after he called out this bid, Quiet Melody once more shouted, 3,200 gold. At this point, Quiet Melody lost her composure. Although she had prepared some money before coming to the auction, she had not prepared a lot. Recently, to develop its businesses, her guild had purchased several plots of land. Hence, her available funds were limited. For this auction, she had only brought 3,500 gold. After Quiet Melody placed her bid, the other members of the Sacred Temple began to borrow money from other participants. However, a crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. 3,500 gold. Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards the new voice, discovering a beautiful young woman of similarly extraordinary origins. Phoenix Rain. Hidden Cloud glared at the smiling Phoenix Rain, who sat in the back row on the first floor. I am truly sorry, but the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has set its sights on this item as well, Phoenix Rain said, smiling softly. Recently, she had made a huge fortune in the Dark Arena. Although she had already spent some of that fortune, for this auction, she had brought 4,000 gold with her. It was also obvious that both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody were reaching their limits. Hence, she had more than enough to obtain the golden tablet. 3,700 gold. Hidden Cloud yelled out his final bid. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Blaster demanding, Blaster, is the money not here yet? Boss, they're still in the process of collecting money right now. They've already mailed some of it to me, but I'll need to wait for another minute to receive it. Blaster was also jittery. However, the process of sending money in God's domain was not instantaneous. There was a short transfer time. 3,800 gold. Phoenix Rain increased the bid by 100 gold without hesitation. Both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody frantically tried to borrow money. However, borrowing such a large sum in such a short time was easier said than done, and yet, after Phoenix Rain had announced her bid, Feng motioned towards the hostess and said, 4,000 gold. Chapter 833, Stone Tablet Obtain. Yi Feng? Phoenix Rain's mouth twitched slightly when she saw Feng suddenly raise his hand. She hadn't expected him to be here. Moreover, he had placed such a high bid. This placed her in a somewhat awkward position. She only had around 4,000 gold on hand. It would be difficult for her to continue bidding. However, Phoenix Rain's surprise was minor compared to the shock everyone else in the venue felt. This had been a contest between God's domain's major powers, yet someone from a lesser guild had actually dared to outbid them. He had practically issued a direct challenge. How does he have so much money? Surprise flashed in Hidden Cloud's eyes when he turned to the calm Feng. He had already read through the information his team had collected about this man. Feng had been an unknown pawn before entering God's domain, an insignificant existence that did not warrant his attention. However, after joining God's domain, Feng had begun to shine during the game's early stages. He had only been well known in a town. Afterward, he had vanished from the public eye. The next time he appeared and displayed his strength was when he had helped Gentle Snow. Not only had he defeated Soaring Snake, one of Ouroboros' top experts, but he also helped Gentle Snow become the guild leader of Ouroboros. However, the match against Sirius in the Dark Arena had truly earned him fame. Nevertheless, compared to Hidden Cloud, Feng was still insignificant. Even if the swordsmen were more powerful, at the end of the day, he was merely the upper echelon of a small guild. A small guild could never compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The resources each guild commanded were on entirely different levels. A minor character like Feng had bid 4,000 gold. Feng was even richer than he was. However, after a brief period of silence, Quiet Melody suddenly shouted, 4,500 gold. She rose the bid by 500 gold instantly. Even Feng could only smile bitterly while shaking his head. Like Phoenix Rain, he had only brought around 4,000 gold. That was a close call. Luckily, I managed to borrow some coins at the last minute. Otherwise, I really would have lost the item to Phoenix Rain. Quiet Melody revealed a relieved smile as she turned to Feng. If not for Feng raising the bid and earning her some time, she would have lost this auction. Damn it. The Sacred Temple is going to snatch it from us. Hidden Cloud's frustration was overwhelming as he glared at the satisfaction on Quiet Melody's face. If he obtained the golden tablet, not only would the Nine Heavens Pavilion give him the right to use the tablet first, but he would have also made a huge contribution to the guild. Moreover, with the first usage rights to the golden tablet, he could nurture a group of trustworthy experts. With those experts by his side and his contribution to the guild, he could advance his position in the pavilion. Now, however, not only did he have to hand the golden tablet over to someone else, but that person was also a longtime rival. This was far more vexing than losing the golden tablet to Phoenix Rain. Feng, lend me your 4,000 gold. I'll pay you back with 30% interest. Hidden Cloud asked desperately, his voice no longer carrying any hints of superiority. Feng shook his head, saying, No, I want 50% interest. That's going too far. Hidden Cloud growled, killing intent lacing his words. 30% is already high. If you hurry, you'll lose the 30% interest and earn yourself a powerful enemy. Emotion warmed Gentle Snow's face. She had never thought that Hidden Cloud would ever make such a threat. His desperation truly confused the Snow Goddess. Just what kind of item was this golden tablet? It had actually driven Hidden Cloud to lose his composure. At this moment, the man before her behaved nothing like the Hidden Cloud she knew. Going too far? Feng grinned. Unhurriedly, he pointed his finger at the distant Phoenix Rain, saying, The Phoenix Pavilion Master has also asked for a loan. Since you don't want to borrow it, I can lend it to the Phoenix Pavilion Master. You! Furious, Hidden Cloud wanted to rage. However, when he heard the hostess smash the gavel a second time, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine! I promise 50%. On the surface, although Hidden Cloud had agreed to Feng's conditions, he changed his view of Feng from someone who needed a warning to someone who needed to be extinguished. Once the auction was over, he would introduce Feng to despair. Meanwhile, Feng had long since been prepared as he quickly retrieved a contract and handed it to Hidden Cloud. The terms of the contract were very simple. As long as Hidden Cloud signed it, he would obtain 4,000 gold. However, the assassin was required to return 6,000 gold within a day. If he violated the contract, he would have to pay Feng 3 times the amount he borrowed in credits. After Hidden Cloud examined the contract, his hatred for Feng deepened. This was the first time anyone had taken advantage of him to such a degree. Yet he was powerless about it. Unfortunately, he could only swallow this humiliation and sign the contract. Immediately, an additional 4,000 gold appeared in his pocket. 7,000 gold. Hidden Cloud shouted as these words echoed throughout the auction venue. Even Quiet Melody was momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe that Hidden Cloud would be this decisive. She had only managed to gather a total of 5,100 gold. The auction would be long over by the time she gathered enough money to make a counterbid. This Feng really is hateful. Even though we are secret partners, he loaned the money to Hidden Cloud. Blue Phoenix huffed as she watched the calm Feng. I was truly blind to have thought of him as a good person. However, Phoenix Rain, who sat beside Blue Bamboo, remained silent as she seriously evaluated the distant Feng. She, too, had initially been angry. However, her anger quickly dissipated after she read the message Feng had sent her. The message was very simple: the golden tablet is dangerous. Although she did not know what kind of danger the golden tablet possessed, she did not think that Feng would lie to her. After all, she had a close partnership with Zero Wing. She had previously stated that, after she obtained the golden tablet, she would split half of the slots to learn the secret technique with Zero Wing. This trade would benefit both sides. There was simply no reason for Feng to reject her offer. She also did not believe that Hidden Cloud would be generous enough split any of the learning slots with anyone else. While Phoenix Rain pondered, the hostess smashed her gavel a third and final time. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining this tablet. Let us give him a round of applause. The beautiful hostess announced as she clapped her hands. I finally got it. At this moment, Hidden Cloud felt ecstatic. When the golden tablet rested in his hands, wondrous fantasies of a powerful future filled his mind. He then shifted his gaze to Feng, ridicule flashing in his eyes. Now that I've obtained the tablet, I'll take care of you soon. Feng paid no heed to Hidden Cloud's gaze. Instead, his eyes shifted towards the venue's second floor. The moment Hidden Cloud obtained the golden tablet, the mysterious youth on the second floor smiled happily at the assassin. When Feng had first laid his eyes on the golden tablet, he too had wanted it for his own. However, when he shouted his bid of 4,000 gold, he had turned his attention to the second floor. Indeed, just as Feng had guessed, this golden tablet was not some kind of treasure at all. It was a fatal poison. The instant he announced his bid, the mysterious NPC on the second floor had shifted his gaze towards him. Feng had lived in God's domain for many years, so he was very familiar with the game's NPCs. He was also very familiar with the look in the youth's eyes when he turned towards him. It had not been a look of curiosity or congratulatory. He had looked at Feng as a predator looked at prey. Since the golden tablet was the youth's apparent target, Feng had dropped out of the foolish competition for it. After the first auction item sold, the venue's atmosphere grew heated. The items that appeared afterward sold quickly, one after another. However, none of these items caught Feng's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is a precious tool in God's domain. With this, not only can you strengthen your defense, but you can also preserve your equipment's durability. This is definitely a must-have when adventuring. The female hostess then presented the attributes of the strengthening device. When the players in the venue saw the strengthening device's attributes, they were flabbergasted, and a passionate flame began to burn in their eyes. Chapter 834. Tool of Astronomical Value. There's actually such a thing in God's domain? The strengthening device was even enough to tempt gentle snow. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, battles grew increasingly intense. Against powerful monsters, in particular, the burden on their equipment durability was massive. It was impossible for players to fight for extended periods in the fields. They had to return to towns frequently to repair their equipment. This limited their grinding and questing efficiency. Unfortunately, no one had found a tool in God's domain that could solve this problem. The only solution they had was to prepare several sets of equipment as temporary replacements. However, guilds simply did not have enough equipment to supply every member with multiple sets. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Even a first-rate guild like Ouroboros had to rely on outside sources for equipment, not to mention other guilds. To make matters worse, as players faced higher-leveled monsters, equipment drop rates decreased. This had significantly slowed guilds' development. If guilds had a tool like the strengthening device, they could solve this problem. Although the strengthening device was somewhat expensive, compared to the cost of preparing one or two additional sets of top-tier equipment for a player, the strengthening device was a cheap solution. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had realized this. The representatives of the various large guilds also understood the value of the strengthening device. Unfortunately, only one device was up for auction right now. I wish more were up for sale. Gentle Snow sighed in disappointment. Although everyone shared her feelings, Nobody held back when placing their bids. 2 gold. 2 gold 10 silver. 2 gold 30 silver. Oh. Although only one strengthening device was available, many people participated in the bidding. This was completely different from the golden tablet sale. The tablet's price would soar randomly by several hundred or thousands of gold. Small guilds simply could not afford to participate. However, they could compete for an item that only cost several gold. 5 gold. Hidden Cloud decisively raised the bid by a large margin, causing hesitation to ripple through the crowd. After all, if they call out a higher bid now, they would be challenging a super guild. They were not so desperate as to offend a super guild for a single strengthening device. Suddenly, Quiet Melody shouted, 6 gold. Melody, you think you can challenge me? Hidden Cloud sneered. He then shouted, 10 gold. Now that he had the golden tablet, the guild elders were extremely pleased with him and had marked down his contribution to the guild. Hence he was in a very good mood. Moreover, the guild had sent him the collected money. Even after paying off his debt to both Gentle Snow and Feng, he still had around 5,300 gold. He was not afraid to compete with the Sacred Temple in the least. When the bid reached 10 gold, everyone promptly gave up. If they bought the strengthening device for 10 gold, they would lose money rather than saving it. After a moment of thought, Gentle Snow chose to give up as well. Only a single strengthening device was up for sale. Even if she obtained it, its impact was limited. After the hostess slammed her gavel 3 times, Hidden Cloud won the strengthening device. Unfortunately, before Hidden Cloud could celebrate his victory, the hostess presented another strengthening device. Unlike before, however, she displayed a stack of 100 strengthening devices. 100 devices? Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Immediately, joy blossomed in her heart. 100 strengthening devices would have a far greater impact than just one. It would be of great help during large-scale team quests. 300 gold. 310 gold. Oh, 500 gold. The bids continuously increased. Do you want to compete with your meager wealth? Hidden Cloud laughed. If he could obtain these 100 strengthening devices, he could contribute far more to the guild. He then shouted, 700 gold. 800 gold. Phoenix Rain bid 1,000 gold. Hidden Cloud raised the price without hesitation. 1,050 gold. Quiet Melody gnashed her teeth as she rose the bid. If she missed the opportunity to purchase these strengthening devices, who knew when she would get another? 1,200 gold. Hidden Cloud leisurely raised the price once more. Even to a super guild, 1,200 gold was not a small amount of money. In the end, both Quiet Melody and Phoenix Rain could only relent. However, nobody could have expected that. After this stack of strengthening devices sold, a stack of 10 strengthening devices would appear on the screen. Damn. Is the system playing with us? Can't they just tell us how many strengthening devices will be up for auction? Although the various large guild representatives were excited that the strengthening device had appeared again, they also felt helpless. After all, who knew if this stack of strengthening devices would be the last available? For a time, everyone participated in another bidding war for the strengthening devices. As one strengthening device after another sold, Feng's elation grew. In the end, all 2,000 strengthening devices had been purchased, with an average price of 10 gold. After deducting the 30% handling fees, Feng earned a total of 14,518 gold. This was far more than he had initially expected. With this money, he would have no problem purchasing the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. After the auction concluded, players began to filter out of the auction house. Boss, we really hit it big this time. Not only did you get the golden tablet, but you also bought plenty of strengthening devices. It won't be long before you secure the position of the 4th floor master. Blaster whispered his congratulations. It's still too soon to celebrate. Now that we have the rights to the tablet, as long as you guys put on a good show, it will only be a matter of time before I become the 4th floor master. Hidden Cloud laughed. He then shifted his gaze towards Feng, who walked alongside Gentle Snow, and said quietly, but that Feng cannot stay. He swindled 2,000 gold out of me. He is looking to die. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Once I'm done dealing with the golden tablet, I'll teach him that it is not that easy to earn my money. Boss, rest assured. My men are already following him. He won't escape, Blaster reported as he patted his chest. He could only feel sorry for the swordsmen throughout God's domain. There were very few people Hidden Cloud could not kill. He had even recently obtained an excellent dagger. The weapon was practically a nightmare for Hidden Cloud's targets. Just as Hidden Cloud and the others left the Blackwing auction house, everything on the street froze. What's going on? The players wandering the street were shocked. None of them could move, not even a step. They couldn't even make their fingers twitch. It was as if time had stopped, and only their minds remained active as the space had frozen. Fear surfaced in everyone's hearts. They felt as if they stood in the middle of a ferocious beast's nest, and this ferocious beast had already stretched its jaws and was prepared to devour them all. Even Phoenix Rain, Quiet Melody, Gentle Snow, and the other top-tier experts were astounded by this surprising event, much less the various ordinary players. After all, it wasn't just players who could not move. Even the level 180, Tier 2 guards patrolling the street had been rendered immobile. Meanwhile, without anyone's notice, a black figure had appeared in front of Hidden Cloud and quietly overlooked the assassin. Chapter 835 Soul Disintegration. Who is that? Phoenix Rain, who had just exited the auction house, watched the mysterious youth slowly walk towards Hidden Cloud in disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Blackwing City was not an ordinary city. Even the city patrols were far superior to an imperial capital as yet. Despite it the daylight hour, this NPC acted so boldly. The most unbelievable part about this situation was that even the Tier 3 guard captains had been frozen in place. This mysterious youth's power was incredibly frightening. What are you trying to do? Hidden Cloud asked the mysterious youth before him. He had only managed to force these words out after an intense struggle. He could clearly feel how terrifying the man before him was. The bloody glint in the man's eyes alone made him involuntarily shiver before this man. His power was as insignificant as a speck of dust. If this man wished it, he would lose his life instantly. His only option right now was to delay for time. What kind of place was Blackwing City? It was probably the safest location throughout God's domain. There was no way Blackwing City's authorities would allow an NPC to do as they wished. Ha ha ha. You sure are an interesting little fellow. You're still trying to buy time? I advise you to give up. Although you are still in Blackwing City, this space is in a completely different dimension. Even a Tier 5 Divine Mage, adept in space magic, won't detect us here. The mysterious man smiled calmly at Hidden Cloud's question. Alright, will you hand over the golden tablet on your own? Or will I have to retrieve it myself? Although the youth's words had not been loud, every player on the street had heard him very clearly. What? An NPC is robbing someone? Is this some kind of event? Isn't this NPC too strong? He's actually making a move inside Blackwing City. This isn't a legendary quest, right? The watching players were both excited and scared. Although this chance encounter was interesting, they were afraid of being caught up in the incident. A meaningless death at their levels would be a major, unfortunate loss. Golden tablet? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Hidden Cloud said, his mouth twitching as he stared at the mysterious youth. That golden tablet was his hope of advancing his career in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Not only had he spent a large sum of money to obtain it, but the pavilion's upper echelons had also heard of his procurement already. If he simply handed the tablet to this NPC and returned to report to his superiors that he had lost it, acting as if nothing had ever happened, he would only enrage the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders, and guild leader. Handing over the golden tablet was scarier than death. Hearing Hidden Cloud's words, Feng glanced at the assassin, admiring the man's courage. When he had encountered an NPC robbery in his previous life, he had tried to resist as well. Unfortunately, he had not experienced a positive outcome. As he had not been strong enough, the NPC had successfully robbed him. However, being robbed was one thing. The true problem lay in the fact that said NPC had attacked. Dying by an NPC's hand had a far more severe penalty than an ordinary death. Moreover, the more powerful the NPC was, the heavier the punishments players received when that NPC killed them. Feng had been considerably lucky. His murderer had only been a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. In the end, he had lost 2 levels and suffered a weakened state for 5 days. Meanwhile, no matter how he looked at it, the mysterious youth was definitely stronger than a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. A lot stronger. You're not gonna hand it over? The youth sighed. It seems that I have to do it myself then. As soon as the NPC finished his statement, He stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Hidden Cloud's forehead. Pung. Ah! Hidden Cloud screamed with pain, sounding as if this pain came from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Hidden Cloud's physical body disintegrated, revealing a half-transparent version of himself. However, this half-transparent Hidden Cloud began to fade. The assassin's scream grew in pitch and distorted, sounding almost inhuman. Amazing. This NPC actually knows soul disintegration. Feng was slightly surprised as he watched Hidden Cloud's body vanish in the wind at this moment. Even Feng had sympathy for Hidden Cloud. Feng had only seen soul disintegration in a video in the past. Not only could this attack kill players, but it could also damage a player's soul directly. It was similar to when he absorbed players' immortal souls. An immortal soul, as the name suggested, was an immortal existence. No matter how much damage an immortal soul took, it could recover. When Feng absorbed the immortal souls of the players he killed, he had only absorbed a tiny portion. Even so, this prevented the players from logging into God's domain for a short time. Soul disintegration was different. It was a skill purely meant to shatter a player's soul. It could destroy a player's immortal soul completely. Experiencing one's soul disperse was far more severe than someone or something absorbing a portion of it. Although players could also recover from this damage, it took far more than not logging in for 2 or 3 days. Feng would not be surprised if Hidden Cloud could not log into God's domain for half a month. Why fight it? Though, even if you had handed it over, I would have still killed you. The mysterious youth shook his head as he looked at the golden tablet that had fallen from Hidden Cloud's body. The youth then turned to the other players on the street, smiling as he stated, "Anyways, now that I've obtained the item, let's celebrate with your deaths." A chill gripped the players' hearts as they heard the young NPC's words. "It's over." Phoenix Rain frowned. Her previous hint of joy vanishing. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to have that reaction. Everyone trembled with fear. They had all heard the assassin's painful wails. Hidden Cloud was an apex expert from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. How much pain could cause an expert like that scream as he had? Feng had been telling the truth. Phoenix Rain suddenly remembered the message Feng had sent. Feng had warned her that the golden tablet was dangerous. Now, it would seem that she had also become one of this NPC's targets, and not even the heavens could save her. Damn it. This NPC is too black-hearted. He won't even spare innocent bystanders. Feng's expression darkened as he watched the mysterious youth's raised hand. He had miscalculated this time. He had never imagined that he would become entangled in the robbery as well. The NPC robberies he had encountered in the past had usually only involved the targeted players. If bystanders kept to themselves, the NPCs would leave them alone. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything now. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana gathered in the youth's hand. It was as if he had sucked all of the mana in this space into his palm. With this much mana, the spell the youth was conjuring was likely stronger than a tier 5 skill. The mysterious youth smiled and pointed a finger to the sky. Immediately, the black ball of mana shot up from the youth's hand. After reaching a certain height, a crack suddenly appeared in the mana ball. Chapter 836 Tablet's Secret. Just who is this mysterious youth? Feng was slightly shocked as he looked at the cracking ball of mana in the sky. The skill the youth had used was a tier 5 curse Dark Paradise. Even tier 6 gods would fear this move. The power that the curse contained could turn all the players on this entire street into ashes instantly. Most likely, the penalty they would suffer would not be any lighter than Hidden Clouds at all disappear. The mysterious youth then flew up towards the sky. In the next moment, the black ball of mana transformed into a black hole that began sucking and devouring everything in its surroundings. As the suction grew stronger, the black hole expanded. Players on the street were even getting pulled off the ground. Damn it. Feng abruptly activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, and his strength attribute immediately surpassed that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. Space Freeze, the skill that the youth had used earlier, was partially a control skill. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Feng became immune to all control skills. Unfortunately, the strength suppression as well as an extremely powerful mental suppression was still present inside the frozen space. Even without the original control effect, moving inside the frozen space remained impossible with the attributes of current players. Only by using twofold Berserk did Feng have a chance of moving. Sure enough, this strength suppression is intense. When Feng tried to shift his body, it felt as heavy as Leto. There's still someone who can move? The mysterious youth was slightly surprised as he swept his gaze towards Feng. You are the first Tier 1 class capable of moving under my domain. At this moment, Feng could already twitch his fingers. However, his body was still immobilized unfortunately. Under Dark Paradise, even if you can move, you cannot escape. However, as soon as the mysterious youth said these words, a low shout entered everyone's ears shatter. As the sound of this low shout echoed throughout the entire space, the frozen space instantly shattered. You actually dare make such a huge fuss inside Blackwing City. Your courage is truly commendable. In the next moment, a woman dressed in white sacred robes appeared in the sky, overlooking the mysterious youth. Or are you saying that you intend to make Blackwing City an enemy? Upon regaining his freedom, Feng looked at the woman in white, and he could not help but shout in surprise, "Charlene!" Feng knew full well just how powerful Charlene was. Every time he met her, the woman's strength had received a significant improvement. At the very beginning, she had been playing the role of a female bandit. Afterwards, she had transformed into a Tier 3 divine official. Later on, she had even become a Tier 5 red official now. She was even more powerful, actually managing to directly shatter the mysterious youth's domain while Feng was still in shock. A red jade staff appeared in Charlene's hand. The instant this staff appeared, the mana in the surrounding space stopped moving altogether. Charlene then lightly tapped her staff and, boom! The black hole abruptly disappeared from the sky of Blackwing City. It seems I've underestimated Blackwing City's capabilities, the mysterious youth said as he looked at Charlene. However, it is still impossible for Blackwing City's magic arrays to hold me captive. Saying so, the mysterious youth transformed into a streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight. He sure is quick in running away. The youth's disappearance did not surprise Charlene. After sending Feng a glance, she too vanished from the sky, leaving behind only a group of dumbfounded players. What kind of situation is this? Isn't that NPC a little too amazing? He actually succeeded in killing a player inside Blackwing City and got away safely on top of that. Excited expressions appeared on the faces of the players on the street who had witnessed this scene. This was their first time experiencing the power of a high-tiered NPC. In front of these NPCs, even the current strongest player in God's domain would be no different from an ant. However, their excitement was more due to their anticipation of high-tiered classes. Meanwhile, news of this matter also spread throughout God's domain at the speed of light. I never thought that there would also be such a risk when buying NPC-sold items from an auction. It seems I'll have to be careful when purchasing items in the future. When Gentle Snow thought about her purchases for the guild, she could not help growing anxious, let alone that mysterious youth. Even a level 100 Tier 2 NPC could put her in a huge bind. If a Tier 3 NPC appeared, then only death would await her. In reality, Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had such thoughts. The representatives of the various large guilds shared her fears. In the future, when they were purchasing treasures sold by NPCs in an auction, they would have to estimate properly whether or not they had the ability to protect the treasures they wanted to acquire. If they were not confident in protecting a treasure, they would not buy it. Otherwise, they could lose both their lives and money's finally gone. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw the mysterious youth disappearing. Had Charlene come even 1 or 2 seconds later, he would have had to surrender to fate and gotten sucked into the black hole. At that time, not only would he have lost several levels worth of EXP, but he also would not have been able to log into the game for several days. It definitely would have dealt a fatal blow to his gaming career. However, as soon as Feng relaxed, Charlene's voice suddenly entered his ears. Come to the library. I have some things to say to you. System. You have triggered the Epic Quest Tablet Secret. Quest content. Head to White River City's library and meet with Charlene. What? Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. Even an NPC robbery can trigger a quest. This was Feng's first time to encounter such a situation. Generally, if one had a certain amount of strength, they would be able to repel an NPC robbery easily and protect the merchandise they bought from the auction house. One could say that having sufficient financial power was only the first threshold to purchasing a treasure from the auction house. At the end of the day, whether one would be able to obtain the treasure depended on their own abilities. Hidden Cloud had purchased the golden tablet at a high price. If the assassin were to learn that Feng had fortuitously gotten such a chance encounter due to his sacrifice, he would most likely faint from anger. At this moment, however, Hidden Cloud had long since flown into a rage. Damn it. That damnable NPC actually dared to steal my tablet. Hidden Cloud bellowed as soon as he exited his virtual gaming cabin, an extremely ugly expression on his face now that he had lost the golden tablet. The upper echelons of the guild would definitely be angry. This feeling of falling from heaven straight into hell maddened Hidden Cloud. After Feng had triggered the quest, he did not hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he bade farewell to gentle snow and secretly went to a private location and disguised himself. He then returned to the Blackwing auction house and placed the remaining 3,000 strengthening devices up for sale at the establishment. Rather than selling all 3,000 devices at once, he split them up into batches and scheduled them for different time slots. However, instead of selling them in stacks, he would sell anywhere from 10 to 20 individual pieces for each time slot. If he sold the strengthening device at the Candlelight trading firm, he could indeed earn a lot more money. After all, he would not need to pay an exorbitant handling fee. He could even increase the trading firm's fame this way. However, strengthening devices were not items that ordinary players could easily afford. Only the various large guilds gathered at Blackwing City possessed the financial reserves to purchase these items. When Feng's first batch of 10 strengthening devices went up for sale at the Blackwing auction house, it immediately triggered another commotion in Blackwing City. Isn't this the strengthening device that appeared in the monthly auction? Chapter 837 Lake Heart City. Inside the Blackwing auction house. The moment the strengthening devices appeared once more, various members of large guilds, who had been idling around in the main hall of the auction house, began frantically contacting the upper echelons of their respective guilds. The strengthening device from the monthly auction held just before had already become famous. It had even caused a commotion on God's Domain's official forums. Currently, the monsters in God's Domain were growing more powerful. It would be a miracle if an ordinary player's equipment could last them over 10 hours of grinding out in the fields. If these players frequently fought elite or stronger monsters, their equipment's durability would decline even faster, generally lasting 8 hours at most. Guild elite members might be able to hold out for a little longer. However, the current mainstream grinding spots were becoming farther and farther away from cities. Just making a round trip would cost players a lot of time, so much so that their travel time might be even longer than the time they spent grinding monsters. To the elite members and upper echelons of guilds, time was money. It was especially true for the time of guild experts to develop their guilds. Not only were these experts required to maintain a strong lead in levels, but they were also required to raid field bosses and dungeons to procure equipment for the guild. Naturally, these experts could not afford to waste all their time on travel. The obvious solution to this problem was to prepare extra sets of top-tier equipment. However, this method was simply too extravagant even for guilds. While the monthly auction was still ongoing, the various large guilds had immediately experimented on the strengthening devices they acquired. As a result, they had already gained a relatively precise understanding of the item's effects. Previously, they could only make a rough guess based on the introduction of the item. Hence, upon conducting their tests, these large guilds were shocked. Although the strengthening device could only extend a player's grinding time by 3 to 4 times, the better the equipment the strengthening device was used on, the greater the effects. In addition, while battling, the bonus durability provided by the strengthening device would be the first to diminish instead of the equipment's own durability. In other words, as long as players still had strengthening devices on hand, they could devote their time to grinding. They would not have to prepare any additional equipment, neither would they need to return to a city to get their equipment repaired. If allocated to ordinary or elite players, the 10 gold strengthening device would indeed be very extravagant. However, when assigned to an expert player, it would not be one bit extravagant. On the contrary, it would be a profit. Instead, unfortunately, the strengthening devices were sold only in the monthly auction. This situation caused many large guilds that had not participated in the auction great frustration. Now that the strengthening device had appeared in the auction house as a player-sold item, how could the members of the various large guilds not grow frantic? Just a few minutes after the strengthening device's appearance, the price for a single unit broke past the 9 gold threshold. Moreover, the price was still increasing rapidly. Even Feng had not expected the strengthening device to be this popular. When he exited the auction house, he saw group after group of players rushing into the building. Why is Phoenix Rain suddenly contacting me? Just as Feng was preparing to leave Blackwing City, he suddenly received a call from Phoenix Rain. However, the person she was contacting was not Feng but Black Flame Guild leader Black Flame. Have you heard? There is a player selling strengthening devices at the Blackwing auction house right now. Phoenix Rain said through the video chat. Smiling yes, I've also just heard about it. Feng nodded, having already changed to his black flame guise. But why is Phoenix Pavilion Master contacting me? I want to purchase a large number of strengthening devices, so I wish to borrow some money from you. Of course I won't borrow it for nothing. 3 days later, I'll return it to you with 30% interest, or you can buy a high potential land in one of the Black Dragon Empire's major cities from me. Phoenix Rain smiled as she extended a tempting proposition. Originally, she had not wished to borrow money from Feng. However, with the appearance of the strengthening device, and based on her newfound knowledge regarding the item, she had a great opportunity for the Phoenix Pavilion to surpass the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Level 40 was an important turning point in God's domain. With the strengthening device, she could rapidly raise a group of experts to level 40. At level 40, even using only common mounts would still bring about explosive improvements to their leveling speeds. They would be able to develop new maps earlier than other guilds. However, she had already spent a large part of her funds to purchase other items during the monthly auction. She did not have enough to contest for the strengthening devices, not to mention needing money to buy mounts. Hence, she gave Feng such a lucrative offer. Of course, the reason why she had looked for Feng to borrow money from, and not someone else, was mainly because Zero Wing was simply too wealthy. Zero Wing had relatively few members. The guild's various departments were also incomplete. The guild's expenses were not particularly high either. Moreover, Zero Wing was the proud owner of Star Moon Kingdom's wealthiest trading firm, the Candlelight Trading Firm. The guild also possessed the enviable Stone Forest town. The guild's daily profits were in no way inferior to even those of a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Due to these reasons, the wealth Zero Wing possessed could make even her envious. Just from the bid Feng had placed earlier on the golden tablet, one could tell how rich Zero Wing was. Alright, but I want to purchase land at the Black Dragon Empire's Lake Heart City. Feng inwardly cheered upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. He had never imagined that the woman would be so desperate. However, I'll say this first. I still have other uses for my coins. I won't buy it if your price is too high. Although he had previously purchased some potential land in the Black Dragon Empire and subsequently established the Candlelight Trading Firm at these locations, there was a limit to his funds currently. Large guilds within the empire had long since bought up the majority of the potential land in the empire's major cities. Even if Zero Wing could afford to purchase them now, nobody would be willing to sell any of their lands. Now that Phoenix Rain was willing to sell potential land, he naturally had to take advantage of the opportunity. In the future, the value of these plots would increase manifold. It was especially true for the land in Lake Heart City. Lake Heart City was a small island city located within the Black Dragon Empire. The island itself was situated in the middle of Mist Lake, the Black Dragon Empire's largest lake. Lake Heart City was also a producer of one particular item, and that item was the Ice Jade on its own. The Ice Jade was an item that could raise a player's ice resistance temporarily. It could also be processed into ice resistance gemstones, which could be inlaid into equipment, similar to regular gemstones, and greatly increase a player's ice resistance. During the initial stages of the game, this item was not particularly valuable. After players reached level 50, however, the value of Ice Jades would multiply. At that time, the demand for the item would exceed its supply. Likewise, the value of the lands of Lake Heart City would also increase markedly. Previously, there had been too many lands that Zero Wing had to purchase. However, the guild's funds were extremely constrained. Hence, it had to limit its purchases to a few cities. Although it had earned enough money later on, by then, the potential lands of Lake Heart City had long since been bought clean. As for the golden lands of the city, Zero Wing had neither the money nor reputation required to purchase them. In the end, the guild had no choice but to settle for an ordinary plot of land. Lake Heart City? Phoenix Rain checked and discovered that there were indeed 2 plots of high potential land under her name in Lake Heart City. Moreover, although Lake Heart City was one of the major cities in the Black Dragon Empire, the player population there was not particularly high, as the city was mainly a tourist spot for casual players. She had never imagined that Feng would actually be interested in such a location. Alright. I have land that is close to the auction house there. I'll sell it to you at market price, which is 6,200 gold. However, I also want to borrow an additional 4,000 gold. I'll return the 4,000 gold 3 days later. How about it? Deal. Feng immediately grew ecstatic when he saw the location of the land in the map Phoenix Rain had sent him. With this plot of land, he would gain another income source for his city-building funds. Chapter 838, Raging Market. Lake Heart City was currently a prime tourist spot for players, as the city itself was like heaven on earth. Many casual players or players who wished to get away from the front lines would often visit this city. However, those who preferred adventuring and battling rarely visited the city. Most of the leveling maps around Lake Heart City were either located underwater or shrouded in mist. Both environments affected a player's combat power considerably. Hence, very few players wishing to level up and go on adventures would reside in Lake Heart City due to players reaching higher levels and the increasing number of maps and dungeon bosses requiring high ice resistance. The presence of the Ice Jades eventually attracted a lot of attention to Lake Heart City. In the past, the city had very quickly gained popularity, becoming the 6th most populous city in the Black Dragon Empire. The prices of land there had skyrocketed overnight. Feng never imagined that he would receive such a fortunate offer as a result from selling the strengthening devices. After agreeing on the trade conditions, Feng and Phoenix Rain decided to meet up in White River City. If one wanted to trade lands, they needed to do it through a city hall through either of two methods. The first method was a relatively fast but troublesome process, while the second method was simple but time-consuming. Feng usually left the responsibility of purchasing lands to Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile. They would then transfer the ownership of these lands to him through a random city hall. This way he didn't need to make a trip to the city hall. However, this method of transferring ownership had a verification period of 1 day. The other method was for him to go to the relevant city hall in person. By doing so, he could complete the transfer procedures immediately. Currently, Feng was in no hurry to obtain the land in Lake Heart City. Hence, there was no need for him to travel there personally to complete the transfer of ownership. During the time Feng and Phoenix Rain were chatting with each other, one notification after another popped up in Feng's system notification window system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 164 gold 85 silver has been added to your bag space system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 165 gold 64 silver has been added to your bag space. During the short time since Feng left the auction house, the amount of money in his bag had increased by over 1,000 gold. The rate at which he was earning money was just staggering. This handling fee is simply usurious. Feng felt a pang in his heart when he looked at the actual amount of money he had obtained from the sales. Although the current handling fee was not as high as that of the monthly auction, it was still 20%. He could have purchased many good plots of land with all the handling fees he had paid. Feng could not help but admit that the auction house was extremely profitable. Unfortunately, current players were still incapable of establishing their own auction houses. The precondition for doing so was having a city of their own, following which, Feng teleported back to White River City and prepared to head to the library. The golden tablet held a great temptation for Feng. A secret technique was a treasure that could allow players to learn advanced combat techniques directly. To guilds, not to mention several epic weapons, even the value of a fragmented legendary weapon was incomparable to that of a secret technique. If he could obtain the golden tablet, it would definitely improve the overall strength of Zero Wings core members by a large margin. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, Feng took out the dark gold whistle from his bag and blew it gently. As the sound of the whistle rang out, a magic array appeared on the street. The demonic flame tiger then emerged from the magic array. The body of the demonic tiger was roughly the size of a small house. The black flames that surrounded its sharp claws sent the ambient temperature rising by several degrees the instant the demonic flame tiger appeared. The players on the street were immediately stupefied. Why did a monster suddenly appear here? Could monsters be attacking the city? That's not right. Why aren't any of the guards on patrol reacting? The onlookers grew flustered as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. Not only did it possess an intimidating appearance, but the aura leaking out of its body also made their hearts shiver in fear. Even the elite players sensed a massive threat from the demonic flame tiger. Feng could not help but smirk as he swept a glance at the immobilized players. He then walked up to the demonic flame tiger. This was a dark gold mount. Its strength was equivalent to a level 40 chieftain. Naturally, it is not something ordinary players could handle. Has that person lost his mind? He's actually going up to it. Is he not afraid of getting killed? Everyone thought that Feng had lost himself to fear as they watched him approach the demonic flame tiger. However, when they saw the demonic flame tiger obediently lie down before Feng and enjoy Feng's caress agreeably, their mouths fell wide open. However, an even more shocking scene occurred in the next moment as Feng mounted the demonic flame tiger. Let's go. Feng shouted lowly. Suddenly, the demonic tiger let out a loud roar and took a step forward. It then transformed into an afterimage that disappeared before everyone. What? That's a mount. I'm not seeing things right. Who is that person? That giant tiger mount looks so cool. No one dared believe what they just saw. Riding a mount was still a faraway dream for them. Even if they managed to reach level 40 eventually, amassing a fortune of 40 gold was not that easy. It would be even more impossible for them to ride a bronze or mysterious iron mount. While Feng was rapidly making his way towards the library, the players present on the street outside the teleportation hall went into a frenzy. Every one of them was madly posting on the official forums, "A hero riding a giant tiger has appeared in White River City." Many people initially did not believe the words written in this post. After all, the number 1 players on the various Empire ranking lists were only at level 39. These players were still a long way off from reaching level 40. How could there possibly be someone capable of riding a high-ranking mount right now? After watching the recorded video, everyone was shocked. There were some who felt admiration, some who felt jealousy, and some who felt pride. There were also many people trying to guess at Feng's identity. Just who was actually capable of riding such a mount? Unfortunately, as Feng had hidden his face using the black cloak, nobody could discern his identity. A dark gold mount sure is fast. Even an advanced horse carriage is far inferior to it. This was also Feng's first time riding a dark gold mount. The speed of the mount was simply incomparable to fine gold mounts. The demonic flame tiger's speed was at least 20% or 30% faster than an advanced horse carriage. Just as Feng was quickly approaching the library, he suddenly received a call from Autumn Goose. When Feng accepted the call, the image of an anxious Autumn Goose appeared before him. What happened? Feng could not help but ask after seeing her apprehensive expression. Feng, Gunfire contacted me just now, saying that a group of players that had suddenly appeared is hunting Rain and Blue. These players are very powerful and are capable of doubling the death penalty of the players they killed. Moreover, they also have a means of jamming a player's communications. However, I'm currently not in Star Moon Kingdom. Can you please go save them? Autumn Goose asked worriedly after reaching their level. Even a single death was a painful loss. If their death penalties were doubled, the cost of dying once would be devastating. However, she could not come up with a good method to save thoughtful Rain and the others at the moment. The only person she could think of right now who might be of help in this situation was Feng. Where are they now? Feng was initially stunned, but he immediately said in a hurried tone, "I'll head over there right away." Feng had never imagined that there would actually be people who would still dare to take action against Zero Wings members within the boundaries of Star Moon Kingdom at this point. Chapter 839 Crystal Maze. Hearing Feng answer without hesitation, Autumn Goose was touched. She also felt slightly envious. The reason why she had joined an independent organization like the Wind God's Spear was precisely how the people within the organization treated each other like family. If one of them got bullied, they would fearlessly help out their companions regardless of the cost. They did not behave like guild members, who had to worry about various aspects even when helping out a companion. Generally, players in the upper echelons of guilds like Feng were even less likely to make a move casually. People in his position would usually ascertain what kind of enemy they were going up against first and make a decision only after determining the potential profits and losses. However, Feng had not done any of this. Instead of asking who their enemy was, the first thing Feng wanted to know was the whereabouts of thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Such a situation generally would never happen in a guild. Some experts ambushed Rain and the others at the Crystal Forest. The enemies were wearing black cloaks, so they did not find out anything about those experts. Moreover, their ambushers operated silently. Fortunately, Rain and Blue managed to use the instantaneous movement scrolls you gave them before to escape. However, based on what Gunfire told me, those people were there specifically to kill Rain and Blue. They definitely will not let them get away. Here are the coordinates of where the ambush took place. You have to be careful, Autumn Goose said as she sent the map coordinates to Feng. I understand. I'll hurry there immediately. After seeing the coordinates of the Crystal Forest, Feng silently committed it to memory. He quickly turned the demonic flame tiger around and headed straight for the teleportation hall despite the low odds for thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's rescue. When Autumn Goose heard Feng's calm and steady tone, for some reason, she felt relieved. The travel time from White River City to the Crystal Forest aside, just getting from the nearest transfer point to where Thoughtful Rain's group got ambushed would require at least 2 hours. Although Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had escaped using the instantaneous movement scrolls, current players had many more skills than before, which made tracking other players much easier. Moreover, the enemies chasing after Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had somehow managed to keep them in a combat state, preventing them from using return scrolls. Even logging out of the game normally was not possible, as the system would directly mete out the death penalty if they went offline while in a combat state. Please let Rain and the others make it. At this moment, the only other thing Autumn Goose could do was pray. She was currently in the faraway Dark Knight Empire. She would need even more time than Feng to reach the Crystal Forest. The core area of the Crystal Forest was rife with trees made out of crystals. Currently, over a dozen players covered in black cloaks were searching there. Damn it. Quirrell, have you not found their tracks yet? Boss Fiend has already given the word that we must kill those core members of Zero Wing. Ordinary Stranger asked in a low tone as he looked at a distant assassin. They had already gathered information regarding the whereabouts of many of Zero Wing's core members. However, the majority of those members were currently grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. It would take Ordinary Stranger's team over a dozen hours of travel just to get there. As for the remaining core members, they were raiding team dungeons. They were unlikely to leave the dungeons anytime soon. The only ones nearby were Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had been seen grinding with Zero Wing's upper echelon before. However, he had never imagined that even those 2 women would succeed in escaping his ambush. In the end, his team had only managed to kill 2 unrelated independent players. If this matter were to reach the Adjudicator's ears, his team's days in King's Return would no doubt be numbered. Do you think it is that easy to track players here? The assassin named Quirrell rolled his eyes at Ordinary Stranger. He then swept a glance at the surrounding crystal shrubbery, gnashing his teeth as he said, "Those 2 beauties sure know how to run. They actually reached this crystal maze. If not for this natural maze, I would have long since found them by now. However, rest assured, although the terrain here is complex, this place has only one exit. The 2 of them cannot use return scrolls right now. They also cannot log off normally. It is only a matter of time before we find them." "Good then. Thunder and I will guard the exit. You guys head inside and search for those 2. We need to kill them as quickly as possible. Don't forget, we don't have much time left. We still need to deal with the other members of Zero Wing." Ordinary Stranger instructed. "I understand." Quirrell also began hastening his search. Aside from Quirrell, the other members of the team paired off and began searching the crystal maze. "Rain, what are we going to do? Those people are still chasing after us. If we head in any further, we will arrive at the lair of the crystal wolves." Blue Bamboo's heart began palpitating as she looked at the patrolling pack of crystal wolves some distance away. These crystal wolves were incomparably powerful. In order to complete a crystal collection quest, they had also personally experienced the strength of these monsters previously. When Feng had led them to kill the crystal wolf packs, they had not felt these monsters to be much of a threat. However, after returning to this place again by themselves, they found out just how difficult and exhausting dealing with these monsters was. Alone, a single wolf pack was not particularly scary. However, if they did not kill these crystal wolves quickly enough, these monsters would summon more companions in the vicinity, instantly bolstering their numbers by several times. Sometimes the crystal wolves would also draw special elites, or even chieftain-ranked monsters. Fortunately, when the chieftain appeared, they had Deathwind to tank it. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Only they had never imagined that, rather than dying to the level 45 chieftain, Deathwind would die at the hands of cloaked players that had suddenly appeared. Instead, if not for Deathwind and gunfire delaying those people, they would not have had a chance to use the instantaneous movement scrolls that Feng had given to them for emergencies. Currently, there were crystal wolves all around them. If they moved deeper into the maze, the possibility of discovery by a wolf pack would increase as well. In which case, by the time those cloaked players caught up to them, these crystal wolves would have long since killed them already. We can only give it a shot. We'll use an invisibility potion and continue forward. Hopefully these wolf packs can buy us enough time. Thoughtful Rain gritted her teeth as she looked at her own status window. She then took out 2 invisibility potions and gave one of the bottles to Blue Bamboo. Both of them were currently afflicted with the Soul Lock debuff. As long as they were out in the fields, they would not be able to contact anybody for 5 hours. Their attackers had also forced them into a constant combat state, which prevented them from using their return scrolls. Arbitrarily logging out of the game would result in them suffering the death penalty immediately. While Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo snuck deeper into the crystal maze, Feng had already arrived at the crystal forest. I finally caught up. Feng tapped on the demonic flame tiger, storing it away as he looked at the crystal forest before him. He then opened the map for the crystal forest. Even now, Autumn Goose had yet to contact him again. This silence meant that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were still alive. The enemy is extraordinary. The fact that Rain and Blue have remained at large suggests that they entered the crystal forest's core area, the crystal maze. Hopefully I can make it in time. After taking a glance at the map, Feng used space movement. The activatable skill of the aura of space movement allowed him to cross up to 600,000 yards instantly. He could easily traverse the entire crystal forest or move to any location within the map. If not for this skill, he would not have made it to the crystal forest so quickly either. Now that the skill's cooldown was over, he could use it once again. In the blink of an eye, Feng appeared at a location close to the crystal maze's entrance. Guarding the entrance as well? It seems you guys really are targeting Zero Wing. The instant Feng appeared in the area, he immediately noticed the cloaked Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger keeping watch at the entrance of the crystal maze, their eyes radiating cold killing intent. Chapter 840 Magic Staff. Just when Feng noticed Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger, the two of them caught sight of Feng. Brat, I don't know how you suddenly appeared here, but since you've come to this place you can only consider yourself unlucky, Thunder Tiger, who had hidden his identity and appearance, said when he suddenly saw the similarly anonymous Feng. Taking the initiative, he walked towards Feng. All this waiting around has made me annoyed. Old stranger, you better not make a move. I'm gonna use this brat here to relieve some of my stress. Sure, but the equipment he drops will belong to me. Ordinary Stranger laughed. Ordinary Stranger had discovered Feng's presence the instant Feng had appeared. Initially, he had thought that a powerful enemy had shown up. However, after some close observation, he did not sense any threat coming from beneath the black cloak. On the contrary, he had noticed many holes in Feng's defense. If not for Thunder Tiger declaring his claim, Ordinary Stranger would have long since taken action to remove this ant. However, even if the opponent were an expert, it would not matter. Thunder Tiger was a top-tier expert of King's Return. Currently, he was already level 38. Placed in Star Moon Kingdom, his level would rank within the top 10. Not to mention, he was fully geared in level 35 Dark Gold equipment. His maximum HP was as high as 14,600. His combat standard was also at the refinement realm already. Dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary experts simultaneously would be child's play for him even if the opponent were an expert of the same combat standards. Thunder Tiger was a refinement realm expert of King's Return. The guild had long since presented the Berserker with a Berserk skill. As long as Thunder Tiger activated this Berserk skill, he could kill a refinement realm expert easily. He could even defeat a flowing water realm expert in the off chance that Thunder Tiger was no match for this new arrival. Ordinary Stranger himself could still back up the Berserker if he and Thunder Tiger worked together. They would be practically invincible in Star Moon Kingdom. Only Zero Wing's Black Flame and Feng could cause them to feel fear. No one else was worth mentioning. As soon as Ordinary Stranger finished speaking, Thunder Tiger retrieved a 2-handed saber from his back and used Charge at Feng. When using Charge, controlling the sudden increase in speed was extremely difficult for ordinary players. As a result, they would usually reveal flaws in their attack. However, Thunder Tiger was different. He had long since mastered this skill. By adjusting his center of gravity, he had managed to apply his increased speed to his attack. Creating his own charging slash, he had transformed a system-generated skill into a personal skill. Only did his saber speed up, but the power contained within it also increased. Even a shield warrior of the same level would have to retreat several steps, breaking their stance. Boom. As the 2-handed saber landed, sparks scattered into the surroundings. Silver one-handed sword actually stopped Thunder Tiger's lightning-fast saber. What? Thunder Tiger was shocked as he stared at Feng standing steadily in his original position. The charging slash getting blocked did not come as a surprise to Thunder Tiger. However, this was his first time to encounter an enemy who could remain standing steadily after receiving his charging slash. Even Broken City, an Elder of King's Return, had to retreat half a step after receiving this attack of his. This situation was simply inconceivable. Tiger, be careful. We've got a tough one. Ordinary Stranger warned hurriedly after realizing that their enemy this time was no common player. As he began casting a spell, he added, "We'll deal with him together." "I understand." Thunder Tiger's expression had turned serious as well, the contempt he felt before disappearing completely. He promptly used Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to drive Feng away. However, as soon as he started swinging his gray saber, a streak of blue light struck his weapon. A crack in space also appeared along the path the blue light had taken. Pong. Thunder Tiger felt his hands going numb as his saber came to an abrupt halt. It felt as if he had just struck an iron wall. Immediately after, however, a powerful impact shook him, forcing him to retreat 4 steps before he could stabilize. His body damage of -1,338 points appeared above the berserker's head. He had instantly lost close to 10% of his HP. "Who are you?" At this moment, even if Thunder Tiger were a fool, he would understand that the man before him was definitely stronger than himself. In just a single exchange of skills, he had lost over 1,000 HP. Feng's strength could practically rival a chieftain of the same level. Before Thunder Tiger could react, a streak of blue light instantly slashed his body. Although the berserker had tried to defend himself with his saber, he was simply no match for the speed of the sword. Light 7:151. The lightning effect having triggered, Feng's attack instantly took away half of Thunder Tiger's HP. The berserker himself also went flying over 10 yards away. "Who am I?" At this time Feng laughed. "You dared to come and find trouble with Zero Wing, yet you still ask who I am." Hearing Feng saying so, whether it was Thunder Tiger or Ordinary Stranger, both of them immediately shuddered as a name appeared in their mind: Sword King Black Flame. Why is he here? Ordinary Stranger's expression darkened, his heart roiling with confusion. Their operation this time was top secret. They had even placed a soul lock on the targets of their ambush. The two women should have no way of contacting anyone from Zero Wing. Hence, the possibility of them encountering Black Flame here was practically non-existent. Yet now Black Flame had appeared before them. However, Ordinary Stranger gave no further thought to this matter. Since Black Flame was here, there was only one thing they could do right now: escape. They had next to no chance of winning against Black Flame in a direct confrontation. Their only hope for resisting Black Flame was to meet up with the Falcon Legion. In the next moment, Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and cast the Tier 1 spell Summon Flame Spirit. A level 38 special elite flame lizard appeared immediately, following which, he used one of the activatable skills of his magic staff, Undead Sacrifice. Suddenly, the flame lizard let out an agonized wail as the red flames covering its body turned into an emerald green, its body doubling in size. Its rank had increased from Special Elite to Lord as well. Undead Lizard, Undead, Lord. Level 38. HP 3 600. 000/3 600. 000. Such a powerful monster was more than enough to deal with a top-tier expert. Moreover, as a summoner, he could form a soul link with his summon creature, which allowed him to transfer 50% of the damage he received to it. However, Ordinary Stranger knew quite well that even with the Undead Lizard, Thunder Tiger and he were still no match for Feng. They had a very clear understanding of just how powerful experts of Feng's standard were. He had summoned the Undead Lizard only to delay Feng. The Undead Lizard was a speed-type monster. At the same time, it possessed multiple control skills. It could surely pin down Feng and give them an opportunity to escape retreat. Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and shot elemental bullets at Feng. Simultaneously, he willed the Undead Lizard forward to attack Feng. Thunder Tiger no longer held back, either. As he activated his Berserk skill, Heart of Fury, the skill instantly increased his strength by 80%, his endurance by 50%, and his movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 2 minutes. After activating his Berserk skill, Thunder Tiger turned around and fled without hesitation. Looking at the oncoming elemental bullets and Undead Lizard, Feng sneered and said, "Don't you think it's a little too late to be escaping now?" Saying so, he abruptly stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Chapter 841 Taboo Skills Might. You're not getting away. Feng deflected the elemental bullets using Killing Ray, while activating one of the Abyssal Blade's skills' Abyssal Curse. Immediately, a black magic array appeared on the ground. With Feng as the center, it covered a radius of 30 yards, instantly enveloping the undead lizard, which was the size of a small house, as well as Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. Endless streams of black mist flowed into their bodies. Not good. It's an AoE control skill. Ordinary Stranger frowned. Right now it felt as if his body was stuck in quicksand. He could not move at all. He had never imagined that Feng would have such a trump card as well at this moment. Not to mention him, even the Lord-ranked undead lizard was immobilized. As a result, Feng had readily broken through the Lord's defensive line and was currently charging rapidly at them. Tiger, delay him. Buy me some time. Ordinary Stranger no longer tried to hold back as he activated his Berserk skill, Mana Detonation, his attributes increasing by a large margin. At the same time, he used Mental Exemption, becoming immune to all control effects for 5 seconds. He then began chanting an incantation, causing the surrounding mana to churn violently. Thunder Tiger nodded in response to Ordinary Stranger's instructions. Activating Brilliant Will, he removed the control effect of Abyssal Curse, then shifted in front of his summoner companion. Come, let me have a look at the abilities of the Sword King. Thunder Tiger bellowed as he stomped down, shattering the ground underfoot. He then swung his two-handed saber abruptly at the swordsman rushing straight at him. Tier 1 skill, Storm Slash. Over a dozen wind blades flew at Feng, every one of them targeting his blind spots. Unlike the normal attacks of players, the wind blades of Storm Slash appeared simultaneously. There was no time lag between each attack, preventing Feng from evading them entirely. Moreover, Storm Slash was a skill that could not be blocked, only dodged. It was an extremely rare skill of the Berserker class. This skill was also the trump card Thunder Tiger usually used to kill experts of equal standards. For players who did not know the intricacies of this skill, they would generally defend themselves with their weapons. The outcome of doing so would be these players receiving the strikes of the dozen or so wind blades. Currently, Thunder Tiger had his Berserk skill activated. The destructive power of his Storm Slash could easily instant kill Feng. Try to block it if you can. Thunder Tiger could not help but sneer as he saw Feng remaining steadfast in his charge forward. Unfortunately for Thunder Tiger, he had grossly underestimated Feng's understanding of God's domain. When the wind blades arrived before Feng, he was already within 20 yards of Thunder Tiger. He promptly used the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. Suddenly, Feng vanished before the wind blades of Storm Slash and reappeared in front of Thunder Tiger. Faint arcs of electricity circling Feng's body. Thunder Tiger panicked. He instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash. However, before the Berserker's Whirlwind Slash could complete even half a rotation, numerous blue arcs of lightning devoured him whole. In the next moment, Thunder Tiger's HP dwindled at a rate visible to the naked eye until it finally hit 0. How is he so fast? Thunder Tiger's eyes widened as he looked at where the strikes had landed. He simply could not bring himself to believe that what he was seeing was real. He had activated his Berserk skill. He should have received significant improvements in speed, yet he still failed to keep up with Feng's swords. Not to mention his body. Before his eyes could even react, the swordsman's swords had cut through him multiple times. This was definitely his first time witnessing such speed. Standing a short distance away, fear similarly covered Ordinary Stranger's face. He had never dreamed that Thunder Tiger would not manage to delay Feng for even a short while despite having activated his Berserk skill. Fortunately, Feng was still roughly 10 yards away. The time it would take for the swordsman to reach Ordinary Stranger was more than enough for him to finish casting his spell. At that time, although the spell would not kill Feng, at the very least, it would help buy Ordinary Stranger time to escape. Where is he? During the brief moment Ordinary Stranger was lost in his thoughts, Feng, who had been standing in front of Thunder Tiger, actually vanished. Suddenly, Ordinary Stranger felt a pang at his heart. Without him noticing, a long sword wrapped in blue electric arcs had emerged from his chest. Turning his head around, Ordinary Stranger discovered Feng standing right behind him. He had actually failed to notice the swordsman approaching him altogether. It was as if Feng's presence was completely non-existent. Seeing his HP decreasing without any signs of stopping, Ordinary Stranger was at a loss for words. He and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts of King's Return. They could easily become top-class existences in any kingdom they went to. Although he had long since known that he and his berserker companion were no match for Feng, he had never imagined that the gap between them was actually so enormous at this moment. Even if he related everything that had happened here to someone else, most likely, nobody would believe him. Although Ordinary Stranger still wished to say something, he was already out of time as his vision suddenly turned gray, his body falling to the ground. When he died, he dropped 2 pieces of cloth armor. There were actually 2 Refinement Realm experts. It's no wonder Rain and the others were no match for them. Although Feng had failed to discover the identities of thoughtful Rain's assailants, he clearly grasped the combat standards of the two from the battle just now. With the strength of those 2 players, they would be hard-pressed to find any opponents capable of opposing them. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered him today. Not to mention he had even activated a Tier 2 Taboo skill to deal with them, following which, Feng picked up the items that the 2 dropped. He then summoned the demonic Flame Tiger and headed straight into the Crystal Maze. Deep inside the Crystal Maze, the members of the Falcon Legion were currently busy clearing out the Crystal Wolves blocking their path. They were moving increasingly closer to the lair of the Crystal Wolves. These 2 beauties sure know how to run. They're hiding wherever there is danger. However, let's see how you'll continue escaping once you enter the lair of the Crystal Wolves, Quirrell muttered as he switched his footwork. Like a black gale, the dagger in his hand struck at a level 45 Special Elite Wolf. Without giving the Special Elite Wolf any opportunity to react, Quirrell landed blow after blow with his daggers. Although the Special Elite tried to resist, none of its attacks could connect with the assassin's body. Little by little, Quirrell plundered away the Special Elite's HP, wielding the pitch-black daggers in his hands rapidly. A short moment later, the Special Elite Wolf, whose HP had been in the hundreds of thousands, fell to the ground. From start to end, the wolf had never once managed to land a hit on Quirrell. Team leader Quirrell sure is amazing. His skill level has improved again. In the guild's next class competition, his ranking will no doubt increase once more. A nearby level 37 female assassin said, her face filled with admiration as she looked at Quirrell. Don't make a fool of yourself. Team leader Quirrell has very high expectations. With your standards, do you think you will be able to gain his favor? Let's just hurry up and clear away these Crystal Wolves. Otherwise, they're going to call for more reinforcements. If we make team leader Quirrell angry, we'll definitely suffer miserably. A level 37 male ranger criticized. The female assassin, who possessed an above-average appearance and figure, remained unperturbed by the ranger's comment. Instead, she retorted, so what if I'm trying to gain his favor? If you were as capable as team leader Quirrell, I would try to gain your favor too. In the opinion of outsiders, once one became an inner member of a super guild, a wonderful future awaited them. In reality, however, this was a big misconception. Super guilds were far crueler than other guilds. The competition among its inner members was extremely intense. All those who managed to become a part of the middle management of the guild were indeed experts among experts, dragons among men. They were experts who could easily wipe the floor with the so-called top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world. This strength was also the reason why the various super guilds paid no particular attention to the super newcomers of each year. Meanwhile, as long as Quirrell improved just a little bit more, he could enter the middle management of King's Return. At that time, he would become a celebrity-level character, enjoying endless fame and glory. Team leader Quirrell. Something happened. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger are dead. Chapter 842. Feng arrives. They died. When Quirrell heard the report, he quickly called out the system team window. Sure enough, among the list of team members, both the names of Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger had turned gray, which meant that the 2 of them were no longer alive at this time. When the other members of the team heard this, they promptly checked their team windows as well. They simply could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing was true. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts in their guild. Their strength was equal to Quirrell's. If the 2 of them worked together, even a team of ordinary experts would be helpless against them. It was truly hard to imagine that these 2 experts had died. Leader, should we head back and take a look? An assassin asked. We can't just let someone kill the members of King's Return and do nothing about it. If we don't deal with this matter properly, the other super guilds will surely make fun of us. No. Just traveling back to the entrance will take us more than half an hour. By that time, the enemy would have long since disappeared. Coral said, shaking his head. Moreover, we don't have a clear understanding of the situation over there. First find those two women. We'll talk about what to do next after we've gotten rid of those two. If the enemy is capable of killing both Stranger and Tiger, we cannot underestimate their strength. It is highly likely that the enemy is a powerful team that came here to grind. It won't be too late for us to deal with them after we complete our mission. In Coral's opinion, even a Great Lord ranked monster would not be able to kill ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. No doubt the two of them had died at the hands of other players. Moreover, the enemy had to have very large numbers. They should also have many top-tier experts among them. Otherwise, with the two strength, at least one of them should have survived, as the number of opponents was high. Resolving this matter would definitely be time-consuming. Their primary mission was to kill Zero Wing's core members. They would risk letting their targets get away if they chose to deal with this new enemy first. The losses greatly outweighed the gains. Now that they were close to completing this mission, they naturally could not give up halfway, following which, Coral and the other members of the Falcon Legion continued to move deeper into the lair of the Crystal Wolves, defeating one pack of Crystal Wolves after another leader. I found the two women's footprints up ahead. Judging from the tracks, they should have moved through here only recently. An assassin who had detection activated said as he looked at the light blue footprints on the ground. These light blue footprints showed that players had passed through this place before. However, these footprints were visible only to players using the detection skill. One could make rough judgments based on the size and brightness of these footprints. The brighter the footprint, the more recently it was left behind. Good. We can finally put an end to this game of hide and seek. Coral revealed a cold smile as he looked at his map. As Coral said so, the members of the Falcon Legion began slowly walking in the direction indicated by the assassin rain. What should we do now? Blue Bamboo, who was hiding in a crack in a rock wall, asked nervously as she looked at the slowly approaching Falcon Legion, her hands tightly clenched around her staff. They were currently level 39. If they died now, it would take several days of hard work to make up for the loss. There's nowhere else to hide. When the time comes, we can only make a last stand. Thoughtful Rain was also out of ideas. Previously, they had used up their instantaneous movement scrolls to escape from the sudden ambush. Afterwards, to shake off the pursuit of their ambushers, they had no choice but to hide inside the crystal maze. Now, however, it seemed that all their efforts were still in vain as the 18 members of the Falcon Legion moved increasingly closer. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo began casting their respective spells, resolved to fight to their very last breaths. Roar. When the Falcon Legion was roughly 100 yards away from Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the cave. The members of the Falcon Legion halted their steps as they turned to look for the origin of this roar. One after another, they immediately discovered a tiger the size of a house slowly approaching them. Step by step, the paws of this tiger covered in pitch-black flames. Surprisingly, there was actually a person sitting on top of this giant tiger. However, as this person wore a black cloak, the members of the Falcon Legion could not discern this person's appearance or identity. They could only tell that this person was a mana player. A hint of fear woke in Coral's heart as he looked at this cloaked man riding the giant tiger. He had already used an identification skill, which confirmed that the man on the tiger was indeed a player. Then, this situation could only mean one thing: the mysterious player before them was at least level 40. As for the giant tiger, needless to say, it was this player's mount. Moreover, its quality should be very high. Currently, in God's domain, the top 10 players on the ranking list of empires were only level 39. Coral had yet to hear of anyone reaching level 40. Since this mysterious player had managed to attain such a level, needless to say, his strength was extremely extraordinary. Leader, that person is coming over. What should we do? A level 37 ranger asked somewhat anxiously. The ranger could feel significant pressure coming from the demonic flame tiger before them. However, the player capable of possessing such a mount was definitely even more powerful. For a time, the members of the Falcon Legion were at a loss as to what to do. Let's find out what his goal is for now. Coral did not hurry in making a decision. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the fact that the other party dared to walk over all by himself showed that he had no fear of them whatsoever. Otherwise, he would have long since turned around and left. When dealing with such an expert, making rash decisions was not wise. Isn't that big brother Yifeng's mount? The giant tiger gave Blue Bamboo a great sense of familiarity. However, she was also somewhat uncertain. After all, the likelihood of them encountering Feng at this place was abysmally low. That's right. That is indeed the demonic flame tiger. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flickered with joy. She had never thought that they would be able to meet Feng here. However, after a brief moment of joy, her heart filled with anxiety after all, she could tell that the Falcon Legion was specifically targeting the core members of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Feng was someone important in Zero Wing's upper echelon. He was sure to be one of the Falcon Legion's targets. If they found out Feng's identity, they would immediately jump him for sure. Every member of the Falcon Legion was an expert. Many in the Legion were capable of defeating Gunfire and Deathwind in a one-on-one. Among them, the leading assassin Coral was incomparably powerful, trouncing even the experienced Deathwind in just a few moves. Feng would definitely end up in an extremely dangerous situation if these 18 experts surrounded him, just as thoughtful Rain was thinking of a way to warn Feng. Seated atop the demonic flame tiger, Feng looked down at Coral, who stood at the head of the team, and asked, "So you're the ones looking for trouble with Zero Wing?" When Coral heard Feng's question, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately understood Feng's objective. Moreover, he was very certain that ordinary strangers and Thunder Tiger's deaths had something to do with Feng. Kill him. Coral abruptly retreated and activated stealth. Hearing his command, the members of the Falcon Legion sprang into action. The 3 shield warriors of the team abruptly shifted to the forefront. The healers retreated, the assassins entered stealth, and the magical classes began chanting their spells. Everyone reacted with practiced motions. What is Big Brother Feng trying to do? Blue Bamboo could not help but gape when she witnessed this scene. Let's give him a hand. I'll help open a path for him. Blue, you heal him, Thoughtful Rain said hurriedly. However, as the two of them rose from their hiding place, a gigantic crimson magic array appeared on the ground where the Falcon Legion stood. This skill was none other than the Aura of Fire skill Firestorm. Suddenly, flames devoured the Falcon Legion. Despite the 3 shield warriors of the team reacting very quickly and activating shield wall the instant the flames appeared, when bathed in the violent flames, the 3 of them still lost over half of their HPs in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the other classes fared much worse. By the time the flames dissipated completely, the entire area had turned into a scorching hell. Just like that, 13 out of the 18 players died all at once. The situation of the Falcon Legion took an abrupt turn. Chapter 843, Showing off one's trivial skills before a master. At the sight of his companions reduced to ashes, Coral's mouth twitched slightly. This large-scale destruction spell came all too suddenly. Evidently, Feng had long since been prepared to cast the spell while he was approaching them. He had only voiced that question earlier to tempt them into attacking him and draw them into his trap. They did not have any time to evade this surprise attack at all. If not for Coral being near the edge of the spell's coverage, he would not have been able to utilize the brief invulnerability wind steps provided to rush out of the flames in time. At this moment, he would have most likely suffered the same fate as his 13 other companions. Leader, what should we do? A level 37 elementalist asked softly. We'll retreat, Coral replied, gnashing his teeth. Although he didn't want to back off since the man before them was capable of defeating ordinary stranger and Thunder Tiger, just the 5 of them would not be able to do anything to him at all. Previously, they had 18 players on their side, enough hands to activate a magic array to suppress their opponent. Now, however, that plan was no longer viable. If they remained to fight, the only outcome would be a complete team wipe. Don't think you can escape that easily. Feng smirked slightly as he looked at Coral and the others gradually moving away from himself. With quick steps, he approached the closest level 37 elementalist. Previously, in order to survive his firestorm, these players had already used up all their life-saving skills. It would be near impossible for them to escape him now. Don't hold back when going up against him. I'll pin him down. Ranged classes support me. When Coral saw Feng approaching them like a gale, he hurriedly activated his Berserk skill, and his attributes increased by a large margin. He then used shadow steps to appear directly behind Feng, and stabbed his Feng-like dagger at Feng's heart. Absolute Strike. This was the fastest and most powerful skill of the assassin class. In addition to Coral's flawless movements, there was practically no time lag between the activation of shadow steps and Absolute Strike. It was simply impossible for ordinary players to guard against his attack. Moreover, after Coral activated his Berserk skill, the power and speed of his attack were both boosted to inhuman levels. The elementalist at a distance also shot one fireball after another at the location Feng dodged to. His coordination with Quirrell seamless. The ranger standing on the other side likewise sent a barrage of frost arrows at Feng, his attacks accurately targeting the swordsman's vital points. Looking at the coordination of the three players, even thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who rarely fought other players, could tell that their enemies were very powerful. Immediately, panic appeared on their faces all at once. However, Feng disappeared. Quirrell's and the others' attacks all struck air. Where is he? Quirrell hurriedly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he rushed at the distant elementalist, shouting, "Dodge quickly!" At this moment, Feng had already appeared behind the elementalist using silent steps. He then violently swung the sacred sword in his hand. A streak of blue light flashed. Dang! Although the blue light was fast, when it landed on the elementalist's body, it moved no further, as if it had struck an impenetrable wallless barrier. Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at the elementalist, who was currently covered in a layer of ice. The elementalist looked just like an ice sculpture right now. Ice Barrier was the strongest life-saving skill of the elementalist class, providing the user with invulnerability for 8 seconds. However, after activating the skill, the user would not be able to do anything else. This skill was extremely rare. Generally, finding 1 or 2 people who had learned the skill out of 100 expert elementalists was unlikely. Helpless against this skill, Feng could only shift his sights to someone else. However, just as he started searching for a new target, a blue magic array appeared above his head. In the next moment, the rumble of thunder echoed in the cave. Quirrell, who stood at a distance, also revealed a cold sneer on his face. This magic array was the result of him using a Tier 2 magic scroll, Thunder Hell. Not only would the spell deal a frightening amount of damage to a certain area, but it could also prevent players within the affected area from wielding any of their skills. It was a magic scroll that was meant to counter experts in particular die. Quirrell shouted as he guided arcs of lightning to descend from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Arc after arc of lightning descended from overhead, turning a radius of 20 yards into a world of thunder and lightning. Any player caught within the region of Thunder Hell would not survive. Only the elementalist, who had activated Ice Barrier beforehand, would remain unharmed by the spell. Ha ha ha. Team leader is still the best. The ranger laughed proudly as he looked at the flurry of lightning bolts crashing before him. Players were fated to remain as only players. Even if they had extremely high attributes in combat standards, actual field battles did not rely on just these 2 things. External tools still had great influence on the outcome of a battle. Even if Feng possessed attributes rivaling those of a chieftain of the same level, if he could not use any of his skills, he would definitely succumb to the destructive power of a Tier 2 spell with the pitiful amount of HP he possessed. Seeing the lightning storm devouring Feng, Quirrell breathed out a sigh of relief as well. Although Feng's silent steps had surprised him somewhat, the latter must not have expected him to possess a magic scroll that was meant to counter expert players. Only this magic scroll had a relatively long activation time. However, the elementalist just happened to earn him quite a lot of time. Alright, you guys are next. Quirrell then shifted his gaze towards the distant thoughtful Raina. At this moment, the previously celebrating ranger suddenly screamed as numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on his body. The ranger's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment dropping off his body. How did you manage to escape? Quirrell's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets at the sight of Feng standing behind the dead ranger. Moreover, the swordsman was entirely unharmed. Do you think you're the only one who has a magic scroll? Feng smirked as he picked up the dropped equipment. The appearance of Thunder Hell had indeed shocked him. Fortunately, he always carried around plenty of magic scrolls when he went out, especially the life-saving instantaneous movement scroll. Although the magic scroll had a cooldown of 10 minutes, the scroll boasted instantaneous activation. It was an item specifically meant to counter control skills. Just who are you? Why are you targeting us? Quirrell asked, his complexion deathly pale. However, while Quirrell was posing his question, he was also making subtle gestures, signaling the 2 other assassins in stealth to circle around and ambush Feng. The 2 stealthed assassins nodded silently. They then began approaching Feng with light steps. Both of them were experts capable of melding their actions with their environment. Even a top-tier expert would find it difficult to discover them while they were in stealth. Trying to divert my attention? Feng laughed as he shook his head. He then turned around without any warning and used Thundering Flash. Several arcs of lightning streaked across space. Immediately, Two figures emerged in the path the lightning arcs traversed. They were none other than the two stealthed assassins whom Coral had signaled to before. At this moment, both their bodies fell to the ground abruptly. Both their HPs having already hit rock bottom. Feng had activated omniscient eyes as soon as the battle began. Hence, he could see the two stealthed assassins approaching him as clear as day. He had only pretended not to notice them. However, now that they were taking the initiative to present their lives to him, how could he possibly refuse their offer? You? Coral's complexion darkened significantly when he saw this scene. Alright, now you're the only one left? Feng said in a low tone. Only me? Coral was inwardly confused. There was clearly an elementalist still present. Why would Feng say that he was the only one left? In the next moment, a crimson dart appeared in Feng's hand. He then threw the dart at the elementalist stuck inside the ice flame god's fury. The instant the duration of ice barrier ended, before the elementalist could even react, blazing meteor had already appeared before him. Feng's grasp on time had reached perfection. Right after, flames devoured the elementalist completely, reducing his body to a pile of smoldering ash. Just who are you? Coral asked, fear painted across his face. After he had set up so many traps, even the apex experts in his guild would have succumbed to death by now. Yet, as if he had been playing in Feng's palm all this time, none of his traps had worked on Feng. Just thinking up to this point made his heart shudder in fear. A sense of powerlessness spreading throughout his entire being. Do you have any last words? Feng asked softly, not bothering to answer Coral's question. Instead, he slowly walked towards the assassin step by step. For each step Feng took, Coral unconsciously retreated by a step as well. Despite his berserk skill being active right now, Coral was not the slightest bit confident he could win against Feng. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene, were both stupefied. I am part of King's Return's Falcon Legion. Are you trying to make an enemy out of King's Return? Coral demanded, gnashing his teeth. He did not wish to die. The guild's class competition was rapidly approaching. If he died now, the loss in level, equipment, and skill proficiency would have a significant effect on his performance in the competition now. His only choice was to reveal his identity. Previously, the reason they had concealed their identities was to avoid letting Zero Wing take preventive measures against them. With their identities unknown, their subsequent operations would flow much more smoothly. Now that everyone except for himself had died, there was naturally no need to continue hiding this fact. Moreover, the stronger an expert was, the more knowledgeable they were about how powerful super guilds were. If the opponent still dared to make a move even after he revealed this fact, this person would definitely be a fool. Chapter 844 Field of Swords. What? Don't believe me? Upon seeing Feng showing no signs of stopping, Coral hurriedly took off his black cloak and displayed his King's Return guild emblem. This sight momentarily stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Why is someone from a super guild targeting us? Thoughtful Rain was confused as she looked at the King's Return's emblem. She no longer possessed her previous joy at seeing Feng defeating the Falcon Legion. On the contrary, she felt somewhat worried. Instead, although she had come into contact with virtual reality games only recently, she still knew just how powerful an existence a super guild was in current society. Virtual reality games had over a century of history already. The super guilds of virtual reality games were just like major celebrities. In the real world, one often saw news coverage of these existences. Hence, it was difficult for one not to know about them. Among them, King's Return operated slightly differently from other super guilds. The guild would occasionally recruit expert players. Regarding popularity, King's Return greatly surpassed the other super guilds. One could frequently hear news of certain powerful experts joining King's Return. Hence, Thoughtful Rain had a certain degree of understanding of the guild, and she knew just how wide the gap between Zero Wing and King's Return was. Whether it was in terms of member count or number of experts, the two guilds were on entirely different levels. If a war were to break out between their two guilds, it would be a disaster for Zero Wing. No wonder you guys dared to take action against Zero Wing's members in Star Moon Kingdom. So you're a member of King's Return. Feng finally understood what was going on. Because he had rejected King's Return's previous offer, the guild was now targeting Zero Wing's core members. However, he immediately smiled at Coral and asked, "But don't you know who I am?" Saying so, Feng stored away his black cloak and revealed his original appearance. Feng. Coral's mouth slackened when he saw Feng's appearance. He simply could not bring himself to believe this was true. Feng was not as famous as Zero Wing's Black Flame, and was in existence known only among the major powers of God's domain. But when speaking of strength, Yi Feng was someone who had defeated Sirius, one of the Wolf Kings of the Battle Wolves Guild. After the fight at the Dark Arena, King's Return had even created a database specifically for information on Yi Feng. Coral himself had watched the battle video between Yi Feng and Sirius, learning from it. Hence, Coral recognized Yi Feng right off the bat. However, although he had indeed recognized who his opponent was, his complexion turned even uglier than before. Damn it. Why is my luck so horrible? To think I would actually encounter him here. At this moment, Coral was regretting the fact that he had revealed his own identity. If he had not exposed himself, he might still have a chance of surviving. Now, however, nothing he said would get him out of this situation alive. Although he still had his vanish skill, even if he was stupider, he could tell that invisibility skills were useless against Feng. Otherwise, Feng would not have struck at the stealthed assassins behind him without even the slightest bit of hesitation. If even stealth was ineffective, then wanting to escape in front of such an expert was nothing more than a pipe dream. King's Return had done detailed research on that battle at the Dark Arena, and made a rough estimation of the attributes of the two fighters already. In terms of basic attributes, he was considerably inferior to Yi Feng. Not to mention, speed was also one of Yi Feng's strong points. Squirrel's face darkened at the sight of Feng rushing over. Damn it. To think that I would have to use that opportunity now. I definitely won't forgive you, Yi Feng. I will definitely massacre every core member of Zero Wing. Coral bellowed. He then took out a purple crystal ball from his bag while continuously spewing venomous curses. Just you wait. Coral will definitely make you regret this day. In reality, the real reason he did not wish to die was the crystal ball in his hand. This item was something he had obtained unexpectedly after completing one part of a chain quest. It was a one-time use item. Moreover, it could only be stored in his bag, and would drop upon death. This item could directly transfer its user to a special space. Based on his research, that special space should be a sacred training ground capable of allowing players to improve their combat techniques and standards. Its effects should be even better than those of a secret technique tablet his guild possessed. This item was something he had kept to himself originally. He had intended to wait until he had grown stronger and had hit a bottleneck before going to that special space, because based on the information he obtained, that space was extremely dangerous. If he went there too soon, he would only be wasting this opportunity. Hence, he had always done things with great care, avoiding dangerous situations as much as possible. He had never expected that he would actually be forced to enter that special space due to the mission this time. This crystal ball was his greatest opportunity to join the guild's upper echelon. Now, however, Feng ruined all of his plans. How could Coral not be angry? Suddenly, an endless amount of mana rapidly flowed into his body. A crack then appeared in the space behind him. Like a black hole, the spatial crack sucked the assassin towards it. You think you can get away? Feng smiled with disdain. He switched the aura of fire to the aura of time, and then activated absolute time. Suddenly, the mana within a radius of 100 yards stilled. The mana surrounding Coral's body also dissipated abruptly, following which, the crack in space started mending itself. No. Coral was momentarily dumbfounded. In the next moment, his eyes turned bloodshot as he abruptly executed unique footwork and transformed into 3 identical copies of himself. These 3 copies then charged at Feng maniacally. The 3 indistinguishable copies of Coral continuously circled Feng die. All 3 Corals bellowed as they held their daggers in a reverse grip and stabbed them at Feng like a black whirlwind. The pitch-black daggers struck at Feng from all directions. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene from afar, were stupefied. They understood clearly that the phenomenon of the black whirlwinds they were seeing right now was not a result of a system-generated skill. Instead, it was the result of a combat technique used by the player himself. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. They were utterly clueless as to how the assassin had achieved such a feat compared to Coral. The experts they had encountered before were simply weaklings. It was no wonder Deathwind and Gunfire fell at Coral's hands in just a few moves. He was practically a monster in human skin, so he's finally using his specialty Whirlwind Strike. This sudden development did not surprise Feng. After all, Coral was no stranger to him. In the past, Coral had been titled the Whirlwind Assassin. Although he had not been particularly famous during the early stages of God's domain, Upon his promotion to King's Return's middle management, he began improving rapidly. In the end, he had even managed to become an adjudicator of King's Return. His strength back then had been extremely overbearing. Not daring to be careless, Feng chose to activate Thunder God's Descent, which increased his movement speed and attack speed by 150% and damage dealt by 50%, as well as decreased all damage received by 50% facing the storm-like dagger attacks. Feng madly brandished his two swords immediately. Sparks scattered as the clangor of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surroundings multiple times. Feng had already reached the Void Realm. He had long since exerted his five senses to their limits. He read his surroundings like an open book. Even if it was an attack that was invisible to the naked eye, Feng could still clearly perceive it and execute a timely response. In the next moment, numerous streaks of blue and silver lights bloomed around Feng's body, forming an inviolable field. As long as the black daggers entered this field, they would immediately get repelled. Since Quirrell had his berserk skill activated, the assassin was superior to Feng in strength. Hence, Feng would lose around 200 HP following each clash of their weapons. Fortunately, with Thunder God's Descent, Feng still had a clear speed advantage, so none of Quirrell's attacks managed to penetrate his defense. Aside from blocking all of Quirrell's attacks, Feng would also occasionally strike back at the assassin, reaping a large chunk of the latter's HP. In reality, Feng could have ended the battle instantly. However, he wanted to improve his own techniques by fighting the assassin. Hence, he had not bothered using any of his berserk skills to increase his attributes. How can this be? Why can't I hit him? The more Quirrell fought, the more fearful he became. Despite having already activated his berserk skill, his basic attributes surpassing Feng, he could not break through Feng's defense no matter what. On the other hand, Feng managed to strike at his vital points time after time, whittling his HP chunk after chunk until it finally zeroed out as Quirrell fell reluctantly to the ground. He also dropped several items. Chapter 845 5 Great Legacies. When Quirrell died, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched quietly from afar, were astonished when they looked at Feng again. Shock filled their eyes. They felt as if the man before them was a stranger. This was the first time they ever truly understood Feng's strength. Those two were simply too strong. Words alone were no longer sufficient to describe this level of strength. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such an intense battle. Their eyes had not been fast enough to keep up with the combatants' speed, let alone their bodies. If they had fought Quirrell, the battle would have ended as soon as it had begun. In the end, however, Feng was still superior. Big brother Feng is so strong. If I had even half of his skill, I could defeat Autumn Goose. Excitement filled Blue Bamboo's eyes as she stared at Feng. Thoughtful Rain could not help herself from laughing when she heard her friend's words. When they were usually out in the fields adventuring and questing, Blue Bamboo was always lazy. She was never particularly interested in fighting, and would generally stay in the back to heal the members of their party. Although they had advised her many times to brush up on her combat techniques, she never bothered to do so. Instead, she usually replied by saying that it would be fine so long as she had good equipment, and that she didn't need good combat techniques. Thoughtful Rain had never thought that the girl would be mesmerized by this one battle's combat techniques. Alright, enough daydreaming. Let's head over there. It's too dangerous to stay here, Thoughtful Rain said, laughing. Feng began to collect his loot naturally. An elite squadron from King's Return, led by an expert like Quirrell, possessed excellent equipment. Every piece of equipment they dropped was level 35 dark gold quality. Each item was worth dozens of gold. In total, he had gained several hundred golds worth of equipment. Huh? What's this? While Feng looked over the loot he had placed in his bag, he discovered a glowing purple crystal ball. Among the many weapons and equipment that dropped, it was eye-catching. Moreover, Feng felt a faint hint of pressure from this crystal ball. A very familiar pressure. Divine might. It was a special power that only gods could wield. This is interesting. Feng took out the crystal ball and observed it carefully. Spatial transfer orb, consumable. Able to send one player to a mysterious otherworld. This item can only be stored in the bag. Drops upon death. There were very few items in God's domain capable of sending players to an otherworld. Based on Feng's understanding, every item that could transfer players to an otherworld was considered an absolute treasure. Even an epic item was not as valuable in God's domain. An otherworld was the equivalent of a dungeon. Only this dungeon was a lot larger than generic dungeons. Other worlds also offered far more bountiful rewards. The lowest reward one could obtain in an otherworld was an epic item. Some people had even obtained fragmented legendary items in the past, while others earned super skills and such. To put it simply, all of the rewards one could gain in an otherworld could significantly improve a player's strength. It's no wonder why he had tried so hard to live. He obtained a chance to head to an otherworld. I wonder what rank this otherworld is. When Feng recalled the Quarrel's deranged expression as the assassin fought, he could not help but chuckle. He would have fought desperately to live too. Quarrel hadn't been particularly famous in King's Return during the early stages of the game either. However, after joining the guild's middle management, his progress had suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. His progress might very well be related to this thing. There were many otherworlds in God's domain. Based on the main god system's categorization, otherworlds fell into common, epic, and legendary rank, with each one being larger than the previous. Each rank also offered players greater benefits. A common otherworld alone could massively impact a player's growth. By visiting a common otherworld, an ordinary player could instantly become an expert. There was no need to mention epic or legendary otherworlds. However, the majority of the otherworlds in God's domain were common rank. Even so, many desperately wished to encounter one, but alas, many failed in the past. When players had discovered otherworlds, the various large guilds had frantically searched for clues relating to them in the hopes of nurturing a large batch of their own experts. After all, there were innumerable guilds in the virtual gaming world. Not every one of them could nurture their own experts. With such a golden opportunity available, the various large guilds could not let it slip through their fingers. In the past, a top-tier expert had sold an opportunity to go to an otherworld at an auction. Although the otherworld in question had only been common rank, the various large guilds fought over it like a pack of wolves. In the end, Summer's Emerald, a first-rate guild, had won the transfer tool for 15,000 gold. Everyone who had participated in that auction had been stunned. After all, during that time, a single epic item had only sold for around 2,000 or 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could easily purchase 5 or 6 epic items. One could also use 15,000 gold to purchase a good plot of land. Yet, Summer's Emerald had used that money to purchase a common otherworld, which was the equivalent of a single epic item. Wasting so much money was the epitome of foolishness, yet nobody could have ever imagined that, in the end, Summer's Emerald would profit from the exchange. The guild had only obtained a single epic weapon, which was worth roughly 6,000 gold, from the common otherworld. That had been far less than the money it had spent. However, thanks to the adventures in the otherworld, Summer's Emerald had also gained a Void Realm expert. The outcome had made many guilds regret not fighting harder during the auction. From then on, transfer tools to otherworlds became extraordinarily precious. Even Feng, who had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had invested a long amount of time before he had gotten his hands on a common otherworld transfer tool. Although he had not experienced breakthrough during his visit, his combat techniques had improved significantly. What a strange transfer tool. It doesn't have a rank displayed. Even after observing with omniscient eyes, Feng had not discerned the purple crystal ball's rank. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, although there was no rank displayed, the crystal ball reminded Feng of something: otherworld transfer tools. This was a good option to cultivate guild experts. The general populace had yet to learn of otherworlds. They were also not well known by the various large guilds. Hence, none of the guilds were bothering to look for clues regarding otherworlds. Although Feng only knew 5 or 6 clues, no one else had obtained any of these otherworld transfer tools. He could head out to search for them. Once he obtained these otherworld transfer tools, he might be able to increase the number of Zero Wings Refinement Realm experts. As Blue Bamboo walked over, her eyes practically shone as she looked at Feng. Patting her ample chest, she said, "Big brother Feng, it is truly a blessing to meet you here. If not for you, Rain and I would have suffered. From today on, I've decided to work hard to improve myself. Big brother Feng, can you teach me how to fight, please? I only hurried over here after hearing from Autumn Goose that you were ambushed. Fortunately, I made it in time. It is a good thing that you wished to learn how to fight. Unfortunately, as I am not a cleric, I am not particularly clear as to how clerics should fight. However, I can have Violet teach you. Her combat standard ranks at the very top of our guild. Feng chuckled. Really? Blue Bamboo's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this. She had only made the comment as a joke. She knew full well just how busy Feng was. How could he possibly have time to teach her? However, she had not expected to get a chance to learn from her idol. She felt as if she were dreaming, of course. When have I ever lied? Feng nodded. By the way, why did you two come to the Crystal Forest? Didn't you already finish your quest? We thought we had finished it. However, after I handed the quest in, I received another special quest that requires me to collect a crystal heart. However, we have yet to obtain it. Thoughtful Rain explained. Crystal heart? What kind of quest is this? Feng was slightly surprised. He knew how to obtain the crystal heart. One had to kill the Crystal Wolf King. The quest was not easy to complete alone. Thoughtful Rain then sent Feng the quest details. How did you receive this quest? Feng could not help his shock upon reading the quest introduction. The quest Thoughtful Rain had accepted was no ordinary quest. Rather, it was one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests, the Witch's Sin. Chapter 846, Witch's Sin. When Feng read the quest introduction, he wondered if he had read it wrong. However, after reading it a few more times, he was 100% certain that this quest was one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests. Is this quest very difficult? Thoughtful Rain asked when she saw Feng's shocked expression. I can't say for certain, but it should be more difficult than an epic quest, Feng explained. Just for the first phase of your quest, you have to kill the Crystal Wolf King to obtain the Crystal Heart. There were many legacies in God's domain. However, in Star Moon Kingdom, there were 5 legacies known to be the strongest. The Witch's Sin was one of them. These 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. Unfortunately, there was no concrete method to triggering any of these 5 great legacies quests. It was highly possible for one to trigger the quest after completing an ordinary quest. Those who encountered these 5 great legacy quests were extremely lucky. They were the system's pampered children. After all, peak legacies were extraordinary. As long as one succeeded in their class change, they would improve their strength tremendously. Until now, throughout Zero Wing, only Feng and Violet Cloud had managed to obtain a hidden class. One could just imagine how rare hidden classes were. However, stumbling upon one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacies and completing one were completely different matters. Most importantly, there would be frightening consequences if one failed the quest after accepting it. Those who failed a basic legacy quest would, at worst, be barred from logging into the game for a certain amount of time. They could continue challenging the quest once they were able to log back into the game. As for legacies that provided hidden classes, players only had one chance. Failing these legacy quests usually resulted in a single death. However, the punishment for failing the 5 great legacy quests was extremely severe. Not only would one lose 3 levels, but they would also enter a weakened state for 10 days. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The worst part about failing one of the 5 great legacy quests was that one would permanently lose some of their luck attribute. The luck attribute was a hidden attribute. Normally, it was difficult to increase the attribute by 1 or 2 points. If a player permanently lost some of their luck as a result of failing the legacy quest, it would massively impact their performance in various aspects, such as their drop rate when opening treasure chests and grinding monsters. Due to this, the 5 great legacies of Star Moon Kingdom had been extremely famous in the past. There was only a thin line separating heaven and hell on the surface. They were known as the 5 great legacies. Secretly, however, players knew them as the 5 great curses in the past. Many players had obtained the 5 great legacy quests of Star Moon Kingdom. However, based on Feng's knowledge, Gentle Snow was the only one who had completed one of the quests. He had never heard of anyone else. One could just imagine how difficult the quests were. Correspondingly, however, when Gentle Snow had obtained one of the 5 great legacies, she had risen to fame in God's domain instantly. In field and guild battles, she had killed plenty of top-tier experts and had even killed apex experts. Unfortunately, she had suddenly disappeared from the game, and the incident became one of God's domain's unresolved mysteries. If Gentle Snow had not left God's domain, many people speculated that she would have become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Many players could not help but sigh at how unfortunate the situation was. Hence, when Feng saw that Thoughtful Rain had accepted the legacy quest for the Witch's Sin, he was both excited and worried. More difficult than an epic quest? Thoughtful Rain's eyes widened when she heard this, and inwardly, she smiled bitterly. Up until now, she had completed many quests in God's domain, so she understood one thing very well. The more difficult a quest was, the more difficult its punishment for failure would be. There was nothing good in accepting a quest that was beyond her abilities. A player would suffer if they failed an epic quest. If she failed a quest that was even more difficult than an epic quest, she did not dare to imagine the consequences awaiting her. There is no need to get too hung up about it. The quest has a time limit of 3 months. You still have 3 months to grow stronger and complete this quest. During this period, how do you feel about training with the guild's main force? Feng asked. Even Feng didn't know the finer details of the 5 great legacy quests. However, since it was a legacy quest, Feng was sure of one thing. Players had to rely on their own strength to pass the quest's final phase. If one were strong enough, it would not be too difficult to complete the legacy quest. Based on what Feng remembered, Gentle Snow had completed her legacy quest when she had reached the Flowing Water Realm. As long as Thoughtful Rain could also reach the Flowing Water Realm, she should have no problems completing the final test. At that time, Zero Wing would have another player with a hidden class I can join in the training. Thoughtful Rain could not help her surprise when she heard Feng's offer. The treatment Zero Wing's main force enjoyed was far from ordinary. The magic crystals they received each day alone even made experts like Autumn Goostrel One could use magic crystals to challenge the trial tower inside the Divine Colosseum and improve their combat standards. The magic crystal was an absolute hard currency. However, its supply was low, and it was difficult to obtain even if one had the money. Large guilds would generally supply their main force members with around 3 to 5 magic crystals each day. However, Zero Wing gave its main force members 15 crystals per day. In other words, Zero Wing's main force members could challenge the trial tower up to 15 times each day. Even the members of large guilds could not catch up to their development speed. Moreover, based on what she had heard, Zero Wing's main force members also got to watch all sorts of battle videos. These battle videos included expert battles that were not available on the internet. In addition, they could also spar against top-tier experts like Fire Dance. However, the most amazing part about being a member of Zero Wing's main force was the rumored 100-berry wine. Though she did not know the purpose of the 100-berry wine, she knew that even the main force members fought over this item like crazy. Some were even willing to trade a large amount of guild contribution points and magic crystals for it. However, those who obtained the 100-berry wine would never trade them. Instead, they consumed the beverage secretly. One could just imagine how valuable the item was. Big Brother Yifeng, can I train with the main force as well? Blue Bamboo asked sweetly as she batted her eyelashes. Sure. But let me say this first. You two are only reserve members. If you fail the exam 3 times, you'll be kicked out of the team. Feng strictly informed the women. Thank you, Big Brother Yifeng. When Autumn and the others hear about this, they will die from envy. Blue Bamboo could not help but giggle when she thought about the benefits the main force members enjoyed. Right? How long will it take before you two are released from your locked state? Feng asked. Roughly 2 hours, Thoughtful Rain replied after she took a look at her status window. Although their enemies were already dead, the soul lock debuff was in effect. They were still stuck in a combat state and could not use a return scroll to leave. Blue, have you learned the Dispel skill? Feng asked. Blue Bamboo Cleric's Dispel skill was not mainstream. Moreover, the skill was relatively rare. Very few clerics had it. However, this skill had a miraculous effect when raiding certain bosses. Dispel could remove a positive buff from an enemy. To bosses who loved buffing themselves, this was the equivalent of yanking out their fangs and claws. The Crystal Wolf King was one such boss. I bought one from the auction house and learned it already, Blue Bamboo said and nodded. Strangely good. Has it reached tier 1 yet? Feng had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King many times before. If one used a tier 0 dispel, at most they could remove a few tier 2 buffs. Only a tier 1 dispel could remove buffs from tier 3 skills. This not yet. I don't use this skill very often, Blue Bamboo answered awkwardly. Take these magic scrolls. When the time comes, use them before you use Dispel, Feng said. He then took out 5 golden tier 1 magic scrolls from his bag and handed them to Blue Bamboo. These 5 magic scrolls were spell amplification scrolls. Each one could upgrade a spell up to tier 1. Big Brother Yifeng, what am I supposed to do with these? Blue Bamboo was even more confused now. We're getting ready to kill the Crystal Wolf King, of course. Feng responded casually. Kill the Crystal Wolf King? Blue Bamboo was stunned. Thoughtful Rain was also at a loss for words. They had already seen the Crystal Wolf King. It was a level 50 Great Lord. With just the three of them, challenging it would be tantamount to suicide however. Ignoring the two women's shock, Feng retrieved 2 contracts from his bag and began to chant an incantation emerge. Immediately, 2 teleportation magic arrays appeared on the ground following a flash of silver light. 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged from the 2 magic arrays. These 2 were none other than Kite and Anna, Feng's personal guards. Chapter 847 Strength that Surpasses Tears. NPCs. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were surprised when Kite and Anna suddenly appeared. Both Kite and Anna radiated an intense aura. They felt suffocated as they stood so close to these 2 NPCs after not seeing them for some time. They sure have grown a lot. Feng was quite satisfied when he looked at the handsome Kite and charming Anna. Both are level 60 now. As expected of Dark Gold guards. Their growth rate sure is fast. It was especially true for Anna's improvement speed. Despite having become his personal guard a little later than Kite, she had caught up to her companion's level. Moreover, she had become a Tier 2 summoner in God's domain. It was not that easy to nurture a powerful personal guard. First and foremost, one required a large sum of money. As personal guards were NPCs, they required far more EXP to level up than players. If players frequently brought their personal guards when they went out to grind, this would only hold back the NPC's growth rate. If players wanted to let their personal guards level up and improve quickly, they had to let these personal guards accept quests at the Adventurers Association on their own. However, money was required when personal guards accepted a quest. Moreover, depending on the rank of the quest, the fee would also change. Although these personal guards would receive money, EXP, and other rewards after completing the quest, the player would receive none of it. This was because personal guards would use the money they earned to purchase their own equipment and items. Unlike players who had to obtain powerful equipment by raiding dungeons, personal guards could purchase such items from the Adventurers Association or NPC-run weapons and equipment shops. However, personal guards could only use the money they earned themselves. Hence, the first step to nurturing personal guards was to increase the amount of money they possessed, and they had to complete a lot of quests to obtain that money in the Adventurers Association. The quests personal guards could accept were categorized into Bronze, Mysterious Iron, Secret Silver, Fine Gold, Dark Gold, and Epic rank. The higher the rank the quest was, the more abundant the rewards were. Likewise, the fee players had to pay would be higher as well. Currently, a level 60 Bronze quest required an application fee of 5 gold, 10 gold for Mysterious Iron, 20 gold for Secret Silver, 40 gold for Fine Gold, 80 gold for Dark Gold, and 200 gold for Epicas to whether the personal guard in question could complete the quest. That depended on the personal guard's strength. For example, a Bronze guard would have a 70% chance of completing a Bronze quest, but they would only have a 40% chance to complete a Mysterious Iron quest and 10% chance for a Secret Silver quest. However, one could increase a personal guard's combat power through their equipment, increasing their quest success rate. Unfortunately, one needed time to gather the required resources. However, Anna and Kite were different. Their innate potential was Dark Gold rank. Even in basic equipment, they had a 50% chance of completing a Dark Gold quest. As long as their equipment was up to date, their success rate for completing a Dark Gold quest could easily exceed 80%. After their strength reached a certain degree, they could even challenge an epic quest. Only epic quests were not readily available. That depended on the daily updates of the Adventurers Association's quest list. Feng's personal guards could accept much higher ranked quests than other players' personal guards. Their leveling speed was much faster. Feng, are we really going to deal with the Crystal Wolf King? Thoughtful Rain asked somewhat worriedly as she watched the high-spirited Feng. Although the 2 level 60 Tier 2 NPCs were very powerful, the Crystal Wolf King was a great lord, an existence equivalent to a Tier 3 class. Relax. I've already investigated the Crystal Wolf King. The boss's skills are buff-oriented. As long as Blue casts Dispel on it, our forces will be enough to take it down, Feng explained, chuckling. This was not the first time he had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King. The Wolf King was powerful because of its speed. Even a top-tier MT of the same level would find it difficult to respond to the Wolf King's attacks. In addition, the boss had a stackable gain skill that allowed it to grow stronger the longer it fought. If they did not deal with this gain buff appropriately, they would be annihilated. However, if they dealt with the boss's gain buff properly, with the strength of 2 Dark Gold guards, They should have no problems taking down the Crystal Wolf King, following which, Feng led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to a Kavya strong gale accosted the small team at the cave's entrance. As they stepped into the cave, they heard the howling of a wolf. The howl echoed throughout the cave, causing the cave walls and floor to tremble. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the depths of the dark, spacious cave. The figure stood over 10 meters tall. Bearing its snow-white fangs, a hint of bloodlust flashed in the figure's crimson eyes as it overlooked Feng's group. The figure's body was made entirely of crystals, and a green glow flashed where its heart should have been. Crystal Wolf King. Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 50. HP 21 000/21 Kite, you'll tank the Wolf King. Anna, you'll act as support. Blue, focus on healing Kite. Feng immediately commanded. As Feng gave his orders, the tall and robust Kite transformed into a gale as he dashed towards the Crystal Wolf King. Kite only had 750,000 HP. Compared to the Great Lord, that was practically nothing. The Crystal Wolf King swung its razor-sharp claws, sending numerous streaks of silver light flying at the Sword Master. The silver lights were so fast that no ordinary player would have time to react. However, rather than dodging, Kite unsheathed his two swords and brandished his weapons. Pung, pung, pung. The guard shattered the flying silver lights. Kite released a low growl, and the two swords in his hands released a dazzling blue glow. He then swung the weapons forward violently. Tier 2 skill, Wind Feng. The two massive blue fangs transformed into two streaks of light, instantly piercing the Crystal Wolf King's body. The Crystal Wolf King screamed in pain and retreated by 2 steps, 2 damages of over -100,000 points appearing its head. However, Kite was not done with his attacks. Immediately, he appeared before the Great Lord. The Crystal Wolf King was furious. Bearing its fangs, it swung its massive paw at Kite so fast that one could only see black shadows move towards the Sword Master. Boom. The earth shook. However, the Wolf King's paw never made contact with Kite's body. Instead, Kite blocked the attack with one hand. Kite then countered with a slash towards the giant paw's joint. A streak of blue light struck the Wolf King's paw, causing the boss to lose over 20,000 HP. Big brother Yi Feng, your personal guard is so strong. Blue Bamboo's eyes widened with surprise as she watched the fight. She had seen many powerful personal guards before. However, all of the Tier 2 personal guards she had seen had even struggled to deal with a lord, not to mention a Great Lord. They also require players' assistance, yet Kite could block this Great Lord's attack with a single hand. Feng was similarly shocked. He had never thought that Kite would be this powerful. The NPC had already grown to be capable of withstanding a Tier 3 monster's attack. He even had slightly higher strength than the Crystal Wolf King. Only now did Feng understand why those super guilds in the past had been so desperate to obtain a dark gold guard. If Kite was this strong right now, how powerful would he be when he reached Tier 5? While Feng watched, astonished, Anna, who stood a short distance away from the Crystal Wolf King, also began to attack. When her chanting came to an end, suddenly a brilliant light filled the dark cavea. Massive, golden magic array had enveloped over half of the cave. Anna's aura also grew by multiple times. Even Feng, who stood far away from the summoner, had trouble breathing in the dense aura. Chapter 848, Frightening Dark Gold Guard. What is this spell? Feng could feel the aura around Anna strengthening. Right now it felt as if a Tier 3 NPC was standing before him. This was the first time Feng had seen such a spell. Tier 3 NPCs were generally tasked to defend a city. Even in a major city like White River City, they would be considered top-class individuals. Players would find it difficult to meet one. Feng immediately called out Anna's skill menu. What? She's grasped a Tier 2 curse already. Feng was extremely shocked when he saw the list displayed on the skill menu. Anna's growth potential was incredible. Previously, Feng had checked Kite's skill menu. Although the Swordmaster had learned quite a number of Tier 2 skills, he had picked up just one Tier 2 Taboo skill. Moreover, he had obtained this Taboo skill only after completing many quests. In contrast, Anna actually already possessed 2 Tier 2 curses right now. Moreover, one of them was even a curse Feng had never heard before, Song of Summoning. Not only would the curse forcefully upgrade the caster to Tier 3 temporarily, but it would also summon a golden giant, a Tier 3 creature in the next moment. An endless amount of mana began gathering at the center of the golden magic array. After roughly 3 seconds, the large supply of mana condensed into a golden giant over 10 meters tall. The giant was fully equipped with golden armor, and it carried a giant golden axe on its back. Golden giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 60. HP 30,000,000/30, 000,000. Feng was ecstatic when he saw the golden giantana's performance was simply terrific. Despite being only a Tier 2 NPC, she was already capable of summoning a Tier 3 creature. Moreover, Anna herself had also reached the standard of a Tier 3, albeit temporarily. With this, dealing with a Tier 3 monster of the same level would be child's play for her. In the next moment, the golden giant charged at the Crystal Wolf King and swung its golden axe. However, the speed of the giant's axe was not particularly fast. As a result, the Wolf King managed to block the weapon in time using its paw boom. The impact of the collision sent the Wolf King flying, and then its body slammed heavily into the ground. The paw it defended itself with trembled uncontrollably as well. At this moment, when the Wolf King looked at the golden giant, its eyes were filled with fun. It only had the Crystal Wolf King gone flying from this frontal clash, but it had also suffered over -5,000 damage from the resulting impact. If the Wolf King had not blocked the golden giant's axe, the damage it received from the golden giant would have definitely exceeded the damage Kite had inflicted. A single golden giant was already more than enough to deal with the Crystal Wolf King. After including Kite's targeted strikes at the Wolf King's weak points, the Crystal Wolf King immediately fell into an absolute disadvantage. In the end, it could only accept its fate, serving as a punching bag. Seems my plans were unnecessary. Feng laughed involuntarily as he looked at the Crystal Wolf King's constantly decreasing HP. He finally got to experience how those players had felt when they obtained a dark gold guard of their own. Initially, he had still planned on taking action himself. Now, however, it would seem that his plans were utterly superfluous. If he were to join the fray as well, he would be bullying the Crystal Wolf King. However, he had to admit that it indeed felt awesome to have a dark gold guard. He could practically level up even while lying down and doing nothing. Even if he were a player who did not know how to fight, he could simply rely on his personal guard to help him level up. It's no wonder those players back then had invested all their money into nurturing these dark gold guards. Feng could not help but think back to those players who had been lucky enough to obtain dark gold guards in the past. It turns out that the difference in strength is actually so massive logically. If one possessed such a powerful guard, grinding, leveling up, and earning money should be a piece of cake. After all, field bosses were practically walking ATMs to players with dark gold guards. Generally, guilds would have to organize large expeditions to raid these powerful field bosses. They even had to make enormous sacrifices to take down these bosses. On the other hand, the only task players with dark gold guards had to do was search for field bosses. They could leave everything else to their personal guards to handle, even if it took 2 or 3 days to locate a single field boss. Once they killed the boss, its loot would be all theirs for the keeping. Their income would definitely be far above that of experts of God's domain. Yet, in the past, any player that possessed a relatively good personal guard in God's domain was extremely poor. This was because these personal guards were no different from a bottomless pit. If the equipment and skills of a personal guard did not improve along with the increase in their levels, then raiding field bosses of the same level would become much more dangerous. After all, unlike NPCs, monsters didn't need equipment. As long as their levels increased, their attributes would increase significantly as well. In contrast, a personal guard's strength was not dependent on just their attributes. They also relied heavily on their equipment and skills. They needed to continually improve themselves in order to go up against bosses of the same level. When players died, at worst, they would lose a single level and a piece of equipment. However, the death of personal guards was different. Not only would they lose many levels, but their revival would also take a very long time. Not to mention, the cost of reviving personal guards could sting even top-tier experts. Hence, to reduce the possibility of their guards dying, players in the past would try to increase the strength of their personal guards as much as possible. Time flowed by quickly, while under the observation of Feng and the others. Since Blue Bamboo had dispelled all the game buffs cast by the Crystal Wolf King on itself, its HP quickly fell to 30%. Right just then, the Wolf King's crimson eyes suddenly gave off a bloody glow, its half-transparent crystal body gradually turning crimson as well. Blue, hurry up and use the scroll. Rain, you and I will join the battle. Feng instructed hurriedly. Once the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 30%, It would stop using the Tier 2 buff skill and start using the Tier 3 gain skill instead. Just the first stack of the buff could increase the Wolf King's strength and speed by 10%, while subsequent stacks would further enhance its strength and speed by 10%, up to a maximum of 30 stacks. In other words, the Crystal Wolf King's strength and speed could increase by as much as 300%. At that point, even a Grand Lord of the same level would not be a match for it, hence, they needed to finish off the Crystal Wolf King before things got out of hand. Its gain buff stacked up very quickly. It would gain a stack once every 10 seconds. If nobody removed this buff in just 2 minutes' time, the Crystal War Wolf strength could rival a Grand Lord. Got it? At this time, Blue Bamboo retrieved a magic scroll from her bag and began amplifying her dispel as the first stack of buff got removed. Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and began attacking from the Crystal Wolf King's side. Thundering Flash. Chop. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. Oh. One skill after another landed on the Crystal Wolf King, each one dealing around -10,000 to -20,000 damage to the Great Lord. In contrast, Thoughtful Rain was not faring particularly well. The Crystal Warwolf was an elemental being, so it possessed relatively high magic resistance in addition to its own defense. Thoughtful Rain's attacks very rarely dealt over -3,000 damage to the Great Lord. When the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 3 million, Kite executed the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Hurricane's Descent. Anna also stopped holding back as she cast the Tier 2 curse. Judgment of Light. A gray cyclone promptly appeared in the sky, and like a sharp blade it stabbed directly at the Crystal Wolf King. As for Anna's Judgment of Light, when she completed the curse, it called forth a battle angel into the battlefield. The moment the battle angel appeared, she threw a sacred golden spear at the Wolf King. Boom. -1045, 137-1, 274, 646. Instantly, 2 massive damages appeared above the Crystal Wolf King's head, forcing an agonized howl out of the Great Lord. The Wolf King then fell to the ground, its body paralyzed. It had obviously suffered massive injuries from the 2 attacks and entered a weakened state for a short period. The tremendous amounts of damages thoroughly stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Naturally, Feng would not let this golden opportunity pass. He immediately activated Divine Providence followed by Flame Burst. When he finished executing his 15 consecutive attacks, the Crystal Wolf King collapsed to the ground, its body completely motionless. Chapter 849, Alchemy Equipment. With the Crystal Wolf King's death, everyone's experience bars rose by a large margin. Feng reached 41% of level 40, while Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were now only 20% away from level 40. They would have to grind for just one more day, at most, to bridge this final gap. However, compared to the EXP they obtained, Feng paid much more attention towards the Wolf King's loot. The Crystal Wolf King was the guardian monster of this map. Moreover, this was the first time it had been killed. Its loot would naturally be much more bountiful than usual. Sure enough, among the 10 items dropped, 5 were rare materials. As for the remaining 5, 3 were level 50 fine gold equipment and 1 was the crystal heart that Thoughtful Rain required. With this crystal heart, she would be able to proceed to the next phase of her quest. The Witch's Sin was a chain legacy quest with a total of 5 phases. Unlike other legacy quests, where one simply had to obtain a legacy tool and activate it, the Witch's Sin allowed one to enter its legacy grounds and undertake the final trial only after the completion of a series of quests. It was much more troublesome than the legacy quests of other hidden classes. However, it was also one of the easiest legacies to encounter. Sure enough, the loot this time is good. Feng smiled as he held up a deep blue crystal bottle. This crystal bottle was neither a weapon nor equipment that combat players sought. Instead, it was an item that was in demand among lifestyle players, particularly alchemists, because this crystal bottle was Alchemy Equipment. Azure Ocean Crystal Bottle. Alchemy Equipment. Secret Silver Rank. Increases the alchemy success rate by 5%. Although the crystal bottle only increased the success rate of alchemy procedures by 5%. For comparison, a complete set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment provided a total increase of only 8%. Meanwhile, the complete Azure Ocean set could increase the alchemy success rate by 12%. It was a set that was highly desirable even to master alchemists. Although Feng currently had only a single bottle, this item would suffice to help an intermediate alchemist get promoted to advanced alchemist quickly after reaching the advanced alchemist standard. An alchemist could begin producing all sorts of rare intermediate potions such as the intermediate fire resistance potion and intermediate ice resistance potion. The value of these potions would skyrocket once the eclipse gate opened. Unfortunately, the candlelight trading firm simply had too few advanced alchemists at the moment. Now that Feng had obtained a piece of the Azure Ocean set, it would help a lot in addressing this problem after killing the Crystal Wolf King. Feng did not remain idle. Instead, he led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo around the Crystal Forest, killing chieftains and lords, using this opportunity to gather the other set pieces of the Azure Ocean set finally. Around the time when the soul lock on Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo disappeared, he obtained an Azure Ocean test tube, which increased the alchemy success rate by 3%. After killing a Lord-rank boss, Feng lacked just 2 more to complete the set. However, seeing as it was getting late, he had to bring Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo back to the city first. As for the remaining 2 set pieces, he could only put off collecting them for the future. White River City, at an open-air restaurant close to the candlelight trading firm. Players and horse carriages constantly traveled down the street outside the restaurant, every one of these players in a hurry to raise themselves to level 40. All of this was due to the sudden appearance of a mount in White River City. This incident had whetted the appetites of White River City's players for mounts. At the same time, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had further increased. Previously, everyone had considered mounts to be just another mode of transportation. However, after seeing the demonic flame tiger, everyone came to understand one thing. Mounts could also assist players in battle. This was especially true for a mount like the demonic flame tiger. Its mere presence was enough to make one shudder. One could just imagine how much more help it could provide in combat. That tiger mount sure is cool. It would be great if I could have one as well. Stop dreaming. Someone on the forums is offering to buy the mount for 8 million credits right now. Even so, many people are still ridiculing that person. Ridicule? Why, that's 8 million credits we're talking about. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. If I were the owner of the tiger mount, I would definitely sell it. Do you think that mount is worth only 8 million? Although some guilds have managed to get their hands on mounts as well, those mounts are just bronze rank, with very few being mysterious iron rank. Currently, rumor has it that the tiger mount might be a dark gold mount. If that's true, it's the highest ranked mount currently known in God's domain. Instead of it being just a mount, it is a symbol of one's identity. Most likely, 8 million credits isn't even worth 10% of that mount. These people are just insane. I'm having a headache just trying to earn 40 gold. Who knows when I'll be able to save up that much money? It would be great if the mounts were cheaper. Of course there is a cheaper alternative. A guild mount costs only 25 gold. However, you'll need to join a guild with a stable first. Currently, Zero Wing is the only guild in God's domain that has a stable. The number of players trying to join Zero Wing every day has nearly filled up Zero Wing's residence to the point of bursting. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have tried to join Zero Wing sooner. Zero Wing really is amazing. Right now, even super guilds have yet to construct their own stables, but Zero Wing has done so already. In a few years' time, Zero Wing might even become a new super guild. While the players on the street were busy chatting, a handsome young man wrapped in a black cloak wore a gloomy expression on his face as he sat in the open-air restaurant. Zero Wing sure is something. It's no wonder they dared to oppose King's return. The tall and beautiful woman seated beside the handsome youth said, a faint smile on her face. It's been too long since our guild has made a move. It seems that people have started to forget how frightening we actually are. In the minds of ordinary players, super guilds were merely guilds with long histories and plenty of experts. They did not understand the truly formidable aspect of super guilds. The reason why super guilds were powerful was not because of their large number of experts and vast resources, but more due to the quality of their experts. The Falcon Legion sent to kill the core members of Zero Wing was the best proof. The Falcon Legion was a legion of experts King's return had secretly nurtured. Every member of the Falcon Legion could rank among the top experts of a first-rate guild. The more powerful members were even in the refinement realm already. Going up against multiple top-tier experts of first-rate guilds at the same time would be a piece of cake for these refinement realm experts now. Not only had King's return sent a 20-man team after Zero Wing's core members, but the guild had also assigned Quirrell, one of the team leaders of the Falcon Legion, to lead it. In addition, Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger even accompanied the team. Both these men were refinement realm experts. With such a force, annihilating Zero Wing's core members would be child's play, of course. King's Return's intention was not to exterminate Zero Wing but to give it a warning. Hopefully, Zero Wing will learn their lesson after this little warning. If they still dare to stand against me, their core members won't be the only ones to die next time, Fiend stated, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Sindhart has already departed from his guild residence and is currently heading over. It should be time for us to meet that guild leader of Zero Wing. It would indeed be difficult for King's Return to thoroughly exterminate Zero Wing in one fell swoop. However, other methods could be used to deal with the guild slowly. The simplest way was to repeatedly kill the upper echelons of the guild. If the guild's upper echelons were frequently killed, their deaths would negatively impact the growth of the guild. If the situation was prolonged, guild members would lose faith in their upper echelons. In the end, members would start quitting, which would, in turn, weaken the guild. This was also the reason why the various guilds were afraid of super guilds. Just as Fiend was about to head to the candlelight trading firm, 20 cloaked players appeared before him. These 20 players were none other than Ordinary Stranger's group. Well, did you finish the mission? Fiend asked softly as he looked at Ordinary Stranger, who stood in the lead. Chapter 850. Fiend's shock. Why are you all quiet? Fiend asked sternly as he looked at Ordinary Stranger's team, which remained silent. However, Fiend's follow-up question still failed to elicit a reply from Ordinary Stranger and the others. Instead, their heads hung even lower, their complexions becoming extremely gloomy. Did you? Or did you not complete the mission? Have you all become mute? Fiend asked suspiciously whether it was Ordinary Stranger or Thunder Tiger. Both of them were usually chatterboxes. Yet now neither of them had uttered even a single word. How could he not find this situation odd? After a long period of silence, Coral finally stepped forward and answered in a low tone. We didn't complete the mission. You didn't complete the mission? Fiend was momentarily stunned. He then looked at Coral and demanded in a deep tone, tell me exactly what happened. Following which, Coral and Ordinary Stranger made a full report to Fiend. After hearing their recollection, Fiend fell silent, praying Lotus, the beautiful level 39 oracle dressed in sacred white robes who was standing beside Fiend, also revealed an astonished expression. The reason for her astonishment was not because Coral and the others had died. Instead, it was because of who had ambushed them. Although Ordinary Stranger had guessed that the cloaked man was Black Flame, Coral had personally seen the cloaked man's true appearance, and he could say with 100% certainty that their ambusher was Yifeng. Yifeng was someone who had long since entered the list of targets to pay attention to of super guilds and super first-rate guilds. He was ridiculously strong. Even if Fiend were to take action himself, the outcome of the fight would be uncertain. Fiend's chances of suffering defeat might even be higher than Yifeng's. Hence, it came to her as no surprise that Yifeng had killed Coral and the others. If this were normal times, she could still chalk it up to Coral and the others having extremely bad luck. Unfortunately, things were not as simple as just having bad luck, and this was the part that gave her and Fiend a headache. The movements of the Falcon Legion were kept top secret. Even Fiend himself had been in the dark. For the mission this time, only the 20 players on the team had known the details. Hence, before the team had made its move, it was impossible for Zero Wing to have known about the ambush. Moreover, when Coral and the others had taken action, they had even used Soul Lock on their targets. Their ambush targets had no way to get news out unless they died and logged out of the game. As for Yifeng appearing at that location by coincidence, that was also impossible. After all, Yifeng had ridden around White River City on his mount for a long time, causing a huge commotion in the city. When Coral and the others took action, Yifeng had still been in the city. Hence, Yifeng's appearance at the Crystal Forest was definitely no coincidence. It was certain that he had only rushed to the rescue after finding out about the incident. However, just how far away was the Crystal Forest from White River City? By the time Yifeng arrived there, even with a mount, the Falcon Legion should have long since finished their targets. Yet that was not the case. Not only had Yifeng slaughtered the Falcon Legion, but he had even managed to save his companions. The speed of his mobilization was simply staggering. This meant that dealing with the members of Zero Wing would be much more troublesome in the future. If they were not careful, they might even end up suffering a huge loss. However, they also could not afford to send out their guild's apex experts. These people usually had their own tasks to handle. How could they possibly have the time to play around with an upstart guild? Moreover, if they really did dispatch these experts, doing so would turn their guild into a laughingstock for other super guildsits. No wonder even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is helpless against Zero Wing. Turns out that they still have such a card to play. Good. Very good. Hell Fiend exclaimed, his mouth twitching in anger. This move of Zero Wing had foiled his plans considerably. Hell Fiend, are we still going to meet with Black Flame? Praying Lotus asked. Their initial plan had been to teach Zero Wing a lesson, and let the guild know what kind of consequences awaited it should it offend King's return. Now with the Falcon Legion's defeat, they naturally lost their deterrent against Zero Wingo. Of course we're going. If Sind Heart thinks he can get that sum of money, he can forget about it. Hell Fiend declared, bloodlust shining in his eyes. With a resolute tone he added, since we can't do this subtly, we'll just use force to convince Zero Wing. I don't believe an upstart guild with no backing won't submit to King's return. Saying so, Hell Fiend had ordinary stranger contact Zero Wing. White River City's teleportation hall. Suddenly, several white flashes appeared inside the building as Feng and the others returned to White River City once again. What a pity. It would be great if we could continue grinding for a few more hours, Blue Bamboo said in disappointment as she looked at her own experience bar during their time following Feng around. Their leveling speed simply left one speechless with 2 personal guards capable of overwhelming a great lord present. Dealing with those chieftain and lord-ranked monsters was extremely relaxing. The crystal wolves they slaughtered as they traveled around the crystal forest also boosted their experience bars significantly. Currently, she was only 5% away from reaching level 40 at most. She would need an hour's worth of grinding to bridge that final gap. Level 40 was a relatively major milestone in God's domain. Throughout their travels, Blue Bamboo had eyed Feng's demonic flame tiger with longing. Unfortunately, she had yet to reach level 40, so she could not even give riding Feng's mount a try in God's domain. Mounts could generally carry 2 people at the same time. If a mount was of a sufficiently high rank, it could even accommodate 3 people at once. A dark gold mount like the demonic flame tiger could bear a maximum of 3 people. However, the riders had to be level 40 or above. After exiting the teleportation hall, Feng summoned the demonic flame tiger once again. The demonic flame tiger's cool and massive body immediately attracted the gazes of the passers-by. I still have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. If you encounter any problems in your quest again, just contact me or Aqua and the others, Feng said as he jumped onto his mount. He gave the demonic flame tiger a tap and then sped towards the candlelight trading firm. After Feng departed, the players on the streets promptly shifted their gazes towards Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Are those 2 beauties members of Zero Wing? I saw them talking to that mount riding person just now. Could that expert be a member of Zero Wing? All sorts of ideas started popping up in people's minds. Many beautiful female players also started looking at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo with eyes filled with envy and admiration. Although they were acquainted with many experts compared to Feng, those experts were simply noobs. On the other hand, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo actually managed to make friends with an expert like Feng. It would be great if I can get a mount that's as cool as Big Brother Yifeng's. At that time my classmates will definitely die of jealousy, Blue Bamboo said as she looked at Feng's departing figure admiringly. However, Thoughtful Rain, who stood beside Blue Bamboo, did not have such thoughts in her mind. Instead, she was currently pondering how she could go about improving her strength. Feng's battles had truly widened her horizons. She had never imagined that there would actually be such a huge difference between players. Candlelight Trading Firm, 2nd floor reception room. Hell Fiend, are you really going to do it? Praying Lotus asked, a frown on her face. If you do so, we'll suffer significant losses as well. I've already said that I absolutely will not let Sind Heart get that money. If Black Flame is really resolute in opposing me, I will let him know what regret tastes like. Let's see if he thinks opposing me just for a stranger like Sind Heart is worth it or not. Hell Fiend sneered and nodded decisively as Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus were waiting quietly. The doors to the room opened suddenly. Feng, who was currently in the guise of Black Flame, slowly walked up to Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus. Chapter 851 Book of Disaster. So he is Black Flame. Hell Fiend began carefully observing Feng as the swordsman approached him. Although the general public did not have a clear grasp of Black Flame's strength, Practically all experts from super guilds knew just how powerful the man was, ranked 51st on God's Domain's experts list. Although the rankings on this list did not measure the exact strength of an expert, they were still useful as a reference. Someone ranked 51st on the list was unquestionably an expert who could rank at the top in any super guild. Moreover, the fact that Black Flame had managed to develop an upstart guild like Zero Wing to its current state showed that he was strong in more than just fighting, while Hellfiend and Praying Lotus were observing Feng. Feng was also observing the two. Whether it was Hellfiend or Praying Lotus, both of them had been very famous experts in the past. It was especially true for Hellfiend. During the initial stages of God's Domain, he had already become an Adjudicator of King's Return. The title of Adjudicator was not just for show. It represented King's Return's apex combat power. Even the weakest Adjudicator was a Void Realm expert. In addition, there was also an age restriction. Candidates for Adjudicator could not be over 30. In other words, no one over 30 years old could take part in the exam to become an Adjudicator. Hellfiend had managed to become one at such a young age. 10 years later, he had even become a Tier 6 mage god that everybody knew. Ophis for the female oracle, Praying Lotus, she was similarly very amazing. Although she could not compare to Hellfiend, she had similarly been promoted into one of King's Return's Adjudicators a year or so later. In the end, she had even become a Tier 5 Red Priest. Her combat power back then had reached the peak of Tier 5. She had been in existence that countless experts looked up to. Feng had never imagined that the two people looking to talk to him would be them. "What business do you have with me?" Feng asked in a deep tone as he looked at Hellfiend. "You can't be trying to get me to give up on the trade, right?" "Actually, we are. The reason we've come looking for you this time is indeed to have you give up on that exchange. If you give up now, our previous agreement will still take effect." Hellfiend nodded. He then took out a tattered old book from his bag. Smiling confidently, he said, "You can take a look at this thing here. If you are not willing to give up on the exchange, it won't be the Falcon Legion taking action the next time. Instead, I'll make use of this item. You don't wish to see any accidents happening to the stone forest town that you've arduously developed, right?" This ancient book was very old. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. Its cover had long since been ruined. However, if one tried hard enough, one could still make out the faint words written on the book's cover: Abyss Summoning. The instant Feng saw these words, his heart involuntarily shook. This book was a nightmarish item in God's Domain. This book itself was a disaster in God's Domain. The human race was constantly at war with the Abyss. However, it was not that easy for the Abyss to invade the continent of God's Domain. Abyssal monsters needed to travel through an abyss passage to enter God's Domain en masse. It was extremely difficult to open an abyss passage. Nevertheless, this ancient book could simply do so. This ancient book was an item monsters from the Dark Abyss had specifically sent over. The reason for doing so was to have the people residing on the continent of God's Domain use it. The book would then act as a marker that allowed abyssal monsters to open a passage to God's Domain much more readily. The opening of an abyss passage would mean that endless abyssal monsters would surge into God's Domain. At that time, many kingdoms and empires would fall to the invasion. Feng had never dreamed that Hellfiend would actually possess this item. No wonder he's so confident. So he still has such a trump card. Feng was momentarily at a loss for words as he looked at the ancient book on the table. If an abyss passage opened close to Stone Forest Town, it would indeed bring about the destruction of the town. However, opening an abyss passage was no laughing matter. In the past, a player had similarly used one such ancient book to open an abyss passage. The abyssal monsters that came out had ended up destroying an entire kingdom, and even spreading to several neighboring kingdoms. The Glory Empire was only a short distance away from Star Moon Kingdom. With the scope of the abyss passage, the Glory Empire would naturally suffer from the invasion. In such a case, King's Return would not escape unscathed either. However, this ancient book had one more secret that was not mentioned by the system. If you don't mind losing Stone Forest Town, you can go ahead and trade with Sind Heart. Hellfiend laughed. This ancient book was extraordinarily precious. Originally, he had not intended to use it for such a matter. After all, it could be used to deal with other super guilds in the future. Now, however, with the situation as it was, he couldn't care less about wasting the book. However, he did not believe that Feng would be so foolish. How could a measly 5 plots of land possibly compare to Stone Forest Town? Contrary to Hellfiend's expectations, however, Feng shook his head and said very seriously, "Sorry, but I still refuse. If you wish to use this ancient book of yours, go ahead." When Praying Lotus heard Feng's reply, she stared at him with an expression of disbelief on her face. Thinking that the man did not understand the severity of the situation, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Guild leader Black Flame, you have to think this through carefully. That Stone Forest town we're talking about, not an NPC city. Do you think you can fend off an endless wave of abyssal monsters?" This ancient book was extraordinary. Just the price to activate the Abyss Passage would cost them significantly. It would be a complete waste to use it on a small guild like Zero Wing. I've considered this very clearly. If you don't have anything else, please leave. I still have many things I need to tend to, Feng said. Then he stood up and left. At this time, both Fiend and Praying Lotus were stunned. A lunatic. Black Flame clearly had a mental problem. Or did he think they would not actually carry out their threat? Good. Black Flame, I applaud you. You are the first person to have earned my admiration since entering the virtual gaming world. Since you insist on doing so, I'll fulfill your wish then. I will definitely make you regret your decision today, Black Flame. Fiend laughed maniacally as he looked at Feng's receding back. We're leaving. Following which, Fiend and Praying Lotus departed the candlelight trading firm. Guild leader. Will helping Send Heart really be worth it? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she looked at Fiend's departing figure. She had watched everything that happened very clearly from a secret room beside the reception room. After all, two important figures from King's Return had come. How could the vice leader of Zero Wing possibly be absent from this situation? Although Send Heart was a good-natured person, they were merely acquaintances. If Feng were to abandon Stone Forest Town just because of a promise, it would be the epitome of foolishness. However, Aqua Rose also understood that it was precisely due to this personality of Feng's that she had agreed to join Zero Wing back then. If Feng were someone who readily bowed to threats, he wouldn't have so many people placing their trust in him right now. Do you think I'm doing it just because of Send Heart? Feng could not help but laugh. If Fiend really does open up an abyss passage near Stone Forest Town, then I would have to thank him. Thank him? The abyss passage will call forth an endless wave of abyssal monsters. How could Stone Forest Town possibly defend against so many monsters? Aqua Rose asked. Confused gains and losses correspond in God's domain. That ancient book is both a disaster and an opportunity. Just like an epic quest, while terrific rewards are possible, the punishment for failure is similarly terrifying. Feng explained, smiling. Hopefully Fiend doesn't disappoint me. Fiend could not know about the true secret of the ancient book. This secret was something that players had found out only after God's domain had experienced such disasters multiple times. Shortly after Fiend and Praying Lotus left, Feng similarly departed the candlelight trading firm. However, to avoid attracting too much attention, Feng hailed an advanced horse carriage and headed towards the library. Previously, due to thoughtful Rain's matter, he had not managed to deal with the Golden Tablets quest. Now that he was done with that matter, he naturally could not leave the tablet quest alone. However, after arriving at the library, before Feng could head to the entrance of the building, a beautiful figure suddenly intruded into his path, blocking him. Taking a closer look, Feng discovered that the person blocking him was actually Yulan of Underworld Guild leader Black Flame. You really are difficult to find. May I know if you have time for a private chat? Yulan asked softly, smiling as she looked at the cloaked Feng. Chapter 852 Sacred Grounds. Your ability to find someone is really amazing, Feng said. However, his attention was currently not on Yulan. Instead, he was surveying his surroundings. However, even after careful observation, nothing in particular drew his eye. He did not detect anybody trailing him. Moreover, in a city, many players chose to wear a black cloak to avoid exposing themselves. Hence, cloaked players were not an uncommon sight in a city. Despite that, Yulan had still managed to locate him at this moment. Yulan wore a set of luxurious purple robes, a glowing silver staff clasped in her hand. The staff had many runes engraved on it, and Feng could faintly feel the ambient mana gathering around it. Yulan's level was similarly extraordinary. Currently, she was already a level 39 summoner. The current first-ranking player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list was only level 38. Yet Yulan had already reached level 39. Her leveling speed was already on par with the experts of Super Guild's guild leader. Black Flame is overpraising me. Why don't we find a quiet place to sit down and have a chat? Yulan revealed a meaningful smile. I have some intelligence that I know will certainly interest Guild Leader Black Flame. Intelligence that will interest me? Feng could not help but laugh when he heard Yulan saying so. He had already mingled in God's domain for over a decade already. In the past, he had even been the guild leader of a second-rate guild. The information he had regarding God's domain far surpassed that of any current player or guild right now. Most likely, only the secrets gathered by super guilds could possibly interest him. Isn't Guild Leader Black Flame interested in the holy city of Titan? Yulan asked as she revealed a confident and provocative smile. How do you know about the holy city of Titan? Feng was greatly shocked as he looked at Yulan. The holy city of Titan was one of God's domain's major secrets. Even in the past, not many players had known about the holy city. It was a place that independent players had no chance of ever visiting. Even those who knew about the existence of the holy city would not necessarily be able to go there. Only an extremely few large guilds were capable of visiting it generally. Only first-rate guilds and above had the ability to get to the holy city. Although Shadow had been a second-rate guild in the past, it was only after joining hands with many guilds, as well as having the powerful Immortal Light Guild of that time taking the lead, that Feng had managed to get a glimpse of the holy city of Titan. The holy city of Titan was originally a city where the Titans resided. It was once an extremely powerful city, capable of going up against even gods. However, after the war between the gods, the city had weakened significantly. Even so, it was still much more powerful than the current four great empires of God's domain, and was roughly Blackwing City's match and greatly respected by the various kingdoms and empires of God's domain. However, the holy city of Titan was different from Blackwing City. Blackwing City was more of a place for players to conduct trade at. Titan City, on the other hand, was a place meant for nurturing players. It had been titled a sacred training ground by many players. The reason for this was because the mana density at Titan City was much denser than in most locations in the outside world. Aside from being a sacred training ground for combat players, Titan City was also a sacred ground for lifestyle players. Due to the excellent environmental conditions there, lifestyle players would have their production success rates improved considerably. In addition, the chance of obtaining lifestyle designs at the grinding spots around Titan City was much higher than at other locations. Hence, many lifestyle players yearned to visit the holy city of Titan. However, Titan City was not a place that just any player could visit. Similar to Blackwing City, one needed to obtain a pass. However, the drop rate for Titan City's pass was much lower than Blackwing City's. Moreover, only level 30 100-man large-scale team dungeons or above had a chance of dropping the pass. Although Feng had thought of going to Titan City, until now not a single team in Zero Wing had managed to obtain a pass for Titan City. In Feng's opinion though, this was a very normal occurrence. The drop rate for that item was simply too low. Obtaining it in level 30 or level 40 dungeons was practically impossible. Only after reaching level 50 would 100-man team dungeons have a slightly higher possibility of dropping the pass. Even so, the probability was only 1 in 1,000. In other words, one had to raid 1,100-man team dungeons to obtain a pass to Titan City. Moreover, the drop rate for the pass was unaffected by one's luck attribute. Hence, Feng had excluded the holy city of Titan when thinking of ways to nurture guild experts. That method simply relied too heavily on luck. It seems Guild Leader Black Flame really does know about Titan City. That will make the following discussion easier. Yulan smiled. I have a pass to go to that place. Have I managed to catch your interest now? You've got me. Feng could not help but laugh. He had never imagined that this woman before him would actually be so capable. Pass to the holy city of Titan. The value of this item far surpassed that of an epic weapon. In the past, some guilds had even been willing to pay 20,000 gold just for a pass. Unfortunately, no guild was willing to sell this item. After all, the value of going to Titan City was far above 20,000 gold, following which, Feng followed Yulan to a high-class restaurant. The restaurant was located in the Nobles District, so the prices here were way beyond the means of independent players. As a result, Feng and Yulan were the only players within the restaurant. Inside a quiet VIP room on the second floor, Feng and Yulan quietly sat facing each other. Miss Yulan, I'm very curious. With Underworld's power, you guys should have a high chance of getting through the entrance trial. Why have you come looking to cooperate with me? Feng asked curiously. Guild Leader Black Flame, Surely you jest. Underworld has existed for a long time already. Like those super guilds, the power structure inside the organization is very complicated. Everyone has their own opinions and motives. For example, Feng Xianyang and I are under different superiors. How could Underworld possibly compare to a straightforward organization like Zero Wing? Yulan laughed. This Titan City's pass is something I just happened to chance upon. Nobody in the guild has found out about it yet. However, with my own abilities, it is very difficult to get through the entrance trial. In addition, I only have 3 chances to challenge the trial. I won't gain anything if I fail all 3 chances. Hence, I thought of asking for your help. Guild leader Black Flame. So that's the case. Sure, Feng found Yulan's words readily convincing. After all, if even Ouroboros had faced such problems, what more an organization like Underworld? Then, what kind of remuneration are you prepared to give me in return for my help, Miss Yulan? Since Guild leader Black Flame knows of the holy city of Titan, you should also know of the value of a pass to the city. As long as we get through the entrance trial, I'll give 30 slots to you. How about it? Yulan said. Gnashing her teeth in reluctance, a single pass could allow a maximum of 100 players into Titan City. However, the difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was very high. With just her subordinates, she was unlikely to pass it. They needed the help of several powerful experts. Otherwise, she would not be willing to offer so many slots. That won't do. I want half. I can't help you if you don't give me half of the slots. Sure, Feng shook his head. Guild leader Black Flame. This is simply daylight robbery. I am only trying to borrow a few experts from your guild, yet you want half of the slots. I might as well rely on myself to get through the trial if this is your price, Yulan countered as she glared at Sure Feng. She had never imagined that Sure Feng would be so black-hearted. If Sure Feng were not someone known to keep his word, she would have long since sought out other experts. Then she wouldn't have to give away any of her limited slots. Just paying some coins would suffice. Chapter 853 Entrance Trial. Yulan took a deep breath. In a very determined tone, Yulan said, I'll offer 5 more slots at most. Based on her investigations, Titan City was an excellent location to nurture lifestyle players nowadays. The impact lifestyle players had on the game was increasing. The various large guilds were all investing heavily in lifestyle players, in the hopes of nurturing many more powerful lifestyle players. It was especially true for forging and alchemy lifestyle players. In addition, enchanting, tailoring, engineering, and other fields were also becoming increasingly important in the game. If she could nurture a group of high-ranking lifestyle players, she could use them to earn large sums of money in the future. Hence, every slot to Titan City was of utmost importance, as these slots would become the capital for stabilizing and elevating her position in Underworld. I believe that Miss Yulan should have challenged the entrance trial once already. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come looking for me. So, I'm sure you are very clear about how difficult the trial is. It is not a problem that can be resolved easily with just a few more experts. If you fail all 3 challenges, then the pass will automatically become invalid. At that time, not to mention 50 slots, you won't even get a single slot. Sure, Feng had no intention of changing his mind. The slots to enter the holy city of Titan were equally important to the candlelight trading firm. Moreover, the trading firm had many more members to nurture. A meager 35 slots were far from enough. Even if he missed out on this chance, at most, he would just have the Dark Gods Legion and the main force raid more 100-man team dungeons in the various NPC cities in God's domain. Even in imperial capitals, the only locations that could improve a lifestyle player's production success rate were workshops. However, Titan City was different. Aside from workshops, there were also research rooms meant for various lifestyle classes. Not only could these research rooms increase a player's improvement rate, but the production success rate increases were much higher than even in special workshops. As long as the candlelight trading firm nurtured a large number of advanced forgers and alchemists, it would be able to produce many more rare products, particularly strengthening devices and various items that increased fire and ice resistance. Since the time Sure Feng left Blackwing City, the selling price of the strengthening device at the Blackwing auction house only increased and never decreased. As long as the item appeared in the auction house, someone would immediately purchase it. Previously, he thought that 2,000 pieces would be around the amount the market could stomach. Now, however, it seemed that even the additional 3,000 pieces he had scheduled to sell would not be enough to satisfy the market's appetite. Even before these 3,000 strengthening devices sold out, He had already accumulated over 30,000 gold. He was earning far more than his initial projections at this moment. Feng could not help but wish he could make more strengthening devices. Obtaining the design for the item was not much of a problem. After all, he only needed to raid level 50 or above Great Lords to get them. With a godly skill like Divine Providence, 1 out of every handful of Great Lords he killed would definitely drop the design. The problem was that, even if he managed to obtain a large number of designs, the Candlelight trading firm did not have that many advanced forgers to learn them. Are you absolutely confident of clearing the entrance trial? Yulan frowned. She had never imagined that Feng would have such a deep understanding of the entrance trial. The difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was greater than even that of a 100-man team dungeon. Otherwise, she would not have come looking for Feng. She would have long since monopolized the entry slots herself. I won't say absolutely, but I'm at least over 70% certain, Feng laughed. He had visited the holy city of Titan multiple times in his previous life, so he was very familiar with the holy city's entrance trial. The system set the difficulty of the trial based on the levels of the players undertaking it, so players would always feel that the trial's difficulty was the same, regardless of when they challenged it. Getting into Titan City depended on the overall strength of the team. With Zero Wing's current strength and his understanding of the trial, he was far more than just 70% certain of making it to Titan City. Yulan fell silent upon hearing Feng's words. Even with Underworld going all out, its chances of getting through the entrance trial was far from reaching 70%. Worse, if she were to attempt it with just her own team, her success rate would be 20% at most. Moreover, the pass gave only 3 chances to challenge the trial. She had already failed once. If she relied on her own team, it was simply impossible for them to get through it. Indeed, just as Feng had said, if she could not clear the trial, then this pass of hers would be worth nothing. Moreover, looking at Feng's calm and confident behavior, he did not seem to be boasting. Demand for advanced lifestyle players was continuously increasing nowadays. The sooner she could nurture more advanced lifestyle players, the greater the advantage she would hold in the future. She could not afford to sit still and wait for her team to grow stronger. In the end, Yulan could not help but sigh as she conceded. All right. As long as you manage to clear the entrance trial, I'll give you 50 slots. However, I also have a condition. You need to clear the trial within 3 days. Deal. I'll have to make some preparations first. I'll contact you when the time comes. Feng's thoughts paralleled Yulan's. The sooner they entered Titan City, the better. Moreover, many rare designs were obtainable only at the holy city of Titan and nowhere else, following which, the two of them established a contract between themselves. Shortly after Feng left, an assassin youth entered the VIP room fully garbed in silvery gray leather armor. This assassin should be roughly 18 or 19 years old, based on his appearance. However, his level was extremely high. He was actually level 38, far beyond the reach of ordinary experts right now. Big sis Yulan, aren't we giving Zero Wing a little too much? That's 50 advanced lifestyle players we're talking about. Who knows how much money we'll have to spend to nurture that many advanced lifestyle players. Won't it be fine if we look to Heaven's Burial or the Star Alliance for help instead? These two guilds aren't beneath Zero Wing in terms of strength. Moreover, we also wouldn't have to pay such a huge price if we employ their help. The assassin youth was very furious about the condition Feng proposed. The Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial more or less possess a connection with Underworld. If we get them to help us, the possibility of the others from Underworld finding out about Titan City is very high. However, we won't have such a problem with Zero Wing, Yulan said, shaking her head. Besides, Zero Wing is filled with experts. They'll have a much higher possibility of clearing the entrance trial. Being able to enter Titan City securely is much more important than saving a few more slots for ourselves. Although the assassin youth did not make any further retort to Yulan's words, he inwardly still felt very dissatisfied. Back when they had entered the entrance trial, they had all been brimming with confidence. They had all thought that the trial was just a small matter. However, once the battle began, they found out that their thoughts had been too optimistic. The entrance trial was not something a 100-man team dungeon could compare to. The two were on entirely different levels. Even if Zero Wing's experts challenged the entrance trial, the outcome would be the same. White River City's library. After Feng entered the library, he immediately made his way to the top floor of the building. Compared to the last time he had come here, the security in front of Star Moon Hall was much stricter. Tier 3 knights filled the place. Even his identity as a demon hunter would not have gotten him entry into the hall. If not for his identity as a Count of White River City, the most he would have been able to do now was stand at the entrance of the hall walking inside. Feng was immediately greeted by the sight of the white-robed Charlene sitting before a table and quietly observing a floating crystal ball. Magic arrays encircled her as she radiated an incredibly powerful aura. Even Feng found himself paralyzed when bathed in this aura, a fourfold magic array. An expression of disbelief appeared on Feng's face. It would be understandable if this pressure he was feeling was due to a domain released by an NPC. However, Charlene did not have her domain out right now. This pressure he was currently experiencing was only a side effect of the mana gathered at the magic array. Just what kind of spell is this? It is actually this strong. At this moment there was an image displayed inside the crystal ball. Meanwhile, this image was none other than the scene of the Blackwing auction house under the effects of space freeze. The crystal ball had completely locked on to the appearance and aura of the mysterious youth back then. His every action was clearly replicated in the crystal ball. However, when the mysterious youth vanished from Blackwing City, the crystal ball suddenly cracked and shattered into countless tiny pieces. In the end, the broken fragments of the crystal ball ignited into silver flames before disappearing into nothingness. Chapter 854 Ancient Spell. Soul Fire. Feng's expression immediately tensed when he saw the burning flame. This was not his first time to encounter this flame. Soul Fire was a flame capable of causing great damage to players, inflicting extremely severe death penalties, even more severe than having their immortal soul absorbed. To put it simply, Soul Fire was a flame that players should avoid coming into contact with at all costs. As the crystal ball disintegrated into nothingness, the silver flames immediately transformed into a leopard. Over 2 meters tall. Burning silver flames covered the leopard's entire body, and wherever its 4 paws stepped, the stone floor underfoot became molten magma. Anyone seeing this scene would feel their hearts shudder and would try to get as far as possible from the silver leopard. However, Feng could not run away even if he wanted. To the oppression of the fourfold magic array aside, the leopard itself was an extraordinary level 200 mythic monster, the equivalent of a level 200 tier 4 NPC. Such a monster could instantly kill any current player even if Feng were at his peak during his previous life. The only thing he could have done if he encountered such a monster was run away as fast as he could. Fortunately, this leopard formed from Soulfire did not seem interested in Feng. Instead, its pitch-black eyes stared at Charlene, who was lounging on a reading chair. In the next moment, the leopard transformed into a streak of silver light as it pounced at Charlene. The leopard was so fast that Feng did not even manage to react before it appeared in front of her. A feisty little cat you are. I was just looking into your owner's movements, yet you actually came all this way to pick a fight, Charlene said, eyeing the silver leopard pouncing at her as if she was just looking at a cute little animal. Suddenly, her left arm turned into a blur as she grabbed the silver leopard by the scruff of its neck. In the next moment, something unbelievable happened. The silver leopard, which was originally over 2 meters tall, actually began shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye, until it was no larger than a little kitten. No matter how hard it fought, it couldn't escape Charlene's grasp. The only thing it could do was bare its tiny fangs and swipe its puny paws at her while emitting threatening hisses, following which, Charlene took out a crimson crystal ball and did a short chant. The silver leopard then transformed into a streak of light and entered the crystal ball. Trapped inside the crystal ball, the silver leopard still tried struggling, but its efforts were all for naught. It couldn't escape the bindings of the crimson ball. Feng was incomparably stunned as he witnessed this scene from a distance. Charlene had actually just played around with a level 200 mythic monster, as if it were a toy. Rather than a tier 5 red priest, she seemed more on the level of a tier 6 god. So you've come. After Charlene was done dealing with the silver leopard, her golden eyes slowly shifted towards Feng. Smiling faintly, she said, "After not meeting you for some time, I see that you've landed yourself in yet more trouble. Before you have even dealt with the matter of the Lord of Balrogs, you have earned yourself yet another curse. I really don't know whether you've been blessed by the goddess of fate, or fancied by the goddess of misfortune." Cursed? Feng frowned. He then gave himself a thorough look as well as checked his status window. However, he did not discover any abnormalities with himself. Don't bother. Ordinary mortals won't be able to detect it. Charlene shook her head lightly. She then walked up to Feng. Stretching one of her flawless fingers towards him, she began drawing one line of divine runes after another like golden ribbons. the glorious golden divine runes wrapped around Feng. As the number of divine runes increased, the mana fluctuations surrounding him began weakening. After a short moment, his surroundings were devoid of mana. This form of mana nullification was different from the silencing skills used by players, which only froze the flow of mana. What Charlene used thoroughly erased the existence of mana. With the absence of mana in his surroundings, Feng felt as if his brain was suffering from oxygen deficiency. Momentarily, his vision blurred a bit. His mind grew somewhat dizzy as well, his control over his body dulling slightly, but in the next moment, a silver chain with the thickness of a finger appeared, extending from Feng's chest. When this chain went beyond the mana nullification field, it quickly became invisible once again as if it had never existed. What's this? Feng could not help his surprise. This was his first time seeing such a situation. Moreover, with the appearance of this chain, he could clearly feel himself continuously weakening. This is your curse. This silver chain is a soul chain, and it is bound to your soul. You can consider this a parting gift that mysterious youth left for you when he escaped, Charlene said, her cherry-red lips hooking up into a smile. Chuckling softly, she continued, "How about it? Are you feeling a little anxious now?" Feng could not help but roll his eyes at Charlene. Even if he were stupid, he could tell that this curse was no trifling matter. A single mistake could very well send him to the netherworld. Problems related to the soul were the most frightening thing to players. After all, failure to deal with such problems would not end with just suffering a simple death. It was very likely that his entire account would be crippled. How could he not feel anxious? Can this curse be removed? Feng asked in response. However, Charlene spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Even, you can't remove it? Feng was far more shocked now. Charlene was definitely one of the strongest NPCs he had ever encountered in his entire gaming career in God's domain. If even such an NPC was incapable of helping him, one could just imagine what a stinking pile of trouble he had landed himself in this time. This thing here is a soul chain. It is a super spell that has been passed down since ancient times. I am not a god, so how can I possibly remove it? Charlene rolled her eyes at Feng. Snappily, she continued, "However, you don't have to fall into despair either. There are two methods to remove this curse of yours. The first method is to remove the curse using force, while the second method is to kill the person who placed this curse on you. Since you can't remove the curse, the only option left for you is to kill the person who had cursed you in the first place." Feng was immediately rendered speechless. He wanted to, but did he have this kind of ability? Not to mention himself during his peak, even a Tier 5 Apex expert would have a small chance of defeating that mysterious youth. Most likely, only Tier 6 God rank players would be capable of dealing with him. However, God's domain was currently in its infant stages. There was not a single Tier 2 player in existence yet. So, just where was he supposed to find Tier 6 players? Relax, I'm not telling you to kill that youth yourself. With this weak little body of yours, a sneeze from that person would blow you into smithereens. All you need to do is find his whereabouts. Charlene could not help but giggle as she eyed Feng's slightly ugly complexion. Although I've used a tracking spell, that person is extremely adept at hiding his trail. Even I can't locate him. However, you are different. The other end of the soul chain wrapped around your body is in his hands. As long as you follow the soul chain, you will be able to locate him easily. At that time, all you need to do is contact me. System: Legendary Quest, Lost Magic, Accepted Quest Content. Locate the youth who has cursed you. Rewards unknown, but how will I find him? If I'm not inside this magic nullification field, I won't be able to see the chain at all. Feng was inwardly at a loss for words after hearing the very simplified system notification. Chapter 855, Absorbing Soul Fire. Upon hearing Feng say so, as if she had long since prepared for this, Charlene promptly handed the crimson crystal ball with the silver leopard inside it to him. With your current standard, sensing the soul chain is naturally impossible for you. However, this thing here can help you, Charlene said as she pointed at the imprisoned silver leopard. This thing is a soul beast formed using soul fire. As long as you absorb its soul fire, you will naturally be capable of seeing the soul chain. Will I be able to control soul fire if I absorb it? Feng could not help but grow excited as he looked at the imprisoned leopard. But how can I possibly absorb it? It's a sentient Tier 4 being. Not a mysterious flame. Soulfire. It was the nightmare of countless players back at the Dark Den. Feng had witnessed the great demon nettle using soulfire to instantly reduce Discipline Paradise to level 0, forcing the Guardian Knight to restart his progress in the game. Meanwhile, soulfire could be categorized into two types: Black Destruction and Silver Creation. The one used by the Great Demon Nettle was Black Soulfire, which possessed frighteningly destructive power. As for the soulfire before Feng, it was of Creation. Although it was not as powerful as Black Soulfire in terms of attack power, it possessed the ability to alter and mend souls. Both of these two flames were mysterious flames that were exceptionally hard to come by. As far as Feng knew, no player had managed to control either kind of soulfire, even after a decade had passed in God's domain. If a player truly managed to control a soulfire, regardless of which type it was, they would become the nightmare of all other players. They would become an existence much more frightening than even a player capable of absorbing immortal souls. Now that Feng had a chance to absorb such a flame, how could he not get excited? Absorb a soul beast? Charlene laughed involuntarily. Are you tired of living? With your body, aren't you afraid of exploding? I'm having you absorb only the soulfire this soul beast is releasing right now. However, even if it is just radiated soulfire, there's no way you can absorb it with your current standard. The outcome will be the same even though you possess an immortal soul. I do know another method that can help you absorb the radiated soulfire. Only you need to search for a mysterious flame to do so. Moreover, it needs to be a tier 2 mysterious flame at the very least. Otherwise, you won't be able to suppress the power of the soulfire, and will end up burned to ash. Hence, the only one thing you need to do now is find a bunch of tier 2 mysterious flames. If you manage to absorb the soulfire, you will also be able to weaken the corrosion effect the soul chain has on your soul. That will buy you time to search for that mysterious youth. Otherwise, with the current state of the soul chain, you only have another 27 days before you become that person's puppet. Well, there's nothing to worry about even if you fail to find that person. At that time, I'll personally grant you relief, permanently erasing you from this world. At the very least, you won't have to become that person's puppet. I only have 27 days if I don't have the weakening effect of the soulfire? Feng frowned slightly. He had never thought that he would have so little time. Who knew where that mysterious youth had gone to hide? After all, the place the mysterious youth had disappeared from was Blackwing City. He could very well appear in any country in God's domain. He might not even be in any country in God's domain. He might have distanced himself far away from human society, and traveled to a remote place like the top of the world. God's domain was simply too massive. Even with a chain guiding him, locating the mysterious youth in just 27 days was impossible. That's right. Hence, you need to absorb tier 2 mysterious flames or above, and absorb the soulfire as soon as possible. This way you'll have a little more time. Charlene nodded. Very seriously, she continued. All right, hurry up and go search for tier 2 or above mysterious flames. When you've managed to absorb one, come and find me. I'll tell you how you can absorb the soulfire. It's fine as long as it is a tier 2 mysterious flame. Saying so, Feng summoned the ice blue devil flame. A dark blue flame immediately manifested above his right palm, its appearance causing the ambient temperature to decrease gradually. To forgers and alchemists, mysterious flames were priceless treasures. Unlike top-tier weapons and equipment, which could be obtained easily through raiding dungeons and field bosses or completing quests, one needed to investigate every map carefully to locate a mysterious flame. Finding one within a short span of time was not a feasible task, besides which, a tier 2 mysterious flame was something capable of inciting a great war between various large guilds. It was not something that could be found in just 20-odd days. Even super guilds would barely be capable of such a feat. Fortunately, Feng had known the exact whereabouts of the ice blue devil flame, and had secured it for himself as soon as possible. Otherwise, this quest would truly be his doom. Thinking about it now, he had indeed made a wise decision to secure the ice blue devil flame. Back then, when Charlene saw the deep blue burning flame, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. The ice blue devil flame, a tier 2 mysterious flame. This is a flame that only places filled with death are capable of producing. Just how did you manage to obtain it? Charlene asked, greatly surprised as she looked at Feng. Just happened to discover it when I was traveling by the 100 Ghost Forest. Feng gave a casual reply. You really have been blessed by the goddess of fate. The 100 Ghost Forest was cursed by the legendary Black Witch. That Black Witch was a considerably amazing existence, and only a step away from becoming a god. The curse on the 100 Ghost Forest might not be a problem to a weakling like you, but to powerhouses, that place is an absolute forbidden ground due to the curse. Charlene could not restrain her laughter. Since you already possess the ice blue devil flame, then you indeed possess the qualifications to absorb the soul fire. There are two things you need to do when absorbing the soul fire. The first thing is control the ice blue devil flame and have it wrap around the radiated soul fire. You need to envelop the soul fire completely. There must not be even the tiniest of leaks. If you fail to do so and get contaminated by the soul fire, even though you are a heaven-blessed individual, you will similarly suffer. The second thing you need to do is the most crucial part when absorbing the soul fire. After you have completely contained the soul fire, you have to absorb it into your body. Afterwards, you need to fuse the ice blue devil flame with the soul fire. However, the soul fire is too strong. The fusion needs to be a certain ratio. If the proportion of soul fire is too high, the merged flame will damage you. If it is too low, you won't be able to display the power of the soul fire. Balance is a must. As for how to achieve that balance, you will have to depend on yourself. For that, I will set up a magic array to carry out this fusion for you. While inside this magic array, you'll have an easier time guiding this fusion. Once you grasp that sensation, you'll have a much easier time wielding the soul fire's power in the future. After saying so, Charlene began reciting incantations as her hand drew line after line of divine runes continuously. A short moment later, the several thousand lines of divine runes drawn transformed into a golden fourfold magic array, brightly illuminating the entire hall. Right? Give it a try, Charlene said as she pointed at the golden magic array on the ground, an exhausted cast to her face. Evidently, forming this fusion magic array had not been as easy as she made it look. Chapter 856 Basic Control. Star Moon City, Teleportation Hall. A group of cloaked players suddenly appeared inside the building. Standing at the head of this group were an uncloaked young man and woman. The instant these two appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many players. Aren't they Fiend and Praying Lotus, experts of King's Return? Why would they appear here? As expected of a super guild, their levels and equipment are simply too amazing. Both of them are fully equipped in level 35 dark gold equipment. That staff Fiend is carrying is actually epic ranked. The difference between us is just too massive. I wonder when I'll be able to wear a full set of level 35 secret silver equipment? Could King's Return be looking to develop in Star Moon Kingdom? Experts of King's Return were practically big-time celebrities in the virtual gaming world. Not to mention, neither Fiend nor Praying Lotus had bothered to hide the special effects of their equipment. Hence, many players quickly managed to determine the ranks of the two's equipment, which immediately prompted a discussion among the onlookers as they cast envious gazes at the two experts. Currently, mainstream players had yet to reach even level 35. Only the elite players of large guilds had mostly attained this level. Being able to have a complete set of secret silver equipment was also a very amazing achievement already. Yet these two experts from King's Return, a super guild, had already reached level 39. They even sported the current best weapons and equipment from head to toe, an epic weapon. This was definitely the first time these ordinary players had seen such an item. There had been no news of such a weapon appearing in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. One could just imagine how frighteningly powerful a super guild was. Fiend and Praying Lotus paid no attention to the looks they were receiving as they walked directly towards an outgoing teleportation array. Ha! Look who it is. Fiend came to an abrupt halt, his gaze shifting towards an elementalist waiting to use a teleportation array. Fiend? Why are you here? The elementalist youth also noticed Fiend. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, his expression immediately darkened as he asked, "Could you be trying to threaten Zero Wing?" "Sind, it seems your luck is quite good. You actually managed to find a trustworthy ally. However, don't celebrate too soon. Your fate has long since been determined. Nothing will change no matter how much you struggle." Fiend sneered in disdain. He then turned away and left. A trustworthy ally? Sind's heart hid his confusion as he looked at Fiend's departing figure. Could Zero Wing have rejected Fiend's offer? He had never seen Fiend lose his composure to such an extent before. Inwardly, he breathed out a sigh of relief. The goodwill he felt towards Zero Wing also increased significantly. Not many people would dare to resist King's return, much less offend the Super Guild. Just for a stranger, Fiend, are you really going to use the ancient book? Seeing Fiend's hurried steps, Praying Lotus anxiously advised. Don't let your anger get to your head. Even if you utilize the ancient book's power, Sinned Heart will still get that sum of money. At that time you will have wasted the true value of the ancient book. Of course I know this. Lotus, do you actually think I've let my anger overwhelm me? I haven't forgotten our primary goal in coming here. Although I said I was going to utilize the ancient book's power, when did I say that I was going to use it on Stone Forest Town? Fiend's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. At that time, whether it is Black Flame or Sinned Heart, both of them will suffer. You're not using it on Stone Forest Town? While Praying Lotus was happy that Fiend was not letting his anger get the better of him, his words also confused her. Stone Forest Town was Zero Wing's treasure trove. If they destroyed the town, they could undoubtedly deal Zero Wing a severe blow, wiping away one of the guild's major advantages in Star Moon Kingdom. But if Fiend was not planning on using the ancient book on Stone Forest Town, just what was his intended target? You'll see when the time comes. Fiend smirked. Inside White River City's library, Feng continued to try to fuse the Ice Blue Devil Flame and the Soul Fire. However, the difficulty of merging two mysterious flames was extremely high. Despite numerous attempts, Feng still ended up with only failure. The first step of wrapping the Ice Blue Devil Flame around the small bundle of Soul Fire was no problem for Feng. At this point, Feng could control the Ice Blue Devil Flame like an extension of his arms and legs. Feng had already reached the Void Realm, so his perception towards his surroundings was already flawless. Hence, completely containing the Soul Fire was a walk in the park for him. However, the second step, which was the fusion of mysterious flames, was extremely difficult. Fusing the flames in the correct ratio was many times more challenging than threading a string through a needle hole. It was meaningless if Feng fused too little Soul Fire with the Ice Blue Devil Flame. However, if the proportion of Soul Fire was even a tiny bit too much, it would scorch him. At that time, not only did he suffer excruciating pain, but he also fell into a weakened soul state, causing his basic attributes to decrease. Each time he got burned by the Soul Fire, he would lose 1% of his basic attributes. Although 1% was not much, after numerous failures, the accumulated amount was still very frightening. Currently, he had already failed 34 times in a row, which diminished his basic attributes by 34%. Fortunately, this reduction was not permanent, only temporary. Even so, he would have to wait 2 natural days to recover fully. This really is difficult. After experiencing many failures, Feng had more or less identified the ratio required to maintain a balance. However, knowing the fusion ratio was one thing. Accurately fusing the flames in correct proportion was another thing altogether. In the future, if he had to go through a similar process to utilize the Soul Fire without the assistance of the fusion magic array, the difficulty would be more than 10 times higher. For example, if his permitted margin of error with the magic fusion array was at 0.1%, then without it, his margin of error would only be 0.1%. It would be significantly more difficult for him to utilize the Soul Fire's power. After all, players were not machines. They couldn't achieve such precision. It was the same even if Feng's brain activity had already improved substantially. Only now did Feng understand why, even after a decade had passed in God's domain, despite there having been a few God-ranked experts who had managed to obtain Soul Fires, not a single one of them had managed to truly control the Soul Fire they had. If he was already having so much trouble controlling just a strand of the Soul Fire's power, just how difficult was it to completely control the Soul Fire? However, after going through so many attempts, Feng had also gained something else, and that was control. Before this, Feng had only been focused on improving his control over his own body and the surrounding environment, always thinking of ways to push his 5 senses to their very limits. However, he had always done so through actual life and death battles. He had never truly calmed his heart. He had never noticed before, but now that he was paying attention, he realized that his previous way of controlling his body and the surrounding environment seemed somewhat barbaric. Previously, he had been just like a sprinter, constantly placing an ultra-high load on his body while he fought. His control had no smoothness or flexibility whatsoever. However, after experiencing the fusion process multiple times, his control over his body had subtly improved. He could now extend and retract his power much more smoothly and naturally than before. This unexpected benefit overjoyed Feng. Had never imagined that he would gain such a bonus from combining two mysterious flames. With the continuous improvement of his control, Feng finally succeeded in merging the Ice Blue Devil Flame and Soul Fire on his 45th try system. Congratulations! You have gained basic control over the Soul Fire. You are now able to utilize the basic abilities of the Soul Fire. Chapter 857 New Class. Hearing the crisp sound of the system notification, Feng let out a deep sigh of relief. He was supposed to challenge the Holy City of Titan's entrance trial in 3 days. If his attributes had decreased any further, he would have to wait until he had fully recovered from the weakened soul state before he could do so. He did not wish to miss out on this opportunity to visit the Holy City of Titan. With 50 slots to enter the Holy City, he could get quite a number of intermediate alchemists and intermediate forgers promoted to advanced rank. If he let this opportunity slip by, who knew how much time and resources he would have to expend to nurture so many advanced lifestyle classes. Moreover, with these new advanced classes, he could greatly increase the production volumes of strengthening devices and ice and fire resistance items in the current God's domain. The importance of lifestyle players was increasing by the day. For example, large guilds such as first-rate guilds initially nurtured their own lifestyle players. Now, however, in order to increase their competitiveness, these guilds had now begun to recruit lifestyle players as well. Moreover, the conditions they offered were exceedingly munificent. Currently, even ordinary lifestyle players receive benefits equivalent to those of guild elite members. If their standard was sufficiently high, they could even receive a core member's treatment. This situation was something unimaginable a few weeks ago. As a result, players who originally intended to rely on field combat to get by in God's domain had started considering switching careers and becoming a pure lifestyle player instead. After all, playing a lifestyle class had its own benefits. Only, the status of lifestyle players was not particularly high previously, and the treatment they received had only been subpar at best. Hence, most players would generally choose to fight monsters. Now that the situation had changed, players who did not excel at combat were exploring various lifestyle classes. With the large influx of lifestyle players into the market, the competition between lifestyle players had intensified further. The number of advanced lifestyle players was also much higher than before. If not for the Candlelight trading firm having a massive advantage like the special workshop, which allowed it to attract and nurture plenty of talents, the trading firm would not have been able to maintain its position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Although Feng had long since anticipated this situation, he had never imagined that it would happen so quickly without the advantages the Candlelight trading firm had accumulated before, as well as its possession of popular and exclusive products. The trading firms run by other large guilds would have surpassed it already. Based on Melancholic Smile's latest report, the Heavenly trading firm opened by Heaven's Burial was growing the quickest. In just a short dozen days or so, Heavenly trading firm had become one of Starmoon Kingdom's 6 major trading firms. Recently, it even surpassed Overwhelming Smile's Overwhelming trading firm to become the second largest trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom. It was also precisely because of this demotion that Yulan was in such a hurry to enter Titan City. After all, when judging the strength of a trading firm aside from products and traffic, the crucial factor would still have to be the number of advanced lifestyle players it had. Not bad. Now that you have basic control over the Soul Fire, you should have a much easier time searching for that person, Charlene said as she walked over to Feng. After thoroughly sizing him up, she nodded and added, "Unfortunately, with just basic control over the Soul Fire, you can only weaken the effects of the soul chain slightly. At your current state, you have roughly 54 days to find that person. However, as your control over the Soul Fire improves, the weakening effect it will have over the soul chain will also increase, and you'll gain more time to find that person." "How can I improve my control over the Soul Fire?" Feng asked curiously, although he could tell that he had only basic control over the Soul Fire and hence still had room for improvement. The Soul Fire's introduction made no mention of how he could improve his control. Simple, look for other mysterious flames and absorb them. The Soul Fire is no ordinary mysterious flame. The power of the Ice Blue Devil Flame can only allow you to exert the Soul Fire's power to this extent. If you wish to improve, you'll need more mysterious flames to suppress the Soul Fire. The higher the mysterious flames tier, the better. However, tier 2 is the bare minimum. Charlene explained. "I need more mysterious flames to improve?" Feng was immediately rendered speechless. Mysterious flames were not bronze equipment. They were far from easy to obtain. There were indeed many mysterious flames located within Star Moon Kingdom. There were even several just within the region of White River City. However, the Ice Blue Devil Flame was the only Tier 2 mysterious flame Feng knew the whereabouts of. He had no clue where to find the other Tier 2 mysterious flames, although Feng knew of the whereabouts of a Tier 3 mysterious flame. That place was a secret location. Moreover, it was not somewhere a player of his current standard could go to at all. At the very least, he needed to reach level 60 or 70, as well as achieve his Tier 2 class, to obtain that Tier 3 flame with just 54 days. Accomplishing such a feat was simply impossible. It seems I'll have to have Aqua notify the guild members to gather information on a few mysterious flames as soon as possible. Feng thought to himself. A legendary quest was no laughing matter. Feng also did not think he was capable of finding the traces of that mysterious youth in his current state. The mysterious youth's strength exceeded Tier 5. Moreover, seeing as the quest provided him with a way to extend its duration, this indicated that this quest was not one he could currently complete. Just the difficulty of locating and obtaining a Tier 2 mysterious flame was no lower than an epic quest based on the statistics players had collected on God's domain in his previous life. An epic quest took anywhere from a few days to 1 or 2 months to complete. For legendary quests, however, players could take anywhere from 2 or 3 months to even 3 or 5 years to complete. The system's main goal right now was to have him delay for time. If he could not locate a sufficient number of mysterious flames and failed to delay for enough time, it would be equivalent to him failing the quest. In the end, he would become someone's puppet. At that time, his only option would be to delete his account and start all over again. This was the frightening aspect of legendary quests. It was not something an epic quest could possibly compare to, following which, Feng shook the thought of the legendary quest out of his mind and calmed himself. He then began testing out the power of the soul fire. In the next moment, a silver flame appeared in each of Feng's dark pupils. The feeling he gave off also changed abruptly. Previously, when Feng intentionally hid his aura, he appeared to be as calm as the great ocean. When he was not hiding it, the feeling he gave others was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and domineering. Now, however, even though he had made no attempt to draw in his aura, he had an air about him that was similar to an iceberg's, silent and cold. One would shiver inadvertently when bathed in this aura. Not a hint of emotion could be found within Feng's eyes. There was only cold rationality present. It was as if nothing in the world could affect his composure right now. Is this the power of the soul fire? Shock filled Feng's heart as he observed his surroundings previously. When he activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame, the mysterious flame only increased the damage of his fire and ice-type skills. However, when he activated the soul fire, although he did not receive any improvements to his damage or attributes, his mind felt calm like never before, to the extent that he even found it frightening. Currently, everything in the world was just like data to him. Aside from absolute calm, the world before Feng had also become silver and white. He could see no other color through his eyes. Meanwhile, in this world of silver and white, he could see the soul chain wrapped around his body very clearly. He could also see it extending out of the hall and beyond. Just as Feng was thinking of testing this newfound power of his, the sound of a system announcement entered his ears. System announcement. A new expansion pack, Abyss Invasion, has been triggered. The Twin Towers Kingdom has been assaulted by the Abyss, and abyssal monsters have begun invading the surrounding countries. When the time comes, players can participate in the Abyss War. After accumulating a sufficient amount of merit, players can class change into a new class. Chapter 858 Fallen City. When the system announcement appeared, every player in God's domain was stunned. There was nothing surprising about the launch of a new expansion pack. After all, this was not the first time something like this had happened. However, the mention of a new class piqued everyone's interest. A new class being offered as a reward showed that this new class undoubtedly possessed an advantage other classes did not. If they managed to class change into this new class, they might receive warm welcomes from the various large guilds, just like those who managed to obtain hidden classes. This thought tempted a lot of players. Very quickly, many began planning to travel to the Twin Towers Kingdom to hunt abyssal monsters and earn large amounts of merit. Meanwhile, at the Twin Towers Kingdom's Snowfield City, at this moment, hordes of abyssal monsters, both in the air and on the ground, surrounded Snowfield City completely. The strength of these monsters varied, their levels ranging between 50 and 200. What current players could do against these monsters was very limited. Fortunately, Snowfield City possessed a defensive magic array that could easily envelop the entire city. As a result, the horde of abyssal monsters could only roam outside the boundary of the magic array and continuously bombard it with attacks. The sound of explosions echoing throughout the entire city instilled fear and despair in the players. Can this magic array really hold? This is an NPC city's magic array. It should be able to. Otherwise, what will we players be able to do against those monsters? Just as the players inside Snowfield City were debating about the city's defensive magic array, Kachike crack suddenly appeared in the magic array above the city. Along with the appearance of this crack, the magic array also began destabilizing. Not good. The magic array is collapsing. Nobody knew which player shouted, but these words triggered a stampede as the players on the street fled for their lives. Every one of them rushed towards the city's teleportation hall in an attempt to leave Snowfield City. After all, these abyssal monsters were different from the ones found in the Abyss battlefield. The abyssal monsters in the Abyss battlefield were orderly, sorted based on their levels, and players could choose which area to go to, depending on their own strength. Now, however, even monsters with levels in the triple digits mixed in with level 50 monsters with just their strength, the players would be killed instantly. Losing a level. The hardships of leveling up were the pain of all players. Nobody wished to die a pointless death. They would have to spend several days recovering from such a loss. Ha ha ha. Let's see what Sin Heart will do in this situation. Seated in the largest open-air restaurant of Snowfield City, Fiend laughed with great joy as he overlooked the entire city. A delighted look on his face. Immortal Light's base of operations was Snowfield City. If the guild wanted to earn large sums of money, it could only do so at Snowfield City. If Snowfield City were to fall to the abyssal monsters, the loss would not only uproot Immortal Light's foundations but also drag down the value of the city's lands. Nobody would want the lands here anymore. Even if Zero Wing kept its word and was willing to purchase those 5 plots of land, how much could the lands of a city captured by monsters possibly be worth? However, the thing that made him feel happy the most would still have to be the scope of the Abyss summoning. Not only did it cover the entire Twin Towers Kingdom, but it also affected several neighboring countries, including Star Moon Kingdom in the west. The Abyss summoning would definitely impact Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region, which also happened to be Zero Wing's territory. At that time, Zero Wing would similarly suffer, losing all the advantages it had piled up to the abyssal monsters. Fiend, we should leave as well. That magic array won't last for much longer, Praying Lotus said hurriedly as she looked at the gradually collapsing magic array in the sky. Relax. As long as you're by my side and neither of us actively attack those abyssal monsters, they won't try to attack us. Fiend said nonchalantly. Using the Abyss summoning, he had opened an Abyss passage. As a reward for his efforts, he had obtained a strand of the Abyss's power. To others, the abyssal monsters might be extremely dangerous. To him, however, these monsters were practically his allies. White River City's library, Star Moon Hall. The system announcement was repeated 3 times, the contents of the announcement resonating in Feng's ears. Fiend activated the Abyss summoning in the Twin Towers Kingdom? Feng was slightly surprised originally. He had thought his provocation would prompt Fiend to use the incomparably precious ancient book on Stone Forest Town. He had never thought that the elementalists would give him such a surprise. Now, it would be somewhat difficult for him to take advantage of the situation. The Abyss invasion indeed posed an enormous threat to the country the invasion occurred in. Players residing in said country wouldn't even be able to level up normally. They would be forced to give up the leveling spots they were familiar with and head to safer locations. Instead, however, this invasion was also an excellent opportunity for players to earn large amounts of merit. Merit could be used to exchange for large numbers of magic array and siege tool designs, as well as to increase guild popularity significantly. It also provided players with a huge opportunity with class changing into a new class. This new class was known as the Demon Blade Knight. Not only was it a class that possessed the characteristics of a berserker, making it extremely strong in melee fights, but it also had ranged attacking capabilities. Although the Demon Blade Knight was neither a match for the berserker class in a melee nor a match for rangers and elementalists in a ranged battle, the combination of these 2 modes of attacking increased the class's survivability in battles significantly. After all, in both field battles and dungeons, bosses boasted a wide array of attack patterns. Dealing with these bosses with just a single mode of attack was not easy. Players who loved to fight both in a melee and at range would choose this class without hesitation. Just who is the fool who actually dared to open an abyss passage? At this moment Charlone's complexion had turned extremely ugly, a wrathful flame burning in her eyes. Shifting her gaze to Feng, she said, "I have some matters I need to deal with. If you manage to absorb another mysterious flame, you can come here to look for me." After saying this, Charlene immediately disappeared from the spacious hall. It seems someone is out of luck. Seeing Charlene disappear, Feng could not help feeling some pity for Fiend. How could the power of the ancient book sent from the abyss be that easy to obtain? God's domain was feral, though the ancient book could grant a player power. This power came with its own risks as well. It would be fine if an NPC of the human race did not catch the player who had used the ancient book. The consequences of capture, however, would not be one bit inferior to the penalty for failing a legendary quest. Feng couldn't care less about the trouble Fiend had just landed himself in, though. After all, he still had to thank him. Without these abyssal monsters, the members of his guild wouldn't have the opportunity to class change into a demon blade knight, following which, Feng quickly left the library and hurried back to Zero Wing's residence. Although he had previously received news that Sindhart was already waiting for him at the residence, he had wanted to absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. Hence, he had not gone to meet with him right away. Now that he had gained basic control over the soul fire, it was about time for him to meet up with Sindhart. Zero Wing's guild residence. How could this be? Inside the reception room, Sindhart was currently walking around aimlessly, a very ugly expression on his face. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, his heart filled with anxiety. This was especially so after he received the message from his guild, which notified him that Snowfield City had already fallen into chaos. Many players had died horrible deaths at the hands of the abyssal monsters, and Snowfield City was no longer a place where players could reside. Now, upon hearing this, Sindhart sank into deep despair. If Snowfield City had already fallen into such a state, then the lands of the city might as well be worth nothing. Just as Sindhart was trying to figure out a solution to his problem, Feng entered the reception room. Chapter 859, Design of Astronomical Value. At this moment, Feng was using his original appearance instead of disguising himself as Black Flame. When Sindhart saw Feng walking over, even his usually calm self grew slightly nervous. His reaction wasn't just because of the matter of Snowfield City. Rather, it was due to the massive pressure he felt from Feng like nothing before. The last time he had met Feng, he could clearly sense a hint of danger coming from the swordsman that made him feel as if he was standing before a ferocious beast. Now, however, instead of danger, he felt relaxed while standing in Feng's presence. He could not feel any threat coming from the swordsman at all. Sindhart had experienced many things since childhood, so he was very knowledgeable about one thing: the true danger was not the one that could be perceived, but rather what could not be perceived. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Feng apologized. "Let's go carry out the exchange right now then. Brother Feng, I wish to change the contents of our exchange. Will that be all right with you?" Sindhart said, having given the matter some thought. "Change the contents of the exchange?" Feng feigned surprise. "What changes do you wish to make? I believe Brother Feng must have already heard about what happened in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, you could say that Snowfield City is already finished. The land there has naturally become worthless as well. Brother Feng, you've treated me so sincerely all this time, so I naturally can't take advantage of you," Sindhart said. He then took out a tattered, old drawing from his bag and unfurled it on the table. "I've never told anybody about this item before. Originally, I had planned on using it to make a comeback. Now, however, I wish to sell it to you." At Sindhart's tense expression, Feng shifted his gaze to the drawing on the table: engineering locomotive. Feng could not help his surprise. There were three major fields of expertise in God's domain, namely forging, alchemy, and engineering. Under normal circumstances, engineering did not play a particularly large role. However, as the level of expertise of engineers rose, the variety of items they could produce, which were of great importance to players, also increased. As a result, the value of engineers would also grow. One of the reasons why engineering became popular in Feng's previous life was the need for mounts. Mounts played an extremely crucial role in a player's life in God's domain. However, common rank steeds were simply too ordinary, both in terms of appearance and performance, and could not satisfy the needs of the general populace. Moreover, many players were independent, so they couldn't obtain a guild mount. Acquiring a mount through other means was also very difficult. As a result, engineering mounts became extremely valuable. Engineering mounts could be categorized into multiple ranks, with the lowest being bronze rank, and the highest reaching dark gold rank. However, the design for a dark gold mount was almost as rare as a legendary item. The materials needed to produce it were also extremely rare, making it difficult to mass-produce the mount. However, a bronze mount was different. Although the design for it was similarly very hard to obtain, the materials needed to produce it were not particularly rare. As long as one had a sufficient number of advanced engineers, one could definitely mass-produce bronze mounts. Meanwhile, the design before Feng just happened to be the design for a bronze mount. Only field bosses had a chance of dropping this item, and even the luck attribute would not affect its drop rate. Meanwhile, its drop rate was lower than even that of Titan Cities Pass. Nevertheless, Sindhart had miraculously obtained it. Could this be the reason why he had managed to develop Immortal Light so quickly in the past? Feng could not help but think back to the past. Despite being an upstart guild, Immortal Light's rise back then could match even Zero Wings of today. In the end, it had even managed to stand shoulder to shoulder with first-rate guilds. One of the main reasons why Immortal Light had managed to develop so quickly back then was its immense funding. However, nobody actually knew how Immortal Light had obtained that funding. Everyone had simply assumed that the guild had found a powerful backer. In hindsight, there was over an 80% chance that Immortal Light had obtained its funds by utilizing this engineering design. Only a bronze mount design could possibly help a guild earn that much money. Even the strengthening device was far from comparable. After all, the value of an item like the strengthening device would decline sooner or later. However, the demand for bronze mounts was inelastic. It was one of the necessities in God's domain. Its value was not something other tools could compare to in terms of monetary value. A single strengthening device was currently worth around 10 gold. It would be fortunate if the item could sell for 4 or 5 gold once it became commonplace in the game. A bronze mount, on the other hand, was worth several hundred gold. Just a single bronze mount was worth dozens of strengthening devices. Moreover, one did not need to fear that a bronze mount wouldn't sell. How much do you want for it? Feng asked as he looked at Sindhart. 20,000 gold. Sindhart stated after giving it some thought 20,000 gold was enough for him to deal with the problems plaguing him. He could also use the money left over to migrate his guild's base of operations to a new location. I believe you should understand what kind of situation Snowfield City is currently in. It would simply be impossible for Immortal Light to continue developing in the Twin Towers Kingdom under the current situation. How about joining Zero Wing? Feng asked in a low tone. Moreover, even if you all try to develop elsewhere, with a single word from King's Return, there won't be any place that will welcome Immortal Light's presence. However, if you guys join Zero Wing, you can realize your ambitions without having to worry about King's Return. What do you think? To Feng, although the engineering design was important, Sindhart and his group of experts were much more valuable. Have us join Zero Wing? Sindhart immediately fell into deep thought. Judging from Fiend's behavior before, he could tell that Zero Wing was truly powerful. After all, even someone like Fiend could not do anything to Zero Wing. If Immortal Light joined Zero Wing, it would indeed allow them to develop safely without worry. However, Sindhart still shook his head as he said, Brother Feng, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I still wish to develop Immortal Light together with that band of brothers of mine. Feng had expected Sindhart to reply in this manner. Hence he offered another proposal saying, if this is so, how about having Zero Wing invest into Immortal Light? Our side will ask for just 50% of your guild's shares. In return, Zero Wing will supply you all with large amounts of funding and resources. Aside from the 20,000 gold for the design, we'll grant you a starting capital of 50,000 gold, in addition to 30,000 magic crystals. Afterwards, we'll also continue providing you with coins and magic crystals. This much should be enough to let Immortal Light develop in any city. Zero Wing also won't interfere with Immortal Light's development. What do you think? Sindhart was momentarily stunned when he heard Feng's offer. Brother Feng, you're joking, right? With this much funding, not to mention Immortal Light, Even buying 50% of a second-rate guild's shares won't be a problem, Sindhart said. He felt both moved and shocked. Right now Immortal Light was currently at its lowest point. Practically nobody felt optimistic about Immortal Light's future, much less want to invest into the guild before this. He had always heard other people mentioning how rich a guild Zero Wing was. He never imagined that the guild would actually be wealthy enough to casually throw out tens of thousands of gold and magic crystals. With this much funding, Immortal Light would be able to become a second-rate guild quickly. Chapter 860 Guild Expansion. Even after Feng's lengthy persuasion, Sindhart remained silent, his hesitation reflecting in his eyes. Is that not enough initial funding? Feng asked when he noticed Sindhart's pause. He didn't particularly mind the lost funds. Although he was tight on money at the moment, with the bronze engineering locomotive design, it would be incredibly easy to earn money. The only problem was that he lacked a large number of advanced lifestyle classes. Manufacturing the bronze locomotive was not easy. Not only was the manufacturing process complex, but it was also different from the method forgers use to produce weapons and equipment. Aside from needing a large number of engineers, forgers and alchemists were also needed to produce various components for the engineering locomotive. Even for the Candlelight trading firm, it would be very difficult to mass-produce the bronze mounts unless it stopped producing everything else. In Feng's previous life, abyssal monsters had not overrun the Twin Towers kingdom. Hence, even though King's Return had oppressed Immortal Light, the guild had a place to develop itself and nurture its own advanced lifestyle players. Now, however, that was not possible now. It's more than enough. Only, Sindhart hesitated as he looked at Feng. After considering the situation at length, he said, "There is one thing that I am really confused about. Brother Yifeng, we are only strangers who met by chance. I have also earned King's Return's ire. Why are you so willing to help us? Immortal Light is an upstart guild, even weaker than a third-rate guild. There should be no reason for Zero Wing to sacrifice so much for us. Can you tell me why?" If he claimed that Feng's offer of initial funding did not tempt him, he would be lying. Even a first-rate guild would be greatly shocked by such wealth. Moreover, what had Immortal Light done to deserve such kindness? He was not particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It was the same for his brothers in Immortal Light. There was no point for Zero Wing to go so far for them. Do you want to know the truth? Feng laughed. If you're willing to tell me, yes. Sindhart felt as if he were dreaming. Naturally, he wanted to understand this situation. If Feng's goal was the same as Hell Fiend's, even in death, he would refuse Feng's offer. All right. Since you wish to hear it, I'll tell you. I have 3 reasons. The first is that Zero Wing needs to expand to other countries. Unfortunately, Zero Wing has become too famous, and it is very easy for others to target our members, particularly God's Domain's major powers. Zero Wing has already deeply ingrained itself in Star Moon Kingdom. It would be very difficult for those major powers to shake Zero Wing's foundation here. Even if they could do so, the price would be far greater than the gains. There is not a single major power in God's Domain that is willing to pay that price. However, it is just as difficult to develop Zero Wing in other countries. None of these major powers will just stand by and do nothing as we expand into their territories. However, another way for Zero Wing to expand its influence is to develop an affiliated guild that won't attract these powers' attention. Immortal Light just happens to fit this bill. Your personality and potential are my second reason. I can tell that you've only joined the virtual gaming world recently. It is possible that God's Domain is the first virtual reality game you and your friends have truly experienced. The fact that you guys can obtain such strength in such a short period speaks volumes about your potentials. There is also the fact that you guys have managed to offend a super guild. Generally, it is very difficult for ordinary experts to do that. After all, the two are on entirely different levels. It is an extremely rare occurrence in the virtual gaming world. The third point is this bronze rank design. It can offer Zero Wing significant profit. Each of Feng's points was true if Zero Wing wanted to grow stronger. Expanding its influence to other countries was necessary. Feng had spent a lot of time considering the matter. Beyond those 3 reasons, Feng's strongest motivation was due to Sindhart and his companions. These people would all be top-class experts in the future. Even spending hundreds of thousands of gold to recruit them would be worth it, not to mention tens of thousands. However, Sindhart did not know this. Of course, these benefits are not without a condition. Feng changed the topic. After obtaining these funds, if Immortal Light fails to take control of 3 or 4 major cities within 2 months, Zero Wing will take over the guild's management. After all, coins and magic crystals do not grow on trees. Hearing Feng's condition, Sindhart's previously vigilant expression vanished as he quietly released a sigh of relief. All right. No problem. I can assure you that, after obtaining this much initial funding, Immortal Light will obtain control of 4 major NPC cities within 2 months. If we can't even do that, I would be too embarrassed to face you, brother Yi Feng, Sindhart said earnestly as he patted his chest. Feng simply shook his head and laughed. He was only trying to return the debt of gratitude he owed while taking the opportunity to recruit Sindhart to his side. He had never imagined that Sindhart would suspect him of ulterior motives, or that he would be forced to state conditions before the man would agree. There were only so many cities in a country. Now that God's Domain had launched some time ago, other guilds had occupied the various major cities throughout God's Domain. Even a second-rate guild would find it difficult to take control of 4 major cities within 2 months. Not to mention Immortal Light, a guild that had recently been uprooted. However, Feng did not mind. Regardless of whether or not Sindhart succeeded, Zero Wing would still make a profit, following which, Feng and Sindhart signed an agreement. Feng then spent 20,000 gold to purchase the bronze engineering locomotive design. He also spent 3,000 gold to purchase the 5 plots of land of Snowfield City, paying far less than what they had initially agreed upon. In response, gratitude filled Sindhart's eyes when he looked at Feng. He had never imagined that Feng would keep to his word to such a degree. At this point, even if he tried to give them away for free, no one would want those lands. After all, one would have to pay the city the corresponding management fees after accepting the lands. Who would be willing to accept such a loss? However, Feng did not feel as if he had taken any loss. On the contrary, he felt that he had made a huge profit. At the end of the day, the Abyss invasion was only an expansion pack. Sooner or later it would be resolved. Although not all NPC cities affected by the invasion would recover to their peaks, and would undergo some changes, as one of the Twin Towers Kingdom's top 10 cities, Snowfield City would recover. Other guilds might not be able to afford to wait, but Zero Wing could. Moreover, aside from being able to resell these lands for a high price in the future, Feng had an important purpose for these 5 plots of land. When the time came, aside from the bronze locomotives, the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City would earn him the most money. After Feng and Sindhart completed their trade, Feng hurried back to the Candlelight trading firm. As he prepared to produce the engineering locomotive, Aqua Rose called him guild leader. "I've found Fiend's location. He is currently residing in Light City, the Glory Empire's imperial capital. Here are his current coordinates." Aqua Rose then sent Fiend's whereabouts to Feng. He sure moves quickly. Feng's lips hooked up into a grin as he read the coordinates. Even if you hide in Light City, you cannot escape. Chapter 861 Consecutive Upgrades. While the ancient book Abyss Summoning could bring a disaster to God's Domain, it could also bring power to players. However, there was one thing that Fiend did not know: the power of that the ancient book could provide was not limited to protection from abyssal monsters or an increase to basic attributes. While in a demonic field erected by abyssal monsters, establishing a safe zone was the ancient book's true purpose. Inside the established safe zone, abyssal monsters would not actively attack players. This was the Forbidden Book's greatest value to players. Now that the Abyss Passage had been opened, not only had swarms of abyssal monsters appeared in the Twin Towers Kingdom, but Starmoon Kingdom would also be invaded. Fortunately, the abyssal monsters required some time to fly from the Twin Towers Kingdom to Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, Starmoon Kingdom was still relatively peaceful when the abyssal monsters reached Starmoon Kingdom. The kingdom's players would suffer, of course. Starmoon Kingdom wasn't the only country affected by the Abyss invasion. Twin Towers Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms and empires would similarly be affected. Only they would not suffer as severely as the Twin Towers Kingdom. If Feng wanted an advantageous position during the Abyss invasion, the ancient book was a necessary item. Fortunately, the ancient book would drop upon death. Moreover, after Abyss Summoning was used, the ancient book could only be stored inside a player's bag as long as he killed Fiend. He could obtain the ancient book now. Light City was the only problem. As an imperial capital, the city's security was incomparably strict. A level 180 Tier 3 NPC led every patrol group that roamed the city streets. If a player tried to cause trouble, these Tier 3 NPCs would kill them immediately. It seems I'll have to level up the Abyssal Blade. Feng felt somewhat helpless when he looked at his own attributes to absorb the soul fire. He had temporarily sacrificed 44% of his basic attributes. Even if his attributes had been quite high after such a huge decrease, his basic attributes could no longer compare to Apex Expert like Hell Fiend. Furthermore, he had to kill the Elementalist inside Light City shortly after he had upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 30. He had obtained the Sacred Sword Killing Ray. Hence, he had not rushed to upgrade the magic weapon however. Now that his attributes had dropped by so much, he had to upgrade the Abyssal Blade if he wanted to increase his combat power quickly, following which, Feng entered the Candlelight Trading Firm and stored the engineering locomotive design in the trading firm's warehouse. He then grabbed some of the weapons Melancholic Smile had prepared for him previously before using space movement to leave White River City, and reached the deserted Howling Moon Canyon. Howling Moon Canyon was a level 10 to level 20 leveling map. To current mainstream players, this map was far too low-leveled for grinding. Only newcomers to God's domain would come here. Howling Moon Canyon didn't offer particularly abundant resources either. There were also very few quests in this area. Hence, players rarely ventured here to level up, which made it a perfect location for Feng to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. I wonder what kind of commotion will happen with this upgrade. Feng carefully unsheathed the Abyssal Blade from the scabbard hanging at his waist. He then called up the Abyssal Blade's system interface and chose to upgrade it. Compared to the upgrade to level 30, the Abyssal Blade required far more weapons to reach level 35. It needed 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons. To current players, level 35 fine gold weapons were top-tier weapons. Very few ordinary experts could obtain weapons of this rank. It was even more so for level 35 dark gold weapons. Even to large guilds, weapons of such caliber were exceedingly rare. However, without hesitation, Feng chose to sacrifice the level 35 fine gold and dark gold weapons he had prepared, following which, the Abyssal Blade transformed into a dark cloud as 23 weapons flew out of Feng's bag and hovered around him immediately. A black magic array formed beneath Feng's feet. The pitch-black light that the array released shot into the sky. If one watched from afar, they would discover a pillar of light rise up from the canyon's forest. The 23 weapons then disintegrated and transformed into 23 balls of pure, golden energy that melded into the magic array. After the golden energy balls vanished, Feng heard chains snap, following which a dragon's roar echoed throughout the canyon, causing the monsters in the area to drop to the ground, paralyzed with fear as if their lives had been stolen from them. The plants around Feng began to wither before eventually turning into ash. This phenomenon continued to spread, only stopping after it had extended 20 yards away from Feng. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade reformed into a sharp, silver sword with engraved, crimson runes on its blade, radiating a faint bloodlust. The runes gave off a sinister feeling. However, Feng did not pay much attention to the changes that had occurred as he clicked the upgrade button once more, this time to level up the Abyssal Blade from 35 to 40. Although the number of sacrificial weapons had not changed, it now required level 40 weapons. To current players, level 40 top-tier weapons were utterly out of their reach. After all, even the number 1 players on Empire's ranking lists were only level 39. They were still far from level 40, not to mention obtaining level 40 dark gold weapon. Feng, however, had plenty of level 40 fine gold weapons. Previously, while farming for designs, he had killed tons of high-ranking field bosses. He even had a godly skill like Divine Providence to assist him. He had piles of level 40 weapons in stock. Hence, he could easily offer the Abyssal Blade the required 23 articles. The Abyssal Blade leveled up once more compared to the previous black magic array. A twofold magic array now appeared beneath Feng's feet. The array's radius had also expanded from the previous 15 yards to 45 yards. In the next moment, a massive pillar of black light appeared in the middle of the canyon. Even those standing at the canyon's entrance could see the pillar of light clearly, much less the players within the map. What's that? What's going on with those monsters? The players grinding in the canyon were momentarily stunned. The pillar of black light towered like a mountain. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating while they bathed in the pillar's pressure. It felt as if their fate were no longer in their own hands. Shortly after, the pillar of black light faded. However, before anyone could feel relieved, a deafening dragon roar shook Howling Moon Canyon. This roar was so powerful that it even frightened some of the weaker monsters to death. The players inside the canyon had not fared much better as every one of them slumped to the ground. Trembling, is there a legendary monster over there? Why don't we go take a look? It might be a fortuitous encounter or some kind of rare boss. If we can kill it, we might be set for life. Although the numerous parties were afraid, they were also excited. There were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain. One frequently read such stories being on the official forums. There were many cases where unknown noobs miraculously stumbled across a powerful treasure, instantly becoming a famous local expert. Either that or they could make a fortune from selling the treasure they obtained and gear themselves with powerful equipment, earning countless players' envy. Hence, compared to dying, the players in Howling Moon Canyon were more eager to obtain the treasure. This might very well be a turning point in their lives. At this moment, however, the source of the Pillar of Light was a disaster. Every plant and monster within a radius of 100 yards had been turned into ash. Currently, only one man and one sword resided in the center of this desolate area. Chapter 862. The Hidden Effect of Magic Weapons. After upgrading the Abyssal Blade twice in a row, the magic weapon's appearance had changed significantly. The sword was now pure silver with blood-red runes engraved across the blade. There was also a faint layer of black mist enveloping the sword. The hilt bore a miniature black dragon which looked astonishingly lifelike despite part of the sword's blade being buried in the ground. Feng could feel a significant oppression from the weapon. Even he felt slightly uncomfortable even after Feng had firmly held onto the abyssal blade. The oppressive feeling still did not disappear. To think it would be so powerful at level 40. If I upgrade it 2 or 3 more times, I won't be able to wield it in battle. Feng both rejoiced and felt helpless as he gazed at the silver abyssal blade. There were weapons capable of mentally oppressing players in God's domain. However, this was definitely the first time Feng had seen a weapon that would also oppress its user. When expert players fought ordinary players, they could similarly exert a significant mental oppression. This mental oppression could dull an opponent's reactions and weight down their movement, which would, in turn, reduce their combat powers significantly. But against experts of similar standards, this mental oppression was practically negligible. However, the mental oppression that God's domain's weapons and equipment exuded was different from that of players. This kind of mental oppression resembled what players felt when they faced Grand Lord-ranked monsters. Not only could it dull players' thought processes, but it could also increase players' stamina consumption rate. It was precisely this reason that Grand Lords were so difficult to deal with. It was practically impossible to rely on numbers to defeat Grand Lords. Even expert players would suffer tremendously against a Grand Lord's mental oppression. It would be impressive if an expert could even exert 60% or 70% of their actual combat power, yet the mental oppression the Abyssal Blade released was stronger than that of Grand Lords. Even an expert of Feng's level would squirm under this mental oppression, affecting their combat power slightly, following which, Feng tightened his grip on the Abyssal Blade and slashed at the empty space before him. Earth Splitter. Hua! A streak of silver light slammed into the ground, stretching out over 30 yards. When the light vanished, it revealed a deep trench in the ground wide enough to fit 3 people lying shoulder to shoulder. The trench was nearly 5 meters deep. Earth Splitter's power was now far stronger than when he had used the skill in the past. Moreover, swinging the Abyssal Blade also felt completely different. However, what shocked Feng the most was the sudden burst of mental oppression when he activated his skill. Under this mental oppression, even an expert like Feng would lose nearly 40% of his combat power. Weaker experts might even experience a 50% decrease. Factoring in the element of surprise, the mental oppression might even increase further. So strong. Sure enough, magic weapons are quite scary. Feng was at a loss for words as he examined the Abyssal Blade statistics. Abyssal Blade. One-handed sword. Magic weapon. Attack power plus 1204. All attributes plus 72. Attack speed plus 20. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 60% chance to cause 200% damage, 30% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20% if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 4 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 40. Can be upgraded. Devour 30 level 45 fine gold weapons and 10 level 45 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment tier 1. Can be evolved. Devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to Tier 2. Additional Skill 1. Phantom Kill. Tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes in all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration: 1 minute 10 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional Skill 2. Abyssal Bind. Tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration: 4 seconds. Cooldown: 50 seconds. Additional Skill 3. 9 Dragon Slash. Tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional Skill 4. Abyssal Curse. Tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds, and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance. Black Emperor. Tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of Death Aura. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 10 hours. The famed Smith Alices personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. Purely regarding attributes, the Abyssal Blade was no longer weaker than epic weapons. Now that it had gained the hidden effect of exuding mental oppression, it was a tool for slaughter. It seems that I'll have to make some time to get used to this kind of mental oppression. Even now, when Feng thought back to the burst of mental oppression that had occurred when he had used a skill, he was still somewhat afraid. If, when he faced a powerful enemy, this mental oppression affected him at a crucial moment, he would only have himself to blame if he lost the battle. However, when Feng returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, the mental oppression vanished. Oh, someone actually dared to come here? Just as Feng was about to leave, he discovered someone attempting to sneaking up on him. This person was highly skilled with their stealth techniques. However, this person's light footwork was secondary. The frequency of this person's movements was crucial. This person had matched the rhythm of their footsteps to his own. Expert players were powerful because of their ability to push their body's 5 senses and power to its very limits. With heightened senses, even a player in stealth would not escape detection. After all, stealth only made a player invisible. It did not eliminate a player's presence. However, it was far more difficult for expert players to perceive those capable of matching their movement frequency. After all, a person's 5 senses mainly function to detect existences on different frequencies. It was very easy for a player to ignore those on the same wavelength. The assassin sneaking up on Feng was actually capable of matching his frequency. Unfortunately, the strength difference between the two players was simply too massive. Despite having matched his frequency, Feng detected the assassin easily. A pity. Feng laughed. He then vanished from where he stood. Void steps. When Feng disappeared, the young man, a level 18 assassin, dropped his jaw in shock, not daring to believe what he had just seen. A swordsman player had actually vanished right before his eyes. How did he disappear? Can swordsmen learn the stealth skill as well? The assassin youth ran to where Feng had disappeared from in an attempt to make sense of what had just happened. However, before the assassin youth came anywhere near his destination, his body froze with fright. By the time he realized it, a chilling blue longsword had appeared at his neck. Had he taken another step forward, that blue longsword would have sliced his head clean off. Chapter 863 Audition. Brat, you sure have guts to run all the way here. Feng smiled faintly as he spoke to the stealthed assassin youth at level 18. There was no way that he could make up for the massive difference between their attributes. Regardless of how proficient he was with his stealth technique, Feng, had simply intended to leave the area. However, after discovering this assassin, he changed his mind. He had done so because he was impressed with this youth's strength. In the past, the youth had also been very famous in Star Moon Kingdom, the afterimage assassin, Soundless. Feng had encountered Soundless in the past. Soundless had garnered fame in the past due to the mess he had made of Ouroboros. Only had Soundless targeted the first-rate guild. But he had also targeted its guild leader, Chao Changhua. Soundless had actually succeeded in killing Chao Changhua for a total of 3 times. This incident had humiliated Ouroboros thoroughly. It wouldn't have been so bad if Chao Chenghua's killer had been a well-known assassination expert in the virtual gaming world. However, a nameless assassin had claimed his life not once, but 3 times. After that incident, Ouroboros had tried furiously to get rid of Soundless. In the end, however, the guild had failed to do anything about the assassin. A single independent player had actually stood against a first-rate guild. This had been an incredibly rare occurrence even throughout God's domain, not to mention a small country like Star Moon Kingdom. As news of Soundless' achievement spread, many large guilds had attempted to recruit the assassin. Some guilds had even offered a portion of their shares to gain his membership. However, Soundless had paid no attention to the offers he received. Refusing to join any guild. After some more time, Soundless started a journey through God's domain to challenge the various experts on the continent. Of course, he had not remained undefeated. However, even after a defeat, he had lost gloriously. After all, the victors had not been ordinary experts. Everyone was a top-class expert in God's domain. Some were even old monsters from various super guilds. The assassin had earned those old monsters' favorable opinions and high evaluations. Some of those super guilds had even stretched out an olive branch in an attempt to recruit Soundless. After all, despite his age, Soundless already qualified to challenge those old monsters. Needless to say, his future would be brilliant. In the end, even the first-rate guild Ouroboros had no choice but to surrender and offer corresponding compensation. Soundless had become an idol that many independent players revered. However, Soundless had always mingled in Star Moon City. Feng had never imagined that the youth would appear in White River City. Now that he had encountered such an expert, Feng could not miss this chance to get acquainted. Currently, despite facing the pressure Feng exuded, Soundless showed no hint of fear. Rather, reverence filled his eyes as he looked at the swordsman. This was the first time Soundless had encountered such a situation. He had always been proud of his stealth techniques. Although he was only level 18, even level 35 guild elite players had failed to notice him when he stood beside them. Yet despite being over 60 yards away from Feng, the latter had discovered him. Moreover, before he had realized it, a blue longsword had appeared against his neck. He felt as if he were dreaming. However, the icy sensation he felt at his neck reminded him that this was not a dream, but reality. Although Feng's level was much higher than his, he could tell that the gap between them was not simply a case of attributes. Even the gap between their techniques was despairingly wide. Brother expert, please don't misunderstand. I just came here to take a look. Soundless hurriedly explained as he faintly felt the longsword move forward. While there were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain, banditry was even more commonplace. When one encountered another player trying to plunder their fortuitous encounter, they would take out said player without hesitation. You came to take a look? Feng laughed. He retrieved Killing Ray and said, "All right then. I believe you. However, you best stay far away from this kind of place in the future. Next time you won't be as lucky." The youth had mistaken the turmoil the Abyssal Blade had caused as a fortuitous encounter. If not for Soundless' late timing, the Abyssal Blade's shockwaves would have certainly killed him. Soundless had wanted to respond, but Feng had vanished before he could utter a word. This time, however, Feng had not used Void Steps. Instead, he used the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement to return to White River City. Soundless was dumbstruck when he saw Feng vanish, his reverence of Feng growing even more intense. To come and go without leaving a trace, Feng was even more of an assassin than an assassin like himself, so strong. I wish I had even half of his abilities. Zero Wings Feng, is it? I must convince him to mentor me. After recovering from his momentary stupor, Soundless retrieved a return scroll and activated it. He planned to join Zero Wing right away. Previously, he had dismissed the idea of guilds, thinking that guilds' elites and experts were decent at best. However, after seeing Feng's frightening performance, he finally understood how little he knew. Elsewhere, Feng had no idea that his display had attracted the afterimage assassin to join Zero Wing. He had only intended to establish an initial connection with the youth and later attempt to recruit him gradually. After all, independent experts like Soundless had a lot of pride. In the past, even after super guilds had extended an invitation, he had rejected their offers. After returning to White River City, Feng traveled to the teleportation hall and towards Light City. When Feng arrived in Light City, he discovered a crowd of players in the teleportation hall. Every one of these players was extraordinary, with most of them being level 35 or above. One would not find a crowd like this in White River City or Star Moon City. Many players who had traveled to Light City were stunned by what they saw, just as Feng wondered how he should search for Fiend. A sudden commotion across the street attracted his attention. King's Return's audition has begun. Let's hurry over and check it out. I heard that more than 1 million players are participating in this audition. There are over 6 million players here to watch. This is the grandest recruitment competition King's Return has ever held. I know, right? Right now, God's Domain is insanely popular. Even King's Return has made some slight adjustments to how many people they will recruit this time. Instead of recruiting 100 people like usual, they are recruiting up to 300. I even heard that the upper echelons will be here to observe the auditions. I heard that Fiend, the newest Adjudicator, will be watching. If I had even 1/3 of his abilities, I could secure first place. I'd get to enjoy the benefits of a core member. Keep dreaming. I'm not as greedy as you. I don't need 1/3. 1/5 will be enough for me. Swarms of players on the street were discussing the event recruitment competition. Feng could not help his smile after overhearing these conversations. This is a good opportunity. Chapter 864 S-Rank Evaluation. There were not many super guilds in the virtual gaming world. As a result, the annual recruitment competition that King's Return, one of these few super guilds, held was a huge event in the virtual gaming world. In addition, due to God's Domain's launch, this event had become even more popular than before. However, its guild residents had far from enough space to accommodate the massive number of players participating in this year's assessment. Fortunately, King's Return had thought of a plan to deal with this problem. It would host the audition in the Divine Coliseum. Unlike White River City, Light City's Divine Coliseum had been constructed in the sky, above the imperial capital. However, the building had an ethereal form, as if it existed in a different realm. The audition's requirements are intense this year. They require participants to reach the trial tower's 6th floor. I only reached the 5th floor the last time I challenged the trial. I wonder if I can pass through the 5th floor this time? I know, right? This requirement is simply too high. The most powerful player in my city has only reached the 6th floor. King's Return is not giving us a fair chance. As they arrived, players began to complain when the Ready King's Return's listed requirements. A player's level and equipment did not matter in the Divine Coliseum's trial tower. Only their techniques mattered. However, the trial tower itself was the most damning aspect, as each attempt to challenge its floors cost 1 magic crystal. Magic crystals had always been a rare commodity in God's Domain. Ordinary players had an extremely difficult time obtaining even one. Even expert players would only have a few on hand. Normally, players used every magic crystal sparingly. Yet to prove their qualifications to take King's Return's test, they had to spend 1 magic crystal to challenge the trial tower. If, in the end, they failed to join King's Return, they would have suffered a huge loss. However, as the various players fell into heated discussions, a young man caught their attention as he entered the main hall. Adoration and envy filled their eyes as they watched him. This man was the host of this year's recruitment competition, Fiend. He was also an adjudicator of King's Return. Even in the Super Guild, he was considered a top-class expert. He was also the role model they dreamed of becoming. While he had everyone's attention, Fiend ran the participants through this year's competition rules. Following which, he entered a VIP room on the 2nd floor to watch the audition quietly. Fiend. Quite a number of experts are participating in this year's audition. As the competition's host, you should take the opportunity to recruit more high-potential newcomers. They might even become powerful allies, Praying Lotus, who sat beside Fiend, advised as she looked down on the crowd. She had discovered several experts among the participants. Some of them had even reached level 38. To independent players, this was a very difficult feat. There were many factions in a super guild. Hence, the guild's upper echelons paid a lot of attention to the recruitment of fresh talent every year. It was also extremely difficult to obtain the rights to host the yearly auditions. Fiend had only obtained the honor after all sorts of negotiation and trades as the host. Fiend had the opportunity to rope in the participants he had set his sight on after the competition had begun. After the competition finished, he even had priority in choosing potential newcomers. After undergoing special training, these newcomers would quickly join the ranks of King's Return's experts. Some might even become core members. These people would be extremely useful to Fiend in the future. Hence, he needed to consider his selections carefully. Relax. I've already investigated some of the powerful experts participating in the audition this year. I won't let anyone else obtain a single potential newcomer. Fiend laughed confidently. If those old bastards knew that there were so many potential newcomers, they would regret trading with me. Before the King's Return's recruitment competition had officially begun, he had already sent his subordinates to scout the participants and make a list of the experts taking part in the audition. Among the numerous experts participating, 8 had caught his attention regarding either age or current strength. These 8 people had earned an S-rank evaluation on his list in the past. 3 to 5 S-rank evaluations had been impressive. Now there were a total of 8. Just thinking about it made Fiend rejoice. To become this year's audition host, he had paid a tremendous price, even giving up his tablet slot. However, securing all 8 of these S-rank newcomers would definitely be worth the sacrifice. After all, it would be the equivalent of hosting 2 auditions. The people who had received an S-rank evaluation would go on to become top-class experts in the guild. Praying Lotus had been one of these S-rank newcomers. Now, she was one of the leading figures in King's Return's younger generation. Old bastards, just you wait and see. Sooner or later, King's Return will belong to me. When Fiend thought about how he had not only foiled Sin Heart's exchange today, but had also orchestrated the abyssal invasion of Star Moon Kingdom, an indescribable joy bloomed in his heart. It was true that he could not do anything about Zero Wing right now. However, those abyssal monsters could deal with the guild easily. He was very aware that devastation would follow those abyssal monsters wherever they went. Even Star Moon Kingdom would fall if it were invaded, much less White River City. In the end, the lands purchased Zero Wing had purchased would be worthless. However, Fiend had no intentions of letting Zero Wing go with so little punishment. To prevent Sin Heart from obtaining that money, he had used up his most precious ancient book. If he let Zero Wing get away with so little damage, how could he appease the anger in his heart? He still wanted to get rid of Black Flame and every upper echelon of Zero Wing. He wanted to remove Zero Wing's name from God's domain thoroughly. In the past, he had feared Black Flame somewhat. However, now that he had activated the ancient book and obtained its power, he was very confident that he could kill the swordsman. Just as Fiend congratulated himself, he received a message. Upon reading this message, his expression darkened. Has Zero Wing gone mad? A bloody glint flashed in Fiend's eyes. He wanted nothing more than to devour every Zero Wing member alive. Why are you so angry? What happened? Praying Lotus asked. Zero Wing bought those 5 plots of useless land. Now Sin Heart has collected the required money. Black Flame, I won't let you get away with this. Fiend bellowed. His voice was so cold that the room's temperature plummeted. How can this be? The abyssal monsters have already taken over Snowfield City. The lands are worth nothing. Are Zero Wing's upper echelons fools? Praying Lotus was shocked as well. She knew just how much money Sin Heart needed. Zero Wing must be insane to spend that much money on 5 tattered lands. Lotus, we're leaving. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom will watch as I end the Sword King's legend today. Fiend growled as he stood and prepared to leave. What about the selection? Praying Lotus hurriedly asked. The audition had already begun. I've already notified Ordinary Stranger. When the time comes, he will represent me in choosing those experts. Fiend refused to waste any more time. He rushed out of the room, intending to head towards Light City's teleportation hall. However, as soon as Fiend set foot out of the room, numerous black chains emerged from the ground and bound him, startling the Adjudicator. He couldn't respond to the sudden development while he was restrained. Chapter 865 Clean Sweep. The instant the pitch-black chains bound Fiend, the Elementalist released a low shout as he activated a control removal skill, breaking free from his restrictions. He then instinctively raised his staff and used Frozen Circle. A wave of cold air spread out to Fiend's surroundings. However, The cold air had failed to restrain the figure that had ambushed Fiend. On the contrary, the figure had moved closer in the next moment. A streak of blue light slashed towards Fiend. Having no other choice, Fiend used his blink skill, vanishing and reappearing 20 yards from where he had stood in the corridor at this moment. Fiend finally realized who had attacked him. It was a man hidden under a black cloak. The cloak's hood concealed the man's face, and he could only see a pair of black eyes. A silvery white flame burned in those eyes, making Fiend shudder. Despite the man standing in front of him, he couldn't even pick up the slightest tension or oppression with his 5 senses. It didn't even feel as if the man actually existed. Who are you? Fiend immediately realized that the man before him was no weaker than himself, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. If not for his sharp senses instantly detecting the chains that had emerged from the ground, this man would have likely killed him already still inside the room. Praying Lotus was similarly stunned. She had never seen such a foolish expert before. She had never imagined that someone would be so daring as to aim for Fiend's life here. Setting aside Fiend's combat standard, Light City was King's Return's main base of operations. Moreover, they were in the Divine Colosseum. The NPCs guarding this place were far more powerful than the NPCs patrolling on the streets. Every one of them was a level 200 NPC. Attempting to assassinate Fiend here was nothing more than a suicide attempt. However, the Oracle Praying Lotus also reacted quickly as she began casting a spell to cover Fiend. Meanwhile, the expert that Praying Lotus considered foolish was none other than Feng. Naturally, Feng understood the risks of attacking a player in the Divine Colosseum. However, those risks were exactly what he needed to increase his chances of success. Furthermore, he had chosen this narrow corridor on the second floor to make his move. Combat in such a cramped area was highly disadvantageous for a magical class. Hence, his chances of killing Fiend here were much higher than if he targeted the Elementalist on the open streets or in the fields. In addition, the Divine Colosseum's NPCs were garrisoned in the first floor's main hall. By the time they discovered his attack and reached the second floor corridor, they would have wasted at least 10 seconds. They would need more time to react than if he had launched his attack on the streets. No answer? Then die. Fiend began to chant an incantation when realized that his attacker had chosen to remain silent, firing numerous frost arrows at Feng simultaneously inside the Divine Colosseum. He had an absolute advantage. Although the terrain worked against him, he didn't need to defeat Feng. He only needed to buy time until the NPCs arrived. He refused to believe that Feng could kill him in such a short time. Moreover, he currently had the Ancient Book's enchantment. He was confident of contending with his guild's old monsters, much less some fool with a few loose screws. In the next moment, the frost arrows flew through Feng's body and struck the wall behind him, resulting in a white explosion. Fiend's expression darkened as he noticed that someone had appeared behind him. However, Feng had not revealed even a strand of killing intent. Despite reaching the Void Realm long ago, Fiend had been slow by half a beat in discovering Feng. Just as Fiend considered using Ice Barrier to protect himself. The Abyssal Blade was already unsheathed, and Feng used Blade Liberation and chop against Fiend. The Abyssal Blade's mental oppression, while unsheathed, was already extraordinary. After using a skill, the mental oppression increased by several times. Any ordinary player would freeze and fall in fear against such a powerful oppression. Even standing would be a difficult task. To an expert like Fiend, however, although he had not frozen, the mental oppression still delayed his reactions. Although mental oppression could not distinguish allies from enemies, Feng had utilized the Soulfire's power before using the Abyssal Blade. His mind was utterly serene. With the help of the Soulfire's power, even the Abyssal Blade's suffocating mental oppression felt like a light breeze. The Abyssal Blade could not affect him whatsoever as a result of Fiend's delayed reactions. He allowed the Abyssal Blade to slice through Praying Lotus's magic shield and his frost shield without any resistance. Fiend had no time to deploy his Ice Barrier as the magic weapon bit into his body. Blade Liberation's power had doubled Feng's strength and agility attributes. Even if Feng's attributes were currently weakened, his attack power was still higher than before. Even after the magic shield and frost shield absorbed a significant amount of damage from his attack, when his chop struck Fiend, it achieved a critical hit and dealt minus 13,418 points of damage. To Fiend, who only had around 11,000 HP, this single attack was enough to deplete all of his HP instantly. Just who are you? Watching his HP rapidly decrease, Fiend turned his head to look at Feng, regret filling his eyes. If he had activated Ice Barrier from the very beginning, he might have held this man off until the NPCs had arrived, yet he had allowed his confidence of being in the Divine Colosseum to get the better of him. As a result, he underestimated his opponent's strength. However, no matter how much Fiend regretted his arrogance, his body still collapsed to the ground. He dropped a piece of equipment and an ancient book as he died. Praying Lotus, who still stood inside the VIP room, looked at Feng grimly. She no longer dared to look down on Feng. This had all happened too quickly. She had never dreamed that Fiend would die like that, without even enough time to even activate Ice Barrier. Even if she relayed this story, nobody would believe her. However, this unimaginable scene had indeed occurred. Killing Fiend inside the Divine Colosseum might have seemed extremely foolish, but they had been the true fools. After all, how could an expert of such standard possibly accomplish such a suicidal assassination without at least some confidence of succeeding? Moreover, the burst of mental oppression that had suddenly appeared was simply too frightening even from so far away. Her mind had still gone blank for a moment. If Feng approached her, only death would await her. Experts were experts because of their quick reactions. However, that kind of mental oppression had even slowed her thought process. In a battle between experts, even an instant of hesitation could be fatal, not to mention falling into a daze. Just who is he? Praying Lotus's mind rapidly shuffled through the well-known experts in God's domain as she watched Feng's cloaked figure. However, not one of the experts she knew of possessed a cold, ethereal aura like the man before her. She felt as if she were looking at an emotionless robot, rather than a human being. While Praying Lotus tried to guess Feng's identity, Feng hurriedly collected the equipment an ancient book Fiend had dropped. He then used space movement and departed from the Divine Colosseum silently.